And the money. Yes, thank you. Colleagues, there's always one thing that I have not quite gotten. We all said. Great. Welcome to the February 21st, 2026 County Board meeting. I am Board Chair Matt DeFranti with my colleagues, Vice Chair Maureen Coffey, members Susan Cunningham, Julius J.D. Spain Sr., and Takis Karantonis. This is your Arlington County Board working to serve you and the Arlington community. Thank you for joining us today. Before we begin, I'd like to take a moment to recognize the recent passing of the Honorable Judge William Newman, who for many years served as a cornerstone of this community and for several years an elected member of this board, as well as subsequently a circuit court judge, and for 20 years the chief judge for our circuit court. Judge Newman was a pillar of our community. All of us on the board want to just take a moment of silence with you as our community. We will have lots more words to say on Tuesday, but for this moment, please just join me in a moment of silence for Judge William Newman. Thank you. Judge Newman was a giant. He was also the first African-American elected to the county board since the 1930s. Extraordinary person. His accomplishments speak for themselves as perhaps the most important figure of the last 50 years for Arlington. It's arguable, but he certainly was a giant. Thank you. We will take time on Tuesday to honor him more properly and more fully. Thank you. With that, we'll begin with our usual business. I'd like to take a moment per our custom over this last year, to highlight resources in one slide for our federal workers and our immigrants and immigrant community. I'll ask the clerk to pull up that slide. I encourage everyone to visit our county website at these links for more information. I won't belabor it. Many of you if this doesn't apply directly to you, you probably know someone for whom either of these links could and may well apply. So just if you go to our website and Google either of these items, you will see these resources. We stand with our federal worker community and with our immigrant community. Thank you. For everyone here today, a printout of these slides is available in the lobby if you want to not have to Google it and you just want to pick that up. Mr. Kushner here or Mr. Davis can get you a copy. Again, thank you for coming. For everyone joining us today, a few general announcements. We'll be quick. For in-person speakers, the podium height can be adjusted using the up-down arrow buttons on the right as you face us. If some of those of us who are not the tallest and some of those of us who are taller than I, if you are submitting documents as part of your testimony, please hand them to the clerk along with your name and contact information. For remote speakers, please keep your microphones muted and your cameras off until you are called on to speak. Occasionally, we may need to get up and stretch our legs. However, there are speakers in the back and monitors in the back so that we can continue to see and hear the meeting. With that, we'll begin with public comment. As a reminder, this time is reserved for topics that are not related to recent or upcoming public hearings. To help ensure fairness and efficiency, we have a one speaker per topic rule. If you're here with a coordinated group, we ask that you please designate one representative to speak on that topic. That representative can note that there are others present who share their views. Those who've been here last month, you will know, and in general, there's a couple of different ways. Standing in support of someone who's speaking shows us quite powerfully your views and your support. And then there also is you can use these to show applause, which is the form of showing applause in sign language. If you'd like to share more detailed input or engage in a deeper conversation with us, we encourage you to attend an Open Door Monday session where you can have a back and forth and a more detailed conversation. Or you can email us, as many of you have, at countyboard@arlingtonva.us. More information about either of those ways of contacting us is available on our website. The clerk will call two speakers at a time to help us keep things moving. Please come to the front and be ready to speak when your name is called. Please see our clerks, Mr. Kushner in here and Mr. Davis outside if you have questions. With that, Mr. Clerk, please call the first two speakers.
Certainly. Our first speaker this morning is Asim, followed by Mr. John Etherton.
You need,
All right, good morning. Ramadan Mubarak, everyone. So I did have slides, so I'll wait for that. Right, so I do want to start with some grounding, the reason and motivation for why we keep showing up. Next slide, please. A genocide continues on our dime. Humans evaporated with our tax dollars. Nightmares that are made real with the local economic development that we prioritize right here in Arlington. Last month, you publicly acknowledged the engagement and dialogue we've had over the past few months, and I want to express our appreciation and gratitude for the progress we've made. But the engagement and dialogue is not our end goal, so we're going to continue to keep the pressure on. Next slide. I also want to encourage you all to stand strong in the face of any opposition and deceiving claims that being against the genocide is somehow controversial. The political ground has shifted. This isn't something you can avoid. We have a growing amount of evidence from races across the country that you have to stand strong on this issue to maintain your political base of support. So even for your own political benefit, I ask that you continue to engage with not just us, but all the communities that we continue to build with. Next slide. As a reminder, we have some pretty modest objectives: ethical development, a reprioritization of key industries, and meaningful community input. We're asking for our government to operate in a way that's consistent with our morals, ethics, and values. Values that have been codified in resolutions passed by this body, such as the Queen City Resolution, the 2019 Equity Resolution, and the Climate Resolution from last year. Next slide. As you mentioned last month, we still have work between us to follow through on regarding an ethics policy. But something we can do immediately is end all collaborations with the Virginia Israel Advisory Board, an entity that promotes businesses that profit off evaporating babies in Gaza and deporting neighbors in our community. There's no valid reason to continue working with this board. There's no political risk to end this collaboration. So we're asking you to be bold and take that step immediately. Thank you.
thank you, Asim. Mr. Raoub. Next speaker.
Yes, our next speaker is Mr. John Etherton, followed by Samer Hassan. Should be the down
You see
arrow
the-
on the right-hand side.
Not working.
John, would you just take the microphone and sit at the table right here? So,
There's a mic, yeah.
either way.
I'll look into that.
We'll fix that later. Thank you, Mr. Kushner. John, go ahead.
Thank you. Chair DeFerrante, members of the board, I have spoken to most of you about our 10-year journey at Arlington Presbyterian Church, moving beyond the stone walls of our old building to collaborate with the Arlington Partnership for Affordable Housing, now True Ground, to create 173 affordable rental homes on Columbia Pike. Arlington County was a true partner, not least by approving the Columbia Pike Project form-based code, sparing us a lengthy zoning fight in the midst of our other challenges. This morning, I want to share what's happened since we moved into Gilliam Place in November 2019. This was not a strategic plan or a clear expectation, but what I have experienced is the leading of the Holy Spirit. We have been led to follow the call of our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, to love our neighbors as ourselves, while hearing his question, what do you do more than others? Since late 2019, through the trauma of COVID into the turmoil of this last year, we have been helping to build a place-based community of listening and receiving, sharing our abundant resources, opening our space, and being available to be and work with our neighbors in Gilliam Place and beyond. During this time, we have enabled every family in Gilliam Place during COVID to have a week's worth of fresh produce from farmers who had no access to a local farmers market. The creation of a learning pod led by Gilliam Place parents for 7 and then 15 children to gather weekly during the long COVID school shutdown. Residents of any age in Gilliam Place to have free professional music lessons, and 79 families to avoid the trauma of eviction by eliminating the debt of unpaid back rent. I ask you to consider this: allowing faith institutions an easier path toward creating affordable housing may be the start of something big and vital, and it may not happen otherwise. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Etherton. Next speaker.
Yes, our next speaker is Samer Hassan, followed by Ms. Debbie Alexander.
Mr. Hassan. I don't think it's going to work that way either. Can you lean in or try one more time to see if this moves?
And I'm sorry, I'll have to look into it if we want to take a break at some point.
That's fine.
That's fine.
If you can lean in, that'd be great. Thanks, Mr. Hassan.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I submitted a letter of complaint to all of you from organizations across Arlington. It would behoove you to read it and perhaps implement some of our recommendations. What is the National Innovation Quarter? According to your website, it's a neutral platform that accelerates public-private collaboration and the delivery of cutting-edge technology solutions. It claims to promote economic growth for Arlington and Alexandria, but how much of that money is tied to industries of death and destruction? At what cost does this supposed economic growth come at? Some of the founding partners of this new entity are Amazon, an infamous corporation known for its terrible treatment of employees, Northrop Grumman, a notorious polluter of the environment, which regularly sends munitions to countries guilty of war crimes, and Science Applications International Corporation, or SAIC, who have contracts with ICE. I personally find it comical that you use the word neutral in the same statement that lists these companies. So many of you, county board members, publicly denounce ICE and yet encourage the establishment of companies that literally profit off the displacement of human beings, the destruction of the environment, and abuse of the working class people of Arlington. I simply listed 3 of the many complicit companies in this National Innovation Quarter. Can you imagine if I provided you with an exhaustive list? What is so innovative about companies that traffic in death and destruction? You have associated your names with this new initiative, which teaches Arlingtonians that the board is no friend of the working class and immigrant communities, and frankly, the community as a whole, unless you begin seriously reevaluating and ending your partnerships with companies that profit off of pain of others. You have taught us that you are not serious about any of the so-called values you claim to uphold. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hassan.
Our next speaker is Debbie Alexander, followed by Ms. Steph Webster.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and the Arlington County Board. With me today is our board chair, Ellen Dyke, Jim Dyke, Gaston Araz, our families and participants. My name is Debbie Alexander, and I'm the CEO of Specially Adapted Resource Centers. On behalf of SPARC, I want to begin by thanking you for your partnership and leadership. Because of Arlington County, SPARC operates every Tuesday and Thursday at the Arlington Mill Community Center, and that partnership is literally life-changing. The adults we serve have severe and multiple disabilities. They require one-to-one support for all activities of daily living and are unable to work. Without programs like SPARC in Arlington, they are at significant risk of isolation, regression, and institutionalization. Instead, because of our partnership, they experience learning, friendship, community engagement, and dignity. This work directly advances the promise of the American with Disabilities Act, that individuals with disabilities have the right to live and participate in the most integrated settings appropriate. As you know, Virginia remains under a permanent federal injunction as a result of United States v. Virginia for failing to adequately meet those obligations. Community-based programs like SPARC are part of the solution. We currently have a budget amendment before the Virginia General Assembly, carried by Delegate David Reed and Senator Jennifer Boysko to fund SPARC. We also have requested aggregate data from the CSB detailing the number of Arlington County residents who have multiple and severe disabilities, require one-to-one support, and are not able to work. I am told that request is currently under review by the county attorney. Families report that they are not referred to SPARC, rather they have to rely on word of mouth. We are deeply grateful to be working with Arlington County Board's communication team to draft a letter of support to the Appropriations Committee. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Alexander. And thank you for wrapping up. Kind of you.
Our next speaker is Ms. Steph Webster, followed by Audrey Clement.
Ms. Webster.
Good morning. I am here to talk about Arlington's relationship with Amazon. A few months ago, the county paid Amazon $81,000 in transient occupancy tax. While I am not against welfare per se, I am against corporate welfare, especially when the recipient is one of the largest corporations to ever exist, one who raked in a record profit of $716.9 billion in 2025. This tax revenue would be better invested in the community, particularly after how difficult 2025 was for our federal workers and Arlington's economy. There was a reported 11% drop in hotel occupancy for 2025, yet Amazon still received money off of this. While I understand that Amazon promises to bring 25,000 highly skilled jobs to the area, it's also worth considering that large influxes of highly skilled workers causes housing prices to soar and pushes out local residents. This happened with Amazon in Seattle, contributing significantly to their ongoing housing crisis. While Amazon has invested in affordable housing in Arlington, these apartments have been poorly managed, with reports of Barcroft failing to uphold rent cap agreements and Crystal House failing to maintain minimum standard living conditions. Residents at Crystal House have described living there as nightmarish, with delayed and poorly handled maintenance requests, pest infestations, lack of communication, water issues, and difficulty renewing leases. Amazon recently laid off 30,000 employees as part of a larger strategy to redirect resources to AI, cloud technologies, and the like. These unprecedented layoffs, combined with stagnant job growth in the tech sector at large, has led to what is now the scariest time economically since the Great Recession of 2009 in Amazon's home city of Seattle. With investments in AI only expected to increase, job security in the tech sector is plummeting, and the effects will expand to cities outside of Seattle and San Francisco. I ask Arlington to reconsider its technology-focused
Ms. Webster.
economic
Will you-
development strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Webster, and thank you for concluding. Next speaker.
Yes, our next speaker is Audrey Clement, followed by Professor Barbara Wine.
Dr. Clement.
Welcome, members of the board and the county manager. I'm Audrey Clement from Westover. The controversy over ICE operations in sanctuary cities, including Arlington, is mostly partisan, with Democrats challenging the legality of ICE operations, Republicans claiming that ICE is needed to enforce the law. According to Google AI, quote, the authority for U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, ICE, to arrest and detain immigrants, including those in the county illegally, end of quote, derives from Title VIII of U.S. Code. Title VIII is admittedly tough. Section 1226A allows ICE to use an administrative warrant to detain immigrants pending determination of their removal status. Section 1226C requires detention for those with serious criminal records. Section 1357 enables ICE agents to detain illegals considered flight risks without a warrant. It also authorizes ICE agents to interrogate people about their immigration status. Section 1225 enables ICE to detain and remove immigrants for whom a credible fear of persecution cannot be established. Section 1231 requires the Attorney General to detain immigrants with removal orders until they are deported. If ICE stops enforcing Title VIII, it violates Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution, which requires the president to, quote, take care that the laws, including Title VIII, be faithfully executed, end of quote. Under these constraints, local efforts to thwart ICE operations are unconstitutional. Repeat, unconstitutional. The only legal recourse is to lobby for legislation at the federal level to amend Title VIII of U.S. Code or repeal it entirely. In the meantime, to avert violence in enforcing the law, Arlington should cooperate with ICE to detain illegal immigrants in the jails rather than releasing them to the streets. Otherwise, it is abetting violence.
Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Professor Barbara Wine, followed by Alan Kalatbari.
Ms. Wine.
It's Barbara Wien, like the city of Vienna, Wien.
Ms. Wien.
Wien.
Wien,
Yes.
my apologies.
Good morning. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be with you twice in 1 week. I was in this very room with you Tuesday night with CivFed, and I know how hardworking you are. I really appreciate all your due diligence. I come before you as the daughter of a Holocaust survivor. My father fled Hitler in 1939 in Poland. And I hope you've had an opportunity to review the materials I sent you. from the United Nations. I'm very concerned, gravely concerned, that we might, here in Arlington County, be complicit in Israeli war crimes. The materials I sent you outlines how many people are suffering, how many people are starving, how many people may still be under the rubble in Gaza, and now more and more people are being displaced in the West Bank. And I hope our tax dollars are not being used here in Arlington.
Let's please stay focused on the human rights piece. I know that you're close to touching what other speakers, we have one speaker per topic, but human rights would be great. Thank you.
Time is still ticking. I think
Yeah,
you
we'll
owe
give
me
you-
a few seconds.
We'll give you, sure.
Okay. I taught sustainable peace, green economics, nonviolence, and peace studies. And what I learned through my empirical research all over the world is that those countries that divest from war industries
It's a second warning, Ms. Wine.
are much
Keep it
more
on human rights,
sustainable
or I'll have to ask you
and
to stop.
peaceful. I'm talking about peace economics.
Stay focused on that, please. Thank you. We'll hold the time and go ahead.
There is a scorched earth policy being practiced in Israel against Palestinians, and our tax dollars are being invested in that. I would urge you to take a look at the proud history of Arlington divesting from South Africa. Some of us were here. Many of you are too young to remember that period. But I was deeply engaged in the anti-apartheid struggles in the 1980s and 90s, and it resulted in a wonderful Nobel Peace Prize winner, Nelson Mandela, being elected to the lead of that country.
Thank you.
Well, I believe you owe me about 30 more seconds, Matt. I'm not happy with you at all this
Ms.
morning.
Ween, I owe
Thank
you, I'll give you 10 more seconds, but I didn't count 30. So I understand, fully understand, reasonable.
Insulted.
Thank you, Ms. Ween. The next speaker.
Our next speaker is Alan Calabari, followed by David Wingard.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members
morning.
of the board. My name is Alan Calabari. I'm part owner of a multi-family residential.
Can you speak into the
building.
microphone, please?
My name is Alan Calabari. I'm part owner of a multi-family residential building next door to a bootleg commercial enterprise called John Lyon Post and disguised as a fraternity for veterans of foreign wars. This entity is in the middle of a residential neighborhood and in violation of a dozen or so zoning codes. The Post has fraudulently altered a non-conforming building and violated every provision of its use permit with help from the zoning. While zoning is obligated to address all violations, I'm only interested in the enforcement of Code 1433E, a 10-foot buffer required between the properties. I raised this issue at the December 13, 25 board meeting, and Mr. Carantonis assured me that the Post has agreed to comply with the January 7, 2025 citation. That citation had a compliance date of February 14, 2025, over a year ago. To date, the zoning has failed to take any corrective action. After I wrote this letter and sent it to all, I was informed by Ms. Bellows that the Post has changed its mind and they're not going to comply. I'm here today to ask for a renewed commitment from the county to enforce Code 1433E between the two properties. I also want to voice my concern about the parking requirements for the daycare facility on North Yule.
Thank you.
And,
Thank you. Please conclude.
and I just want to make sure that my problem is not compromised by that consideration for the parking.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is David Wingard, followed by Mr. Joseph Kornoff.
Mr. Wingard.
Buenos dias, Senor Schwartz, Senor DeFerranti, Senor Carantonis, Senor Spain Sr.,
señora Cunningham y señora Coffey. ¿Cómo están ustedes? Hoy es el 21 de febrero 2026. Yo quiero hablar más sobre el tópico de las máscaras en pública, la prohibición de las máscaras y las excepciones. El nombre del Virginia Code es 18.2-422. Mira a parte B, declaración de emergencia. Mucho gusto, gracias, adiós.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Mr. Joseph Kornhoff, followed by Ms. Ann Bodine.
Mr. Kornhoff.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Joseph Kornhoff, and I'm honored to introduce myself as the Executive Director of the Pentagon Memorial Fund. I'm also a proud resident of Arlington. For much of the world, the Pentagon is a symbol of military strength. But for those of us here, it's part of the fabric of our daily lives. On September 11, 2001, the Pentagon wasn't just a distant building under attack. It was a local workplace, a neighbor, and a cornerstone of our community. As we look towards the 25th Remembrance in 2026, our primary mission is to ensure that the passage of time does not dim that legacy. Central to that legacy is the incredible bravery of Arlington first responders. As the world watched the worst of humanity, Arlington firefighters, police officers, and emergency crews showed the best of America by rushing towards the fire. Arlingtons didn't just help, they led the way. Our local heroes didn't just manage the crisis, they carried this community through its darkest hour and stayed on the front lines for weeks of recovery. As we plan the 25th Remembrance, we are committed to highlighting these stories of local service and ensuring every resident, old and new, understands the sacrifice of that day. I want to extend my sincere gratitude to this board and the entire county government. Your longstanding support of the National 9/11 Memorial at the Pentagon shows your year after year commitment. We look forward to a continued partnership and ensuring we remember our fallen neighbors and honor the bravery and selfless sacrifice of our local heroes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kornhoff.
Our next speaker is Ann Bodine, followed by Danny.
And Ms. Bodine, I think almost everyone in the room knows, but we will respond to each of these in bulk after the last speaker has spoken. Briefly, but we'll respond. Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members, thank you very much for your time. I'm Ann Bodine for Arlingtonians for Our Sustainable Future. We have 2 key points about the revision of the comprehensive plan that you're engaged in. First, 2 years into the review of the plan's introduction, a core problem remains that the plan itself is very fractured, partly because the county is keeping from public view the very documents it is proposing to amend, expunging from its website existing guidance about retaining low-density areas, as we noted in a recent letter. Additionally, the county webpage shows only 12 elements of the plan on your rainbow chart, leaving out the public art element of 2024. If the National Archives expunged all text of the Constitution or showed us the Bill of Rights with only 9 amendments, could we have confidence in a process to amend any part of the whole? We could not. And so it is with the comp plan. We ask you then to publish the full current text in one combined searchable document so we can readily engage with you on a common baseline. Second, key leaders, including board members, have said the comp plan is outdated and doesn't reflect sub-elements added since 1960. And Board Chair DeFerranti this week raised a new concern that references to secure neighborhoods may be racially exclusive dog whistles. ASF agrees we should remove language that contravenes civil rights law. But our chair was not right to say this was part of the comp plan. In fact, there is no mention of security or secure neighborhoods in the comp plan intro or goals, the subject of this whole exercise. And we know this because we have the accurate original language from 1960 that you released per our FOIA request. It seems the board chair is worried about the county vision, which guides but sits apart from the comp plan and which was in fact last revised in 2002, not 1960. We are open to reviewing that paragraph. But we insist on a better process that starts with the original current full document. And so we're giving you, in a handout I've provided, new language as a proposed introduction that reflects all 13 comp plan elements and core goals. What's not to like? I think we can agree it will shorten and clarify a very long process and let us focus on this 2019 quote from Ron Carlee about the future of Arlington that preserves single-family neighborhoods and also develops successful urban villages. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bodine. Our next speaker is Danny, followed by Mr. Kenneth Matzkin.
Just want to know how y'all let her finish, but didn't let other speakers finish their statements and also cut their time off. So just want you to note that, man.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr.
Good morning,
Go ahead,
everyone. My name is Danny, and I'm here with La Colectiva and other community organizations who have been fighting for years to make this county help support migrant communities. Despite the opposition from Matt DeFerranti and Takis, we were able to successfully get a policy last year actually update the policy last year to remove Section 7 from Arlington County's trust policy. Y'all want to try to claim credit for shit like that, but we know that's not true. So first slide, next slide, please. We know that despite our community win, there still is ICE violence happening in our community. This is just last month on Columbia Pike at the Grand Mart that a lot of our community members go to. This is a worker who was getting there in the morning, and ICE, as you see there, greets him with weapons drawn. And we know that this is only possible, if we can go to the next slide, because of collaboration and collusion between the state and big tech. The collusion that y'all have also enabled here in Arlington County by giving deals to corporations like Amazon and also maintaining contracts with corporations like Flock, right? These corporations are actively collaborating with police agencies. Police agencies are actively targeting our people, and this includes ICE, and this is how raids happen. This is how these agencies come and attack our people because of big tech and the weapons that they provide ICE. Next slide, please. Here, again, Virginia is part of this as well. And this has been happening. We know that Arlington County has Flock cameras. We know that this is happening here in this county too, and it needs to end immediately. Next slide, please. We've been telling y'all for years, and you've heard it here again, this is not possible without Amazon's collaboration. But y'all go take pictures with Amazon on the regular. It's ridiculous. Y'all should be ashamed of yourselves. This is a violent corporation that has nothing to do, that has no benefit for our community, and is only maintaining a violent capitalist system. Next slide, please. We've shown this to you again. Palantir, Amazon, all these other corporations are tied, and this is what fuels ICE violence. Next slide, please. And we will not stop until we get ICE fully out of Arlington. We know that the trust policy was won because of community. We know that Section 7 was removed because of community, and we will continue to fight to get ICE out of Arlington completely. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Kenneth Matzkin, followed by Maria Powers. The podium, unfortunately, does not seem to be working. We'll look into it, but if you could just lean into the microphone, we'd appreciate it.
Yeah, if you want, you can just grab the microphone and
I'll
hold
just
it.
move it up.
Or that works too. Go ahead.
Or I'll lean over. Good, thank you. Good morning, Board. I'm one representative of the Ashton Heights Civic Association, which has joined 26 other civic associations, some dominated by multi-family rental properties, to continue to petition you to consider a key effect of your recent actions and inactions that permit ever larger residences in neighborhoods designed for mostly modest, however that might be defined, single-family homes. Of course, this petition has been presented by our members in the past to you, and there are more to come. Over time, our message has been winnowed down from studying the full range of side effects of the growing number of very large single-family and multiple-family residences to just one, tree canopy. If you haven't done so, we urge you to get well educated about the fundamental importance of tree canopy, which cannot survive on perpetually shrouded, fully built-out parcels of land. This study was stated as an objective of yours in the past, but has since been revised downward. More broadly, we question that our collective quality of life is enhanced by the current trend that bigger and more is better. When the board discovered that missing middle would not deliver more affordable and family-friendly housing in any reasonable time frame, you appropriately abandoned it, but then substituted zoning changes to support expanded housing options, although there was no real call for more architectural styles. You were right, though. Experience validates that EHO's more and bigger does not equate to timely affordability. Nonetheless, EHO and missing middle supporters still look to you to stimulate increasing home affordability in Arlington. To end, the other major irony of the EHO is that very large homes militate against the supporters' second worthy objective of to paraphrase, providing a safe place where our kids can play outside. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Masson. Mr. Clerk, are there any other public speakers?
We do have one additional speaker, Ms. Maria Powers.
Ms. Powers.
Good morning. I'd like to speak about Valentine's Day. This Valentine's Day, I didn't ask my husband for chocolate. I didn't ask him for flowers, but I did ask him to accompany me to a community group that was writing letters to detainees in Farmville. I was also able, while I was there, to join a meeting of local residents of Arlington, some documented, some not, who spoke about their fear of Farmville being detained, talked about affordability questions, and at the end of that gathering, and it was really moving because the young people had organized this, and they had even organized for us to have translation. I don't speak any Spanish. It was an incredible, generous act to include us in this community meeting. And at the end, they asked if any of us would be willing to go to the county board, for example, and talk about these issues. I said I would, and I'm here to honor that promise. I don't have a particular ask, but I do think it's important that you as a county board know many, many Arlingtonians wake up every day afraid for our neighbors. And I ask you to also keep your promise to the Constitution, and I looked up your pledge. I do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Virginia, and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge all the duties incumbent upon me to the best of my ability. Due process covers everyone present in the United States. It has nothing to do with papers. It has nothing to do with citizenship. So I ask you, please, thank you. I did take special note of the resources you're making available to migrant communities, but please know, Arlingtonians are afraid. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Powers. Any other public speakers?
There are no further speakers.
Thank you. I'll try to go to respond briefly to those issues that were raised. Asim, Mr. Ruud, thank you very much for coming in, sharing your thoughts on economic development perspectives, and also I would agree there's a change in the broader context that we're operating under as we respond as a nation to events. Noted on the ethics policy, and appreciate very much your focus on the Virginia Israeli Advisory Board. I don't want to overpromise, but I do think that it would benefit me to have a follow-up conversation that we referred to 5 months ago or 5 months ago when we met. I still have learning to do to understand the state delegation nature of this and the local piece of it. So thank you. Mr. Etherton, thank you for testifying to Arlington's values. I'm looking for him in the audience. Oh, there you are. I'm looking at the wrong side over here. Thank you also for reflecting the faith tradition that infuses and serves Gilliam Place through Arlington Presbyterian. Inclusion does matter. I see the T-shirts, and we on this board share that view. I'm no perfect scholar, but I will tell you that I do remember in this month, there's a piece of Dr. Martin Luther King's speeches where he talks about there's some churches that are burning up. They're all faith and such and then there's some churches that are freezing up. And he advocated for somewhere in the middle, some depth of passion, but action, faith without action, does not seem the sort of faith that is most attractive to me, and mindful that there are many different faith traditions. You and your colleagues are living your faith, and we're deeply grateful for it. Mr. Hassan, thank you very much for dancing effectively along the line with respect to National Innovation Quarter, and that does not mean that I don't absorb the strength of your concern with respect to it. I'm in a different space as far as some of the importance of technology that I do believe in. There are many different perspectives, of course, on the internet, but it did come out of some research related, originally related to security. And so mindful, hear the critique, absorb it, we will work through it. There's a lot to digest in what you shared, and a lot to, I don't want to abdicate the moral question that you've called. Certainly, I think individually, each of us have said plainly that, there are huge concerns that we have with the events that have occurred and the pain that on a worldwide scale we have to see, recognize, and absorb in Palestine. And so, Ms. Alexander, thank you very much. I believe we emailed you. I will take a note just to try to honor, and I'm sure he won't pine to have this mentioned, but sitting next to you is the former Secretary of Education for the Commonwealth of Virginia, Mr. Jim Dykes. And he is a supporter, along with his bride, of this work. And we talked about it, he and I talked about it earlier this week, but more to the point, I think it's appropriate to recognize that leadership on a Commonwealth level, but more to the point on Spark. We have emailed you to share that we will be submitting a letter. Inclusion means differently abled for sure, and it also means everyone in Arlington, every person must be valued. That's part of our mission statement, and we want to live it. And we wish you luck and strength. We don't have endless legislative resources, and this moment provides a new opportunity for fairness and justice that hasn't been there, candidly, for the last 4 years, in my view. But we have to live it. But such as we can help, Vice Chair Coffey is the lead. We will seek to help, both with the letter and moving forward. Dr. Clement, we will follow the law. We will also follow our vision statement that is open-hearted and that cares for every person in Arlington. We have never participated in 287G, and we never will in Arlington. And I give you space to have your own views, but to say that we must, by law, cooperate in our jails, not accurate. And I'll touch a little bit more on some of the issues that we do not have the legal ability to thwart ICE. We don't have that legal ability, but Ms. Powers, we absolutely share your view that due process applies to every person. And so I'll touch on that a little bit later. Perhaps the most challenging moment, I do respect Ms. Weens. She's not here. I'll keep it brief on her. Her scholarship in human rights, I deeply respect. I've known her a long time. I did want to give her the 10 or 15 more seconds that she was asking for because she was owed that. I didn't quite get to communicating that. Respect deeply her own personal story as well as her care for where we need to move as a world towards sustainable peace and a green economy as a whole. Let me see if I can get this right. Alan, Mr. Kalatari, and if I've gotten the pronunciation right, I'm not sure that he's here. Are you here? Yes. We know that there's a enforcement action occurring near you, and we can't say more at this time because that enforcement action is proceeding. We have Ms. Bello over here, who is our constituent lead, and we're happy to engage either via a meeting or with us, or if you want a conversation with her, but that enforcement action is ongoing to try to address some of the things you raised, and I can't really say more at this time. Mr. Wingard, thank you for coming. Mr. Kornoff, he left, but I'll just say briefly, the unique history of Arlington with respect to September 11th is something I recommend that if you find a few minutes, you look for and share. Our police chief at the time, Jim Schwartz, was the face of response for Arlington and those who died at the Pentagon, and as well as our overall response. It's appropriate to honor the 25th anniversary. We will be proceeding on Tuesday with a resolution in support of this piece, honoring our first responders and remembering. We cannot forget, and we must remember the importance of peace and safety for all across the world, but including, of course, Arlingtonians and Americans. Ms. Bodine, I think you are here. Yes. you're right. I didn't say, I was a little elliptical in my comments. I didn't say that part, the word secure, is in our vision statement, as you mentioned, and not in our comprehensive plan. I appreciate that you're willing to engage and your focus in your comments. We have, I think, colleagues, perhaps Ms. Cunningham or others will speak to this briefly, but we have been engaging on your concerns. We wanted to get it right. We have a draft of a response to those who have written into us, but we wanted to get it right rather than hurrying to get something yesterday afternoon. So it's a fair concern. I will share that I think it's incumbent upon us to try to be honest that even with the distinct language, I'm in a space where I think evolving as a community is appropriate. When I grew up in McLean, I assumed that the sun rose in the east and set in the west, and single-family zoning should be the law of the land. I no longer am in that space. It's not my fault at all that both my parents and grandparents received single-family zoning, and I am currently, I don't view it as a black mark against you to live in a single-family home at all. But I do think we have to make room for our kids and grandkids. And that's why I think the comp plan needs updating. Exactly how it needs updating should be a fulsome discussion. But thank you very much for coming in and for your comments. Danny, thank you for coming and your leadership and persistence on these issues. I think it's fair to say that the community, I don't know if he's still here. I think it's fair to say that he made a difference. As a point of clarification, I did vote happily to end collaboration with ICE in our community completely. And the reason I did that is the facts changed. This administration is not valuing public safety and human life through ICE, and we have to change our policies because of it. If you want reference to it, we all spoke to it at the last meeting. I for probably a minute or three more than I should have, but 7 minutes. If you want to look at the last meeting, I spoke to it. And there were risks to doing so. I do not want to call attention, particularly to Arlington, but they have changed their policies. They no longer let us know, our police, they no longer know if they're coming in to Arlington. And so it is my recommendation in light of that specific fact and the recent items that if someone sees what Danny showed, please call 911. We need to know. Mr. Mattson, thank you for coming in. Appreciate your comments. There has been an evolution. It's a difficult subject, I believe, lot coverage. And we have a lot of work to do. I do think that the specific underlying problems we're trying to address are stormwater, tree canopy. There's a whole separate problem that has to do with the affordability of homes that I don't believe at this stage is the right initiative for us to focus on, because it's an inexact tool for addressing the need for homes. I also would submit respectfully that I need to have longer conversations. If your priority is preserving the, quote, character of neighborhood, that word makes me struggle, because I feel that the connotations of that word are less hospitable to our brown and black neighbors than they should be. And lastly, Ms. Powers, perhaps it is eternally and perfectly appropriate that you spoke to end our time together this morning on public comment, because there's a person I can think of that knows every time she goes for a walk with her dog, she takes her ID because she's afraid of being picked up. And there are thousands of Arlingtonians who are personally scared of being picked up, and then there are thousands and thousands of Arlingtonians who are scared for them. And you spoke to the humanity that is there, and it is a different moment, but in 2016 to 20, there was a sign that went up that said, and a moment where people said, love conquers hate. And that moment, even as difficult as this moment is, will come again. And we're going to work to try and make that happen. Colleagues, I've said plenty. Over to you. Should you have any comments or questions, thanks for indulging me with a few comments. I'll start with Ms. Coffey, and then I'll go next to Ms. Cunningham.
Great, thank you. I'm going to roll some some topics together and try and address them collectively, as I think they are associated. So I think on the economic development, big tech, all of that sector, I appreciate that you recognize the communication we've had and are continuing to press. I think the role of advocates is to advocate and to push us forward. I think you are absolutely right that it is not controversial to call out the human rights violations, the war crimes, the genocide that is going on. And also, I think we are figuring out what is the role of local government in all of that. And I don't necessarily disagree with what you're saying. I also don't know how that becomes applicable. And so that is the conversation to be having. I think we have reached a point where technology is so intertwined and ingrained in everything that we're doing, and it is really hard to do any kind of green tech, ed tech, health tech innovation without somehow wrapping around into other innovation that I am not a fan of. And so, I think we are all trying to kind of figure out where that lands us. I think, Ms. Webster, on your specific comments around the payment to Amazon, the way that Arlington has created this economic development agreement in 2019 with Amazon is that it is a proportion of the increased TOT tax on the fiscal year. So we have a base year of 2019. Anything above that, it is 15% of the amount above that amount. And so the amount paid in September was for the fiscal year prior. If TOT is down as much as it is down currently, I do not anticipate Amazon will get any more money from Arlington County from TOT. But it is based on an indicator formula, basically. So it is a non-discretionary part of the agreement. And I think, that will just continue to be depending on the economy. And on Crystal House, I specifically have been very directly involved in talking to the residents and working with the Tenant Landlord Commission and our housing staff to try and get what is going on in Crystal House resolved. They have had some changeover in management. They have had a lot of things going on. And we, unfortunately, as a county, do not have a financial stake in that part of Crystal House development, the new buildings that are going to be hopefully built. We do have a financial stake in and we can more directly intervene in, but because these are private entities, it's a little harder, and so it's a lot more soft power trying to sit down with management, get them to explain to us what's going on. And so we've been having those conversations, and I think improvement is slow, but it is on our radar, and it is something that if there are new things bubbling up, I would love to hear about more. I think on Spark, yes, we have agreed. We will have a letter for you. Our legislative liaison down in Richmond is also aware. The budget will come out Sunday, so we all have a lot riding on that this year. So, but thank you for your advocacy and for the program that you run. Let's see. On ICE, I think Mr. DeFranti mentioned 287G. There's also legislation moving through the General Assembly that would explicitly prevent any locality in Virginia from entering into a 287G agreement. I am hopeful that that will pass. I have been advocating to our members of the General Assembly, and I hope that you will as well, to make sure that statutorily that is not allowed in Virginia. There is no requirement that we collaborate or support or allow what is going on. There is no requirement that local government carries out what the federal government wants. And that will continue to be our position. I have no intention of changing that. I do not believe that this board does as well. Let's see, you talked to that. Comp plan, Ms. Bodine, I think I understand that you've discovered something, frankly, that we did not know about. We are going to be checking all of our paper records. What seems to be the case, I know you said that we have wiped the website of any mention of this, and I think that that implies a level of intentionality that is unfair to our staff and is unreasonable. From what we have preliminarily seen, it feels like this is perhaps a records digitization issue, because we can see the 1960s and then we can see 1996 when the website was launched, and then there's a lot of paper records in between. And so we just ask your patience. Searching paper records is not the easiest process, and it's also not the cleanest set of records that has ever existed. And I'll let Ms. Cunningham speak more to that in a moment. And yeah, I think just to kind of wrap on the fear of ICE in the community, we went through this process that Danny, one of the earlier speakers, mentioned around the trust policy. I think you're absolutely right. People are terrified. We are terrified. We are constantly working with our public safety officials to try and be as ready as is humanly possible for whatever could happen. I think that the box of terrible things that we thought could ever happen just keeps getting bigger, and there are more and more possible terrible things than yesterday that are on the table. And so we are thinking about it, especially when it comes to things around public safety. Some of what we are planning as far as how to keep the public safe are not things we can always share, because it is law enforcement and it is public safety. But I hope, that you all can trust that we are having these conversations and we are thinking through how best to keep our residents safe, regardless of their immigration status, regardless of if they live here, work here, passing through here. Everyone should feel safe, and that is our goal.
Thank you, Ms. Coffey, and thank you for subtly responding to you, Ms. Webster. My apologies. I will send it to Ms. Cunningham. I would say that while not loving to share where there's distance or disagreement, I don't claim to believe in every piece of Amazon as a company, but I will say that I think the partnership has deeply served Arlington well. They have contributed beyond $350 million in affordable housing funding, beyond what our ordinances require. And so I just think it's important to name that in this, and they support AFAC and a lot of causes that are critical to our most vulnerable. I'm not going to claim that I can, in the specificity of Alabama, I'm pro-union, and so I supported the organizing that was going on there. I won't editorialize more, but I do think it's important to try to be honest with you about where I stand and where I believe our colleagues have stood. I do think it is critically important what Ms. Coffey said, that prospectively, if TOT is down, they won't get anything, and they didn't get anything under our partnership agreement for 4 years, I believe. While they were contributing that $350 million in affordable housing, they also supported the Arlington Community High School. They have been a good partner, and I won't claim to perfection. I don't know that there's much perfection in the world in general from humans or corporations or organizations. I do believe we should change federal tax law so that they should pay increased income taxes for sure. Ms. Cunningham.
Yes, I just wanted to respond to Ms. Powers' note about upholding the Constitution. Just want to reiterate, several of us have the Constitution sitting on our desk to remind us of that. And we've all been polishing up on all the amendments here lately because so many of them appear to be skating on the edge or tipping over. So thank you for holding that up, and know that we do as well. Ms. Bodine, I tried to give you a call this week and didn't get through, but as often, our community advocates sometimes find things that we missed. So thank you for bringing that to our attention. There is a letter working its way to you, but we wanted to make sure, as Ms. Coffey said, that it is as right as possible. And we will be updating the website to reflect what you discovered. It does appear to be just a mistake And I'm sure there's all sorts of stories between the 60s and the 90s that maybe some people in this room or beyond would know, but we are digging through the paper files to try to at least understand how it happened as well as to remedy it. So thank you for that. And then Mr. Matskin, you picked a very good day to come because I think we are going to spend a great deal of the next item talking about trees. So we have many of our fabulous tree stewards and experts here in the room today. It's a really, really important part of our community, from heat to equity to stormwater to just livability. And so we recognize that we have had some restrictions that, particularly on our by right projects, have enabled more trees to go away than really is reasonable. Many are working hard in Richmond to try to make that easier going forward. It's not been easy, and we didn't get everything we wanted this year. But we will keep working on that. And then I just want to draw your attention and everyone's to the low residential study. We will be getting an update on Tuesday, and we will be, as a board, looking at how do we move forward to better balance on those by right single-family lots or low residential lots, how we balance stormwater, trees, and the need for buildings over time to serve people. So really, really important topic and not an easy one, but thank you for continuing to raise it. And I'll hand it over.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. I don't know who was first. I'll go to Mr. Spain with your indulgence, Mr. Carantonis. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. And good morning to everyone. Amazing audience. Sometimes we get, 15, 20 people on a Saturday morning. Today it looks like it's well at 100. But where I'm going to start at this morning is first to the comments that came in from A4D, Arlington for Palestine. And again, I'm very appreciative of the work we've been able to do together over the past year or so of me being on the board alongside our colleagues. Do we have a long way to go? Yes. But as your liaison from the county board to Arlington Economic Development, I think we're moving the needle in more ways than one, quite honestly. As we think about the art of the possible and where Arlington may be able to land, I know for certain that there's a number of municipalities, counties across America that have taken position either by policy or by resolution in some level of divestment. Whether you're talking about Alameda County in California, Northampton, Massachusetts, Iowa City, Iowa, Medford, Massachusetts, Portland, Maine, Dearborn, Michigan, Lucas City, Ohio, Richmond, and Haywood, California. So can this happen? Yes, it can happen. It's possible. I think there has to be a sincere willingness and an understanding of the moment we're in, the location we're in, and do some level of cost-benefit analysis. But at the end of the day, and from the human rights lens and where I stand, anything that we do that can be correlated to harm, death of innocent people is concerning. We should not want that on anyone. So I think we're going to work over in the coming months, especially when we get post-budget and CIP, collectively see how much more we can do. You've had conversations with our AED team, and so we're receptive to a lot. We've talked to our county manager. We're also working internally, perhaps, on some ethics policies here. So let's keep at it, and thank you. John, thank you, John, for coming here with us today. John from Arlington Presbyterian. I've been knowing you for a number of years, and I see Pastor Goff back there in the back. Don't go to sleep on us, Pastor. But let me just say this real quick about faith in housing, because that's the context by which I think you're coming to us today. I think, past behavior is indicative, or some would say predictive, of future behaviors in anyone. So when you think about faith in housing, you think about trust and confidence in a housing system. I've said it publicly. Housing fundamentally to me is a human and civil right. And I believe, quite honestly, that in this time, more so than any other time, that we need to seize the moment. not only locally, but also across our Commonwealth to do new things. Because status quo idealism will get us nowhere. And there's nuance to policy shaping, trust me. But you got to look at the end of the day, when our homelessness rates are going up, when young early career professionals and renters can't find a place to live, when wages are stagnating, and so many other things are going on, we got to figure out, at the end of the day, do people have a place to live? And a lot of times that's not happening. We're seeing mass disbursement in folks here in Arlington that are being displaced and having to move to other locales to live. Those are like the brain trust of our region. And if they can't live here, they're going to go elsewhere. So we need to lift up hell and high water to figure out how to get to yes on housing. And I think we will do that in many ways. I want to say something about ICE kind of broadly, and I have the utmost respect for Professor Wine. And many of you know I served in the military, I served in combat, been in government, worked in the Pentagon. In my opinion right now, ICE is out of control. They're out of control from the top down. And yes, we've moved the needle and not working alongside them in many ways outside of serious felony type issues. We're going to do what we have to do to uphold the law. But right now they're rogue and they are harming our community. And, I take that oath, that promise that I raised my hand many times before I came on the board to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. And you have my utmost commitment that we're going to do everything in our power here to protect what Arlingtonians have earned. Mass agents showing up, unannounced, no names, no accountability. We have to be prepared for that. And what I can tell you in this moment is that we are having conversations, not only in the county board, but in the government, because we don't want what happened in other parts of our nation to happen here. But if it does happen, we need to be ready. So with that being said, I'll leave it at that. We're in a time that I never thought we would be in. And lastly, Spark. Thank you, Debbie. Thank you, Honorable, and the entire Spark team for being here today. I've said this before. Persons with disabilities, my friends, have some of the highest unemployment rates, if not the highest in our nation. They are also the same cohort of folks who don't get the same level of opportunity in the workforce. And the programs like Spark and many others that are going on in our community set a high standard for others to emulate. So I would employ and ask you, if you have not already done so, to find programs like Spark to be a part of. We've been to many of these programs, and I tell you, they open their arms and they want to see us. So if you have fellowship programs, if you have workforce programs, businesses in Arlington, you should open your doors and seize the moment, because I'll tell you right now, we're leaving too many of them behind. And I hope that this legislation and these appropriations that we have going on down in Richmond this cycle will make its way through, and that we here in Arlington find a way to work more closely together with organizations like Spark through our CSB, where I know Susan Cunningham, our colleague, is leading that. But we're all about working together in unity, peaceful and harmonic, all right? So with that being said, Mr. Chair, thank you so much. Everyone here today, I know you could have been anywhere, but you're excited to be here. I know everyone's here not here just for the Lecky Gardens, right? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. I'll just add briefly that it's very important that you are here, not only the advocates, but also those directly impacted, because there's a saying within the differing abilities communities, nothing about us without us. And the policies are different if folks are in the room, and that's broadly true. Mr. Carantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will try not to add to the famous everybody has said, everything is said, but not everybody said that. So a couple of notes. First of all, Mr. Etherton, thank you so much for coming to remind us that we as a community were progressive enough and had the foresight to create spaces that create housing in a fast, meeting the need in a fast, adequate, and inclusive way. You mentioned specifically the form-based code, something that we have applied 20-something years ago, 22 years ago, that was doing exactly what today is still controversial in Virginia, whether, you know, we have to find ways to simplify the march through instances, to not let zoning and zoning wars dilute, put obstacles and make housing so difficult. And APC is a glaring example of success. We can really show to everybody that it works. We can have regulations that can get an entitlement on a building that houses people, because the building is not the issue, the people is the issue. We can get it done in as fast as 6 months. This was our wish. We got it like in a year. Now it's a year or so, but definitely not 3 or 4 years that is with everybody else. So what is now the discussion, and met with a lot of consternation and fear by a lot of people across the Commonwealth, we can actually show them that it works fine and it's workable. And it serves not only the communities who need it in the first place, but also the communities who need it in a very qualified place, like the communities of people with disabilities, or I call them people with special abilities, right? Because to add to my colleague, Mr. Spain, yes, integration is something that in our culture we haven't fostered. We are not good at integrating people with special abilities. We always try to create niches, places where we ask for the charitable acceptance of these. This is not integration. This is just landing in a soft place and parking people outside of our society. This is not what I am advocating for. I am advocating for full equal rights integration. And that's really tough. And it's not accomplished for a vast number of communities in the United States. There are very, very, very few good examples. What I am deeply thankful for Spark and all, and you know, our Stomping Ground, et cetera, all these advocates, is that they keep this issue in front of us and remind us that this needs to be addressed. And it reminds the entire society, not only the government, but also companies and other societal partners. To strike a bridge to the other question that came up today, which is how do we position ourselves as a community, as a local government, to the growing and very concerning issue of corporate responsibility, social responsibility in America today? Because we heard a lot about, Amazon and a ton of other companies, et cetera. I do believe that as a society we're having right now a very, very deep discussion about this. And this is not about events that are happening outside our country. This is about events that are happening inside our country. The discussion about the surveillance state, the discussion about the enabling culture and the enabling the lack of legislation, of legislative regulation, the discussion about what the political changes should be that change that. This discussion is an ongoing and national discussion. I would agree with Ms. Coffey, with my colleague Ms. Coffey, that I'm not so sure that this is the best place to discuss that or to do something about that. But elections matter, and they're coming up. And please remember that this is an issue that is only solvable in a democracy by people who vote in the direction of their beliefs here. So and that's important to stress. The Constitution can get us so far. Elections need to get us to the actual result. And that applies also to the degree we, as a society, we accepted places like Farmville. Farmville has been with us for way too long. It's a private enterprise. It's a detention camp, basically. And we have been denouncing that, but also tolerating that for more than a decade. Actually, even against the wishes of the actual residents of Farmville. So thank you for caring so much for that. But again, this is what we vote when we vote for Congress and when we vote in the Virginia elections for the General Assembly. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. So now we're going to shift. Those of you who came on Spark, you're welcome to stay, but if I were you, I would not. Those who came for public comment, you're welcome to stay, but usually this is a shift change. And so I don't mind if you shuffle out or run out, whatever you want to do. You don't have to rush out. But I would also ask if those in the back who are here on Lecky Gardens broadly would come forward. It's nice to have a conversation where we're not us way up here and you guys are way in the back. I leave that to you to determine what to do. But please do come forward if you're willing. That will benefit us all for a better conversation marginally, I believe. Before we get to Lecky Gardens, we have other business, which is the consent agenda. So, Mr. Clerk, do we have any items that have been pulled from the consent agenda?
There are no items that have been pulled.
As a result, I move that the county board adopt the county manager's recommendation for all items on the consent agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Karantonis. All in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Aye. That's all 5 board members, I believe. Any opposed? No. As a result, the consent agenda passes. The board just voted to approve the consent agenda, which includes minor site plan amendments, use permit requests, ordinance amendments, requests to advertise, and more. These items were put on the consent agenda because they were considered non-controversial, but that does not mean that they are not important. So I want to take a few minutes to highlight several items very briefly. We're running about 3 minutes late in my estimate, so I'm going to try and be succinct. Item 9, which is the next slide, is updates to the courthouse elevator. The Arlington County Board approved the awarding of a contract for phase 1 of the courthouse elevator modernization project. That's across the way, across the parking lot for our judicial system, our judges, our courts, and our detention facility. The phase will modernize 8 of the 12 existing elevators in the building that were originally installed 34 years ago. That's reasonable to replace. These upgrades will allow for more timely repairs and access to parts, minimizing the likelihood of disruption to the important services of the courthouse building. Next slide. We have all, my house included, or at least we're all aware of the infrastructure issues that are present in the snow concrete storm of 2026. And snowcrete has been a real thing and thankfully is almost gone, but we have to invest in our infrastructure. The awarding of a contract for the construction of an 8-inch water main along North Jackson Street is such an investment. Water mains in these streets were installed in 1928. At the end of their service life, the project will replace 1.10, that's just over a mile of water main, which will improve fire flow capacity and service demands in the neighborhood. Next slide. A memorandum of agreement with the Arlington Historical Society. Ms. Cunningham referred to carrying and having close a copy of the Constitution. What an appropriate thing to do. I have one in my briefcase. I don't read it, pull it out as often as I would like, but it is so important. Our history involves disagreement and moving through disagreement and slowly moving forward. So we are honoring the 250th anniversary of Virginia as well as the country. And this number 12, we agreed to a memorandum of agreement with the Arlington Historical Society in order to do that. There will be a festival held on Saturday, May 9th, 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. at Kenmore Middle School. For more information, please visit the Historical Society website, arlhist.org. Next slide. Quality childcare grant with agreement with Two Birds. We took $5 million invested in childcare a number of years ago, and this is a way to appropriate, and we have appropriated some of that money for Two Birds Child Care Center, which is at 1100 Glebe Road. It increases the award by $325,000 to support construction and opening of a new child care facility in Arlington. I'm partial to that because I got 2 kids under 2.5. There will be supported original funding via NOFA that was already there. Next item, I'm thrilled to share progress, not perfection, but progress in an MOU with Solar United Neighbors, marketing and outreach support for a new heat pump cooperative program in 2026. Heat pumps are the next stage. Solar panels are good. Heat pumps are good too. The MOU formalizes the collaboration, extends outreach at no cost to the county. That's our consent agenda. We are set to go on. We are ready to move to our regular agenda. Mr. Clerk, please call the first item.
Of course, a moment, please. Sorry about that. Item number 23 is our first regular agenda item. It's Lecky Gardens at 2031 North Woodrow Street. It's a 3-part item. Part A is a general land use plan amendment to change the land use designation from low medium residential to low office apartment hotel located at 2031 North Woodrow. Part B is a rezoning from RA 8-18 multiple family dwelling district to C-0-1.5 mixed use zoning district, again located at 2031 North Woodrow. And Part C of this item is the site plan at number 482 to construct an 11-story residential building with 249 committed affordable residential units, again located at 2031 North Woodrow.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Over to you, Mr. Manager, for the staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With me this morning is Chrissy Walentish, Sergio Rocochia, and we have Anthony Fusarelli with us, and Vincent Verwey is going to be available virtually if we have any need for discussion on tree issues. So I'm going to turn it over to Chrissy.
Thank you. Chrissy, Ms. Walentish.
Hello. Good morning. Yes, just give me one moment. I'll bring up my presentation. Okay, good morning, Chair DeFerranti and members of the board. Again, for the record, my name is Chrissy Walentish. I'm with the Department of Community Planning, Housing, and Development, and we are here bringing forward the Lecky Garden Site Plan Project. So the site is located at 2031 North Woodrow Street. It's within the Waverly Hills Civic Association. It is bound by garden apartments and multifamily buildings to the east and west, and single-family homes to the south, and the Lee Heights Shopping Center is located to the north. It is currently developed with 2 4-story garden apartment buildings, and they contain 40 units. Here's a view at existing conditions. We do want you to note the steep grade change from north to south. And then on 21st Street North, that's on the site's northern frontage, that is a private street, and it's owned by the Lee Heights Shops. It currently acts as a back drive aisle for their surface parking lot. This site is located within the boundaries of the Langston Boulevard area plan, and we'll look at some of its conformance with that on subsequent slides. So the applications at hand are a general land use plan amendment to change the land use designation from low medium residential to low office apartment hotel, a rezoning from RA 818 to CO 1.5, and a site plan to construct an 11-story residential building with 249 committed affordable units. Looking a little closer at the site plan, again, it's an 11-story building, 249 committed affordable housing units. They're also providing a greenway for tree preservation and plantings and stormwater mitigation on their southern border of the site, and an underground parking garage will contain 218 parking spaces. Here's another look at the proposed building as well as the site design. You can see there's an interior courtyard with a playground in the middle of the building, and then of course that greenway is to the south there. Looking at land use and density, the project does conform with the area plan's guidance, which recommends a multifamily building in this location. And then looking at the density tabulations, their proposed density in units per acre is 183 units per acre for a total of 249 units. And then in the affordable unit mix, you will note that there are a significant number of larger sized bedrooms, and that's to accommodate for families. So there are 180 units that are above, that are 2-bedroom or above or larger. On building height, this slide shows you some of the guidance from the plan. So it's important to note here that the plan has 2 types of measurements for building height and 2 tools that can be utilized. The first is the map, which is on the left. You can see the recommended building height for this site goes up to 10 stories, then tapers down to 7, then to 5 stories. And then we also have the maximum building height in feet. And this is important because it is to provide varied skyline, diversify architecture, and reflect context-sensitive design for each project. And for the Lecky Garden site, that's important because we do have that steep grade change, so it's important to keep that in mind, that the area plan did accommodate for situations like this. So the proposed building height is technically 11 stories. That is due to a technicality with how building height is measured in the zoning ordinance. So we do have to count one of their parking levels as an additional above-grade story. But if you're looking at the building, especially from Langston Boulevard, it does only read as a 10-story building. They do have to then request a modification for building height because the CO 1.5 zoning district only permits 10 stories. Looking at building form, you can see the applicant has proposed a building that is tapered in accordance with the area plan's guidance. The guidance is shown on the left, the building tapering is shown on the right. Here's a closer look at the site's southern frontage. So this is 20th Road North. We do want to call out that the above grade levels that you're seeing here are levels 1 through 4 of the building. You are seeing exposed parking here because of the grade change. So not only does the site slope from north to south, it also slopes from west to east. So you do see some exposed parking, but again, that's just because of the grade change. If this were a flat parcel, you would not see any of the parking from this frontage. You would only see those 4 stories. But because of the grade and the topography, you are seeing some of that parking on 20th Road North. Looking at streetscapes, the project does conform with the guidance from the area plan and the master transportation plan on all the frontages. And for parking, as I mentioned, they are providing a 2-level underground parking garage accessible from North Woodrow Street. They are requesting a parking ratio reduction from 1.125 spaces down to 0.82 spaces. We are supportive of this request based on the project type and proximity to transit options, as well as guidance from the master transportation plan, and also because they will be implementing a transportation demand management plan, which will help mitigate some of that request for the parking ratio reduction. For public space and environmental impacts, on the left you can see the public space network map where you can see a greenway with stormwater requirements is proposed on the site's southern frontage, which they are proposing. You can see in the plan view on the right that is the greenway. It is a variable width and it depends on where you're measuring from, but it is generally in conformance with the plan's design and size guidance. For stormwater mitigation, the greenway does help achieve those guidance in the plan because it provides overland relief. The applicant is also proposing a underwater detention vault, and they are proposing a new stormwater pipe within the public right-of-way. So they do achieve the plan guidance for stormwater. For tree canopy, we do note that the applicant is below the plan's recommended minimum guidance of 35%. Throughout the review of this project, we did originally think they were going to be able to meet that tree canopy coverage of 35%. However, we have determined, urban forestry staff has determined that one large oak tree in the greenway will not survive post-construction. So we've asked the applicant to take that out of their calculations, which takes their calculations down to about 27%. And we can talk about this more on subsequent slides and during discussion. But 27%, I will note, is not quite accurate or fair because that excludes any sort of replacement tree. So I just want to point that out now before we get into larger discussion about this tree. Okay, moving on to green building and sustainability. I wanted to note they are not participating in the green building incentive program because they're achieving their additional density via the provision of affordable housing. However, they are proposing LEED Silver. They were, and we will talk about that. Also the installation of Energy Star appliances and WaterSense fixtures, as well as energy reporting for 10 years, and then 10 EV-ready and 23 EV-capable parking spaces, which we will also talk about, and all-electric appliances. So I do want to call out that a request was received from the applicant yesterday to change some of their sustainability elements. So a supplemental report went out yesterday that captured some of it, but not all of it. So I do want to call out that they are actually now proposing Earthcraft Gold, but we need more time to assess that. We also need a couple other materials from the applicant in order to review that and write a proper condition. So this is the moving target a little bit here, but all in a good direction. So just want to call that out for you now. Okay, next I want to talk about a couple project elements and policy deviations to bring to your awareness. The first is the potential loss of the mature oak tree, which we discussed, and we'll look at more on the next slide, and the inability to count that toward the tree canopy coverage. The second is the placement of a transformer that's above grade. And the third is the retention of aerial utilities. Okay, so the loss of the mature oak tree, as I mentioned, the way this has happened because the proposed building is placed too close to the critical root zone and the structural root zone of this mature pin oak tree, which you can see in the image on the left. The urban forestry staff, as I mentioned, has determined that this tree will not survive post-construction. The applicant will tell you that they do believe it will survive. So they are going to attempt, their plans show that the tree is slated for preservation. And we do have condition language within standard site plan condition 7 that outlines the tree replacement process were this tree to die either during construction or 3 years after construction. Okay, and this is a photo of the above ground transformers. Our concern here is that they are located within the greenway. They're directly next to a building entrance, and they're also highly visible from the public right of way. By standard practice, we do not permit above ground transformers. It is in a standard site plan condition that we prohibit them, and the applicant looked to place these underground. So we flag this as an aspect of the project that is less than ideal from a design perspective and experience if you're a pedestrian. Okay, looking at aerial utilities, this one's a little complicated because we do note these two utility poles that are shown in this image are actually off-site. They are on private property, so this gets complicated. So they are technically on the site of the owner of the Lee Heights shops, and to date, the applicant has not been able to reach an agreement with that property owner, so we cannot require, the county cannot require that the applicant underground these two utility lines because they are on private property. However, we have added condition language to allow for the event if the applicant is able to reach an agreement with the adjacent property owner by the submission of their civil engineering plan that these will be undergrounded, and then the applicant will place street trees in their stead. Okay, looking at site plan features and improvements, the project will deliver new pavement, sidewalk, curb, and gutter on street frontages, as well as streetscape and landscape improvements. Affordable housing contribution, which of course is the provision of on-site CAF units for this project. Public art contribution, utility fund contribution, sustainable design elements implemented, a transportation demand management program participation, and provision of in-building first responder network. So these are all standard conditions that typical site plan projects must provide. Looking at the requested use modifications, they are requesting a modification to permit additional density. They are requesting 151 units above the base in the CO 1.5 zoning district, and this is permitted via section 1559 because they are providing affordable housing, and staff does support this request. They're also requesting additional building height. As I mentioned, they do need to request 1 story in addition of height, but this is also supported by section 1559 and is supported by staff. They're also requesting a residential parking ratio reduction down to 0.82 spaces. The site is located in close proximity to transit options. The proposed parking is comparable to similar projects that have been approved and that we've analyzed, and the parking ratio reduction is supported and encouraged by the master transportation plan, so we are supportive of that as well. They are also requesting density exclusions in about 2,000 square feet, and that is for below-grade mechanical rooms. They do not affect the bulk mass height of the building and are consistent with the zoning administrator's guidance, so we support those as well. For proposed density, again, the base density is 98 units, and they are achieving 151 additional units via the provision of on-site committed affordable units for a total of 249 dwelling units. Looking at the public review process, we held SPRC events in October, November, and December of 2025. The project then moved on to advisory groups and commission meetings in January and February of this year. The Housing Commission and the Transportation Commission voted unanimously to approve the project, and the Planning Commission voted to approve the GLUP amendment and the rezoning on a vote unanimously, and then the site plan was approved on a vote of 9-2. There's also a motion for staff to consider best efforts for more inclusion on the SPRC, which we are reviewing and will discuss with the Planning Commission. In addition to these action items at these hearings, at these meetings from these commissions, we received letters from the FNRC, C2E2, and the PRC. Waverly Hills, they have acknowledged they are supportive of the affordable housing component of this project, but they have expressed concerns mostly around the building height and proposed parking and some other elements that are tangential to those two items. They believe the building height is out of scale with the neighborhood, and our response is that we believe it is in conformance with the area plan's guidance. I think there is concern there of how the Plan Lakes and Boulevard study first approved the overall height, but it is in conformance with the guidance. Proposed parking, they're also concerned about the parking ratio reduction down to 0.82 spaces per unit. We've heard from them that the on-street parking is already very strained in this area. And again, our response here is that we have looked at utilization studies from the applicant's transportation consultant, and we don't think that's from a lot of the Lucky Gardens current residents, and we do think it's sufficient based on the density, the building type, given the site's proximity to transit options. Parking ratio reductions, again, as I mentioned, are supported by the MTP for affordable housing projects. Okay, with that, we have received a lot of support for the project, and I believe you'll hear some public speakers today that are supportive of the affordable housing project and the size of units and what they are providing. And then I also did want to flag that the FNRC and the C2E2 have noted concerns regarding the loss of the tree. Conformance to policy goals and objectives. So generally, the project does conform with the guidance of the Langston Boulevard Area Plan, with the exception of the tree canopy coverage. And this next one is very important. They are providing 249 CAF units, which equates to 10% of the overall Langston Boulevard Area Plan affordable housing goal, which is to deliver 2,500 CAF units by 2040. So that's pretty significant because just one project is delivering that 10% for the entire corridor. The provision of family-sized CAF units with, again, 180 units that are over 2-bedroom or larger. They're providing greenway for stormwater mitigation and tree preservation, and their commitment to achieving green building certification of either LEED Gold or Earthcraft Gold, or LEED Silver or Earthcraft Gold. Okay, so as a refresher, the county board must find the 3 items to be true in order to approve a site plan project. First, that is, it is consistent with the Arlington County Comprehensive Plan and any applicable and relevant adopted county board plans and policies, and with the use permitted and use regulations of the district as set forth in the zoning ordinance, or as the same may be modified by the county board. 2, that it functionally relates to the other structures permitted in the district and will not be injurious or detrimental to the property or improvements in the neighborhood. And 3, is so designed and located that the public health, safety, and welfare will be promoted and protected. Staff finds these 3 items to be true, and therefore, we do recommend that you adopt the general land use plan amendment to change the designation from low medium residential to low office apartment hotel, adopt the rezoning from RA 818 to CO 1.5, and adopt the site plan to permit construction of an 11-story residential building with 249 committed affordable units and a parking ratio of 0.82 spaces per unit with modifications for additional density, additional building height, reduced parking ratio, density exclusions, and other modifications necessary to achieve the proposed development. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Valentish. Appreciate it. Next, we will turn to the applicant for their presentation. And I will note that we made up a little time. Thank you for being so succinct, and we'll turn it to you. Be fulsome. And I don't need to be here at 4 o'clock. So.
Good morning, Chair DeFerranti and members of the board. My name is Zach Williams. I'm a land use attorney with Venable, representing the applicant, True Ground Housing Partners. To kick us off today, I'm going to turn it over to Charles Sims.
Mr. Williams, it's a little different than styles in the past. I just want to lift up something that was Ms. Walentish mentioned. For everyone in the room, there's probably 10 people who know that it is likely that the final consideration of this is likely to be on Tuesday. Just for housekeeping, I want everybody to get to share their truths for sure. It's 11:10 right now. We're going to hear from the applicant. We're going to hear from our advisory groups. We're going to hear all the public speakers. Then we're going to take a 20-minute or 25-minute, we'll see, break for lunch, because considering the amendments and the issues in full happens best when we're not all hangry, to be honest. So then we will pick up around 1 o'clock. or 1 to 2, I would imagine, a fulsome discussion. We'll do everything. There is, as Ms. Walentish mentioned, the Earthcraft Gold requires some energy wizards, energy nerds, whatever you want to call them, to do some thinking. So in all likelihood, that will be considered, and final action on this item will be Tuesday, but that will be, all of the consideration will occur today. So you're welcome to stay, but I also want to give you context as you work through the day. Thanks for letting me interrupt.
Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to Charles Sims with True Ground Housing Partners to kick us off.
Good morning, members of the County Board. My name is Charles Sims. I'm a Director of Real Estate Development with True Ground Housing Partners and a resident of Arlington. True Ground is a mission-driven, nonprofit, affordable housing developer founded here in Arlington more than 35 years ago. Our mission is simple: to provide quality, affordable housing and resident services that give people a stable foundation to live their dreams. At the heart of our work is a belief that housing is not just shelter, it's a platform for opportunity, connection, and long-term community strength. Before speaking about the project itself, I want to thank county staff, the Planning Commission, and the many community members who have engaged thoughtfully throughout this process. Your time, feedback, and partnership have meaningfully shaped this proposal. We truly value the collaborative approach, and this project is stronger because of it. I also want to thank the surrounding community, our neighbors. Your questions, perspectives, and input have helped us refine this development. We approach this discussion with respect for that dialogue and with the shared goal of positively shaping this building for both current and future neighbors. At its core, this proposal is about people and community impact. If approved, this development will provide 249 permanently affordable homes for families who already contribute to the fabric of Arlington: working families, seniors, caregivers, and others who are increasingly priced out of the communities they serve. These homes represent stability, dignity, and the ability for families to remain close to schools, jobs, and support networks. Affordable housing at this scale benefits the entire community. Stable homes support our workforce, local businesses, and the surrounding neighborhood. They help ensure that Arlington remains diverse, inclusive, and vibrant, not just today, but for generations. True Ground is a long-term steward. We will own and operate this community for decades with a commitment to quality, responsible management, and continued partnership with the county and the neighborhood. Our success is measured not just by buildings delivered, but by the lasting positive impact these homes will have on families. We appreciate the board's leadership and seriousness in advancing affordable housing solutions, and we look forward to a thoughtful discussion this morning. We remain committed to working alongside the county and the community to deliver housing that reflects Arlington's values and creates meaningful, lasting benefit. Thank you.
So Ms. Walentish did a great job of introducing the project and going through all the details. In our presentation, we're going to hit some of the bigger issues that have come up, and knowing that some of these will be discussed during the remainder of the hearing. So this is a 249-unit all-affordable project, as you've heard, with 1, 2, 3, and 4-bedroom units. It will have 218 parking spaces with a 0.88 parking ratio, inclusive of the 12 visitor spaces, and 0.82 excluding the 12 visitor spaces. There will be 10 EV-ready spaces and 23 EV-capable spaces in the garage. The reason for that number is it represents 15% of the total parking in the garage. The massing is in compliance with the Langston Boulevard area plan, as are the setbacks and the buffer from the southern boundary of the site to provide a greenway and underground stormwater detention and overland relief. We believe we are meeting the 35% tree canopy coverage, and we'll talk more about that in a few minutes. And we are now committing to Earthcraft Gold, and we're also going to be providing a solar-ready building to provide a project that is future-proof for future issues. The building will also have a private courtyard and resident amenities, which we'll talk through here in a minute. So this is the community engagement slide. This represents community engagement on this specific application. The reality is we've been talking about this project and this location and this property for the better part of 5 years with the community. It was one of the most focused on sites during the Langston Boulevard area planning process, and we were very closely engaged in a dialogue with the local community, residents, Langston Boulevard Alliance, and other stakeholders to get to where we are today. That being said, throughout the course of the last 9-10 months, we have been meeting regularly with stakeholders, local community leaders, including Waverly Hills. We've been in touch with the Langston Boulevard Alliance repeatedly, consistently, and we've also met with the various commissions. We had the SPRCs, as you can see here on the slide. Chrissy did a great job of hitting this. Height was a huge issue during the planning process for this project, and it remained one during the review of this application. The fact is, height is very prescribed on this site by the Langston Boulevard Area Plan. It may be the most prescribed site from a height standpoint in the entire plan. And what I mean by that is we don't just have a typical 10, 7, 5 stories, but we have specific setbacks that we have to meet. We have significant grade change that impacts how height is counted. And we also have different ways of measuring height on the site. The site is measured one way along 3 sides of the property and another way along the southern boundary property line. So it's complicated, but we are meeting the plan guidance, and I think staff has already made that clear that they're supportive of that. So getting into these perspectives, the first thing I want to say is what you see here on the screen is not at all what we submitted when we submitted this application. We went back to the drawing board and completely redid these plans. There was significant feedback from the community and others that they just didn't like the design. While that is subjective, we took that feedback and we went back, we charged our architects to basically design a new building. And that's what you see here today. The design of the building, the coloring of the building, the shading, all changed, as well as the entrance. The entrance where you see it today, that's not where it was when we first submitted the project. It was a little bit off to the left side of the screen here. We moved it to that corner to make it a more characteristic monumental entrance and really bring the character of the building to the front. Now, there is an interim condition here, which we'll talk more about, which has to do with those utility poles. So, we don't want to be misleading. If those poles don't go underground, which is, we're willing to underground them, but we don't have the right to do so yet. That is how the building would look with the poles. We believe it's an interim condition because either they're going to come down as part of this project or they'll come down as part of the next project. They are on the Arlington Lee Heights Shops property today. So looking at the project from Woodrow Street, what I want to point out here is the entrance to the parking garage. This was not on the plans on Woodrow Street when we first submitted. We moved the entrance from Woodstock over to Woodrow directly in response to feedback from the Waverly Hills Civic Association. Folks just did not like the idea of those vehicle conflicts with pedestrians near Woodstock Park. We took that into account, redesigned our garage, redesigned our entrance, and put it on the other side of the street. So that was a pretty big change that was made, came out of the SPRC planning process. And you can also see to the right side of the screen here that greenway, as well as the tree that we'll be talking a lot about today. We'll see that on subsequent slides. This is looking at the site from Woodstock Park. And here you can really get a sense for the grade. The grade is moving from north to south as well as from west to east. So depending on how you look at this building, it looks like a different building. Every corner is different. Every vantage point is different from a height standpoint, from a massing standpoint, and you can really get the sense of that from this slide. But you also see the greenway. The greenway was something that was negotiated in the plan. It was a specific requirement for this site, and it really came out of the southern boundary of the new building staying aligned with the current boundary of the current buildings. And that's where they are today, and it provides a significant greenway for overland relief, greenery, stormwater detention. There's a stormwater pipe, and we'll get a little bit more into that as we go through the presentation. North Woodstock Street, you can really see here, we did a lot here in response to staff and the community to beautify the pedestrian experience. As I mentioned, what you see here today is not what we submitted at all. The changes that were made architecturally, you can see that the variation from the base level up to the residential level, that was something that was not there initially. We did that on purpose to create a better pedestrian experience. And we also added that green biophilia directly in response to the community to continue to shade, to screen, I should say, the parking garage level that comes out of the ground as you go down Woodstock Street. And you also get a sense for the streetscapes. Streetscapes are a big thing in the Langston Boulevard Area Plan, and this is going to be something that this project will be implementing. Moving down, at the corner of North Woodstock Street and 20th Road, this is the transformer, above-grade transformer that you heard a little bit about. This is where it'll be located. We'll talk more about this in a slide or two here, But just to highlight, there is decorative screening on that transformer. We worked with staff, even though staff wasn't happy about it. We did work with staff to beautify the screening there. And so what you're seeing today is a reflection of that. So talking about this transformer, this has been the subject of a lot of discussion on this site. And it's really, it's obviously a cost issue, but even more so, it's an engineering issue. And the reason for that is that this greenway is doing a lot. This greenway is providing overland relief. It's providing it has an existing stormwater pipe that you can see going down the greenway, that shaded pipe line, that's the stormwater pipe. It also has significant trees, which we've already talked a little bit about. Once we start undergrounding that transformer, this starts creating disturbances in that greenway. Some of those disturbances include getting very, very close to that pipe, so close that it threatens that storm source structural integrity. We are within the easement, we're already within the easement no matter what, to build out that underground transformer. It would also reduce our tree canopy even further. We'd lose another large tree. Even though we could plant back, we wouldn't be able to get to where we are today. And so it's really a question of trade-offs. I mentioned cost is not a non-factor. It would be over $1 million to underground that transformer. But I mentioned the other issues first because those are the bigger challenges. So we've looked at it. We've looked at if we could do it, if it was feasible. It's really challenging, and it's not clear it could even be done while also ensuring all of those other important priorities in that greenway area. Turning to North Woodrow and 20th Road, what I want to call out here is you can see there's a little notch in the building there at the corner. That was a change that was made recently to ensure that that building is not within that 5-foot easement area of the pipe. The county asked us to make sure we move the building out of that area. This just gets back to my point about the transformer. So we did that. We notched the building to make sure that none of the building footprint will be within that 5-foot area of the pipe. Also added the bench that you can see there. There's residential amenities at the corner there to activate the corner. And you get a sense also for the screening and the pedestrian experience in this area of the site. So I'll go through these levels quickly. This is just the parking garage, showing the parking garage, the 2 levels, then getting up on level 1 to the residential units. So what's interesting about this is as you go up, the residential floor plate shrinks because of the stepping, and you can get a sense for that here. The only portion of the site that's 10 stories is just that northern portion of the site. You start stepping down pretty quickly from there, and you can see how the units are laid out on this slide. Here's our landscape plan. This shows the trees and the greenway, and we already talked about the transformer. But note also the interior courtyard. That's going to include a playground with your typical soft surface material that we're used to nowadays. It's going to include a plaza. It's going to include trees, greenery, landscaping for purposes of the residential experience. All around the site, you're going to have greenery. You're going to have existing and new trees and plantings. Now, I do want to highlight tree 13. That's the one that we'll be talking about today. That's the very large tree at the southern portion of the site at Woodrow and 20th Road. That's the one that we think we're going to be able to maintain. And staff's position is that they don't think we'll be able to maintain it, so they're not letting us count it. As you can see, it's very, very large. Even if it were to come down, we wouldn't be able to replace it, is the issue. And so this is something that it's in our interest to maintain it. We think we can maintain it. We've got a plan to keep it alive. And if we can keep it alive, we'll be meeting that very ambitious 35% tree canopy under the Langston Boulevard area plan. So you can see here our plan. There's a lot of words on this slide. We have our landscape architect here to talk more about this if there are questions. But we've got a very detailed plan. We've looked at this. We believe we can keep this tree alive. We fully intend to keep it alive. And if we can keep it alive, like I said, we'll be meeting that important, ambitious goal in the plan. If we can't, we have a replacement plan. And so we'll replace with new trees. We can't physically get back to that canopy coverage because that existing tree is just the age and the size of it is so large. But we can get close. We can get just under 30%, and then we can contribute to the tree fund for the remaining deficit. Parking was a big issue during the SPRC process. This was something we really had to come armed with facts, armed with details to get folks comfortable with this parking ratio. Folks were not comfortable with this parking ratio, and so we had to go, we did a study, we looked at other true ground residences similar to this one in terms of proximity to Metro, and we also looked at the existing Lucky site to understand what's the parking utilization. We found that across these other sites, which are listed here, the average utilization is about a 0.76 cars parked per unit. And as I mentioned, Lucky's going to be 0.88 with visitor spaces 0.82, excluding those spaces. So we're above the average. But more importantly, Lucky Gardens itself is under that average. It's 0.70. Despite having 44 parking spaces at max occupancy, we only were counting 28. And we did that count during multiple times in the evening when you would expect this parking lot to be full. We have pictures here showing that, and this has been corroborated by others in the community that have said, yeah, we went out there too, and you're right, we didn't think that was the case, but it turns out it is. And so we know, based on the actual use of parking at this site and other equivalent sites in the True Ground community, that this parking ratio will be appropriate, and it will provide what will be needed for the community here. And that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. I saw 60 slides, and I'm glad that we got to hear 20 at this stage.
Those are for later.
I do feel as though exchanges and questions is the best way to elicit further information. Next, we'll hear from our advisory groups, and I think that begins with our Planning Commission, and that starts with Ms. Guevara, excuse me. And you can just join us if you want from the podium, or just sit at one of those seats right there.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and board members. My name is Karen Guevara, and I'm here to represent the Planning Commission. While we recommend the approval of this project, as it will add much-needed affordable housing in the county, many commissioners felt that the applicant fell short on a few issues. Architecture. Many felt the building was not aesthetically pleasing and could have been designed to look more like market-rate housing. Just because this is an affordable housing project doesn't mean that it needs to look like it, and we need to respect residents who are living there to make sure that they felt welcome. Building height. While many understood neighbor concerns about the height and a height they're not accustomed to, the sentiment was that the contribution to affordable housing this project will provide was a priority. Transportation. Concerns were raised regarding how this site will translate to the already congested Langston Boulevard network. More issues were raised about the safety of new residents, especially children, with an unprotected bike lane. Parking. We had questions about parking adequacy so as to not overflow the neighborhood. Applicant was questioned how they plan to address it if it becomes a problem. However, we noted that the increase to 8.2 parking ratio is actually an improvement to the current conditions. We also wondered why there was obviously a lot of community concern about parking. However, our sense was that we need to prioritize people over parking, and we need to make that clear. Let's see. Tree canopy and sustainability. There was support expressed for trees, biophilia, and nature, and we felt that the applicant was falling short in their sustainability design. We also questioned the applicant on why their thoughts on successful conservation of the pin oak tree differed from staff's. The applicant was strongly encouraged to make every effort to conserve the tree, as well as incorporating native trees and species versus non-native cultivars. Some opined the need for more open space, while others shared disappointment about the proposed sustainability design. Bird-friendly glass. While the applicant isn't participating in the GBIP, so are not required to provide it, they were strongly encouraged to look for alternatives to help alleviate bird strikes. The last thing residents who are in affordable housing unit need is to see dead birds. SPRC composition. We question how the process missed having a representative from the current residents at the SPRC table. As you will see in our report, it was the sense of the commission that that should have been available, and a motion was made and passed. Affordability. We question why there weren't more units at 30% AMI and just at the 60% AMI that are usually provided. We wondered if there were some units at 80% AMI, perhaps that would have allowed for more 30% AMI units. And overall, we are supportive of the project, but I do want you guys to note some of the issues that we had because it's very important. Here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Guevara. Appreciate the written report as well. There was a lot of detail that reflected some of the questions that you had. It made me grateful for our planning commissioners, but not necessarily envious of the amount of work you do. But please stay close. We will have questions. Next, I believe we'll hear from our Housing Commission, Mr. Ventrone.
Good late morning, Chairman DeFerranti and members of the County Board. My name is Joe Ventrone. I'm speaking on behalf of the Arlington County Housing Commission in strong support of the proposed redevelopment of Lucky Gardens. This project represents a transformative investment in Arlington's future of meeting our affordable housing goals. The proposal would replace 40 aging units with a new 10-story building delivering 249 units of 100% committed affordable housing. Every one of these homes will be affordable to households earning between 30 and 60% of area median income, with hopefully deeper affordability included at the 30 and 50% AMI. This is not incremental change. This is generational commitment. Importantly, this development is in a high opportunity area, transit accessible, near shopping, parks, community amenities. The Housing Commission believes deeply that affordable housing must not be confined to limited geographies. Families of modest means deserve access to Arlington's strongest schools, transit corridors, and economic opportunity. This project delivers precisely that. It is also significant that this is the first site plan proposed and designed under the Langston Boulevard Area Plan adopted in 2023. Many of LPAP's housing goals are being realized here, increasing multifamily housing supply, replacing existing units with deeper affordability, promoting larger family-size units, and advancing sustainability design standards. Of the 249 units, 143 are 2 bedrooms, 35 are 3 bedrooms, and 2 are 4-bedroom homes. This reflects a serious commitment to families, not just studios and 1 bedroom, but homes where children can grow and thrive. The Commission also appreciates the relocation and right to return commitment for current residents during redevelopment, preserving commitment stability with upgrading housing quality, which is critical. As president of the North Roslyn Civic Association, I would also like to acknowledge the concerns raised by the Waverly Hills Civic Association. While they have expressed overall support for the development, they also have identified several outstanding issues. Although, as we heard from Mr. Williams, many of those concerns that they raised throughout the 5-year period have already been addressed. I would hope that these matters can and should be addressed through continued collaboration among the applicant, county staff, neighboring residents, and community stakeholders. Arlington has a strong and successful history of resolving site-specific concerns while remaining aligned on shared community goals. I am quite confident that that same spirit of partnership and problem-solving will guide this project forward. In closing, this project is more than a building. It is one of the first 100% affordable redevelopments in a high-opportunity Langston Boulevard location, the first project advancing the vision of the Langston Boulevard Area Plan, a substantial expansion of committed affordable housing, and a reaffirmation that Arlington remains committed to inclusive growth. For these reasons, the Housing Commission strongly recommends approval of the Affordable Housing Program and supports this redevelopment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ventrone, for the thoughtful and well-organized summary of Housing Commission's thoughts and the Commission's views. Stay close, we may have questions. Very much appreciate that. Our next speaker is Joan McIntyre with C2E2, I believe. C2E2 represented? Is it, Cindy may be speaking, is she virtual? Personal capacity. Is there a representative of our C2E2 commission here virtually or in person? I mean, virtually or in person?
May not be, that may be a misunderstanding. I believe Mr. Robert Benson with Forestry and Natural Resources may be in attendance.
Yes. Come on forward. We'll go with you first, and we'll clear up if there's a C2E2 representative here. And if there's not, we know we will hear on the environment, and we already got a letter. So yes, go ahead, Mr. Benson.
Great, thank you. Good morning. I'm Bob Benson. I'm speaking on behalf of the Forestry and Natural Resources Commission. You all have our letter with recommendations to improve the tree design of this project. I talked about those points at the Planning Commission and at the 2 site plan review meetings. I want to start with FNRC's standard reminder that Arlington falls well short of its 40% tree canopy goal as set forth in our Forestry and Natural Resources Plan. In fact, we are losing ground on private property development. When it comes to site plans like Lucky Gardens, every tree counts. And trees that exist now are important to preserve. I think that's a position that my commission comes back to again and again. Conservation first, replacement only if it's absolutely necessary. The FNRC supports the original goal of this site plan to hit the 35% Langston canopy target and conserve some existing trees. This will benefit the low and moderate income residents, the families who will call this neighborhood home. We want shade for them, not heat islands. However, my commission is concerned that our recommendations have not been seriously addressed by the development team, even though they are widely shared by neighboring civic associations and other commissions. In a nutshell, those recommendations are: 1, conserve the trees along 20th Road, including that very large mature oak. We know now that the oak tree will be severely impacted and probably not survive if the design is not adjusted to allow for better root protection. This is according to the county's own urban forestry staff experts. The loss of that tree will drop the tree canopy coverage to only 27%. We feel that a small adjustment in the building footprint would greatly improve the odds of that tree surviving. We note that only if they have to plant replacement trees, the project would still only reach 29%. That is not close to 35, contrary to what we just heard from the development team. That still falls well short of what we need on this site. I want to note that the FNRC prefers creative design to conserve existing trees wherever possible and to provide shade benefits from day one when the project is completed. Second recommendation, bury the power lines on 21st Street. We have a golden opportunity to do that with this project. My commission believes that the county, the staff, should facilitate discussions to enable the parties to get to yes on burying those lines, so we can plant taller trees from the get-go and reduce the heat island impacts in that heavily paved location. Third recommendation, plant more street trees with an 8-foot tree planting strip, not 6 feet as in the current plan. This seems like a little, but it's significant in terms of survival of the trees. This greater width is recommended in national tree planting standards, the ANSI 300 standards, and would help enable that native shade trees would be planted to reach their full shade-producing potential, not keeping our fingers crossed that replacement trees, smaller trees, will survive. Importantly, it will provide residents and neighbors with a tree canopy that they deserve along that northern border of the project. The FNRC also recommends the installation of bird-friendly glass at this site, which is located near known bird flight corridors. And we also support the achievement of LEED Gold status. Remember, tree canopy and open space all count toward a LEED rating. I have one last point. My commission is concerned that we have made these comments over and over, but nothing has changed. I can tell you, after sitting in hours of site plan meetings for this project, nothing has changed. The fact that this project has the essential goal of affordable housing should not enable the developer to cut corners when it comes to the natural elements of this design. The FNRC recommendations will not result in the loss of affordable units. The priority goals of affordable housing and tree canopy are complementary goals. That is a policy position that my commission has supported, that we've represented in discussions down in Richmond with legislators. Affordable housing is not at odds with tree canopy. They are complementary because the people who live there need the canopy to have a good quality of life once the building is built. So the FNRC asked the county board to require that these widely held recommendations be fully addressed as a condition of approval. This requirement will ensure a healthy and green setting for the people who live in the building and in this neighborhood. We owe it to them not to cut corners on tree plantings and landscaping. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Benson. Stay close, we may also have questions. I believe that concludes our advisory groups. We will next move to public comment on this item. Mr. Kushner, would you call our first public comment speakers?
Yes, of course. Our first speaker on this item is Mr. John Musso, followed by Becca Datert.
Mr. Musso.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the County Board. John Musso, Government Affairs Manager at the Arlington Chamber of Commerce. On behalf of the Chamber, I wish to express our support for the Glup Amendment, rezoning, and site plan amendment contingent with this project. We believe that this proposal before you all is a tremendous advance in both the goals of the Langston Boulevard Area Plan and the Affordable Housing Master Plan, and really complement the vision that we have both the county and the chamber for Langston Boulevard as a whole. As mentioned before, this would deliver 249 committed affordable units, which is already 10% of the goal that we have for Langston Boulevard's corridor for affordable housing through 2050. We also believe that the height and design is consistent with the vision that we have for Langston Boulevard of being a connected corridor of both urban and suburban uses. We also are very pleased to see the different community benefits as mentioned, the greenways, stormwater improvement, sidewalk upgrade. We believe that this is consistent with the vision the county has produced in both, again, the Affordable Housing Master Plan and Langston Boulevard Area Plan. So we urge you all to please support this project, and the Chamber looks forward to the implementation of this project, as well as others that are going to be coming down the pipeline as part of the, under the guidelines of the area plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Musso. Next speaker.
Yes, our next speaker is Becca Datert, followed by Mr. Tom Leckie.
Good morning, members of the Arlington County Board. My name is Becca Dieter, and I serve as the Virginia Housing Advocacy Specialist for the Coalition for Smarter Growth. CSG advocates for walkable, bikeable, inclusive, and transit-oriented communities. I have also been a renter in the courthouse neighborhood of Arlington for over 6 years. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. After reviewing the proposed plans, we are testifying in support of adopting the resolution and ordinances to permit the construction of the Leckie Gardens housing development. Arlington County has a documented need for at least 15,000 additional affordable homes. A staggering 40% of renters in this county have unaffordable housing costs experienced most severely by those at the lowest household incomes. It is common for Arlington's teachers, social workers, and healthcare professionals to take on multiple jobs to afford to live in or near the county. This development makes a major contribution towards Arlington's affordable housing targets while fulfilling the first piece of the vision for the Langston Boulevard Area Plan. Adopted in 2023, the Langston Boulevard Area Plan is the result of years of collaboration between community members and county staff to transform a car-oriented corridor into a green, mixed-use Main Street. As a site with multiple bus connections arriving at 10 to 15-minute intervals, this project is exactly the kind of transit-supportive density the area plan was intended to promote. The proposed increases in height and density are consistent with the area plan, as are the street and sidewalk improvements, stormwater provisions, and new sewer connections this project will provide. Reduction in the parking ratio and the use of energy-efficient building standards are also smart growth approaches we commend. Finally, this development offers substantial equity benefits not only by facilitating long-term socioeconomic diversity, but by providing anti-displacement measures that will offer existing residents relocation assistance and a right to return. We appreciate the hard work of all who have been involved in this development and these deliberations, and we urge you to support the proposed plans. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Dieter.
Our next speaker is Mr. Tom Leckie, followed by Ms. Susan English.
Mr. Leckie.
Good morning.
members of the board. My name is Tom Leckie. I'm a resident of South Arlington Forest. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm here to speak because this project really matters to Arlington. We have a shortage of affordable homes, and this project will deliver 249 committed affordable units, replacing the existing project, which has only 40 units. As several people have noted, the project supports the height and density goals of the Langston Boulevard Development Plan, and it's a great example of smart growth in a great location in Arlington, surrounded by retail services and transit routes. There are numerous community benefits for the project. It will be a modern, energy-efficient building, replacing a 1940s-style garden apartment. There are on-site improvements, including structured parking, sidewalk upgrades, and stormwater infrastructure. And True Ground has provided long-term stability for the existing residents through relocation assistance and the option to return to the project. The project aligns very, very well with county goals, helps Arlington move towards its affordable housing targets and equity commitments. It advances the county's long-term vision for the Langston Boulevard project. So I strongly urge you to support this project. Arlington has a long tradition, 35-year tradition of supporting projects like this, and this is a great chance for you to move forward with that great tradition. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Leckie.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. Susan English, followed by Mayan Turner.
Ms. English, virtually. Yeah, go ahead.
Good morning. During the 43 years I've watched the county grow while housing became increasingly unaffordable for many. Our housing crisis has become more extreme for those who can least afford it at a time of economic distress. I just want to echo the comments of Becca Dieter, Joe Ventrone, and Mr. Leckie, and say I fully support this project, and hope for its approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Leckie, Ms. English. Really appreciate both your comments, your focus, and an added bonus, but kind, your brevity too. It's all good. You had the full 2 minutes. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Mayan Turner, followed by Adam Theo.
Great day, board. Hello to everyone. My name is Mayan Turner. I am a resident at one of True Ground's properties. I wanted to just mention the impact that it's had on my life and my family. I'm a family of 5. It took a while for us to find somewhere to live, being that we do have a family of 5. And so I support this project because it does seem to answer that need. And living in a True Ground property is more than just a key to a door to sleep at night. It has been very instrumental in helping my children, my family, through multiple programs that allows us to get training and development and potentially become a homeowner one day. So I love being in the property, and I wish that more people would have an opportunity to participate in such a thing. It is quite new to me. I haven't really been in a residence quite like this ever, and it's a beautiful thing. My family loves having access to transportation. We love having access to the different programs that are provided, and I want to say that living in a good area matters for families, especially with the educational system, also opportunities for employment, jobs, and such. So I just came here to say that I'm fully support of the Lucky Garden development, and I urge you all to have that same support as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Turner. Next speaker.
Yes, of course, our next speaker is Adam Theo, followed by our 3-minute speakers, beginning with Audrey Clement.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Being able to provide 10% of CAF units that are scheduled for Langston Boulevard alone makes this a worthy project. This will be a great step forward for the future of Langston Boulevard. Arlington has a great need for affordable housing of all levels, especially for families, and the 3- and 4-bedroom units that this will provide will be astounding. The 206 parking spaces for residents is sufficient for a growing transit-oriented corridor and will help support much-needed expanded bus, cycling, and pedestrian improvements for Langston Boulevard. It's consistent with the massing limits and the vision of the Langston Boulevard area plan. And please approve this project so hundreds of families can call Arlington home. And it'll help create the future of Langston Boulevard, our next great transit corridor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Theo. Next speaker.
A moment, please. Yes, our next speaker is Audrey Clement, followed by Alice Hogan.
Welcome, members of the board and the county manager. I'm Audrey Clement from Westover. To hear the Housing Commission, True Ground, and a host of others tell it, demolition of the historic Lecky Gardens apartments to make way for a massive 10-story complex in the heart of Waverly Hills is the best thing since the buzzword affordability. Lecky Gardens redevelopment meets the densification requirements of Plan Langston Boulevard, providing more than 200 additional affordable housing units at the site. What's not to like about that? Surely not the traffic impacts on an already compact residential neighborhood populated with modest homes, small lots, and narrow streets. The transportation study done for the project dismissed the traffic impacts as inconsequential because, quote, southbound approach of North Woodstock Street and North Glebe Road operates at failing conditions and will continue to do so in the future with or without development. In other words, since this key intersection is already failing, the addition of 129 cars queuing up during peak periods doesn't matter. While the site plan acknowledges that the project will generate an additional 114 students, there is no provision to mitigate the impact on neighborhood schools. As for cultural concerns raised by the demolition of an architecturally significant property, Arlington never saw an historic property it didn't want to demolish, just as it never saw a park it didn't want to pave over. Witness the demolition of the Civil War-era Rouse Estate and its replacement with a stable of cookie-cutter McMansions on Wilson Boulevard. This abomination was done with the blessing of Arlington County Board in 2021, followed shortly thereafter by the raising of the Victorian-era Fellows McGrath Memory House on Washington Boulevard to make way for more cookie-cutter McMansions. Aside from the opposition, I thought, of Waverly Hills Civic Association and C2E2, which objected to the lack of lead goal construction, the only serious objection came from Housing Commission Chair Kellen Macbeth, who was concerned that current residents of Lecky Gardens had not been consulted. Macbeth said, quote, "We've got to find a way to get tenant representation. They need to be involved," end of quote. Much as I respect Macbeth's position, his ask was clearly out of line. As far as the county is concerned, True Ground not only speaks for Lecky Gardens tenants, it speaks for the entire Waverly Hills neighborhood. In a word, True Ground gets what it wants because that's how decisions go down on one-party states. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Clement. Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Alice Hogan, followed by Mr. Benson Buzz Roberts.
Good morning, County Board, staff, and the cross-section of Arlingtonians who are here this morning in support of this project. I'm Alice Hogan, and I work with NVAHA, which is a Northern Virginia Affordable Housing Alliance. I'm here to enthusiastically support this project. I knew Tom Lecky. He was an amazing human, committed to social justice, a wise, generous, forward-looking man. He put his money and his energy where his mouth was. NVAHA holds its annual policy forum every year in his name, the Lecky Forum. As Tom and his wife Dolores, another incredible woman in her own right, knew, even in the 80s and 90s, that Arlington urgently needs more committed affordable housing options, something like 8,000 more CAFs, and this project directly advances that goal. Plan Langston Boulevard was worked on literally by hundreds of residents of Arlington over 12 years. Our community decided on uses and heights and densities along this 5-mile corridor. The plan called for 2,500 CAFs. The redevelopment of Lecky Gardens responds to 10% of that goal, and we will need 9 other projects of this size to meet that goal. So it is so exciting to see the first affordable project come to fruition. Acquiring land of this size on Langston Boulevard will be expensive, and this developer already owns this land. We must seize this opportunity and make it the best it can be. True Ground staff and county staff have worked hard, along with the community and several commissions, to bring forth the best project forward today. This is smart, it is equitable growth. It responds directly to the vision of Plan Langston Boulevard with height, density, affordability, walkability, transit adjacent, stormwater management, and more. It responds to the county's own policies, geographic distribution, 2 and 3 and even 4-bedroom units, nearly 200 of these units for families, deeply affordable units, energy efficiency in a high opportunity neighborhood, which it will strengthen in that neighborhood's stability and provide high quality homes. This is an historically African American sector of the county. Today, Black Americans represent only 4% of the population in this area. We will bring back opportunity and diversity to this area of Arlington. It will bring economic, cultural, age, ability, and skill diversity to this corridor. This is a win-win-win. I congratulate all who brought this wonderful opportunity to us today, and I can only imagine how delighted Tom Lucky would be to know that the complex named for him 25 years ago will now be home to 249 Arlington households. That is a legacy we can be proud of.
Thank you, Ms. Hogan.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Benson Buzz Roberts, followed by Jason Schwartz.
Mr. Roberts.
Good day, Mr. Chair, and to the rest of the board. My name's Buzz Roberts. I volunteer as the board chair of True Ground Housing Partners, the nonprofit developer of Lecky Gardens. I've worked in housing, and particularly affordable housing, for almost 50 years. But I've never seen a time when affordable housing has gotten so much attention and priority as we see today. Numerous opinion polls show that housing affordability is a top priority across the spectrum of Americans. True Ground first came to my attention because of the smart and creative work it was doing with the county here in Arlington. And that's really why I wanted to get involved with True Ground, to be part of that kind of partnership. So I want to thank you for all the work you've done that has brought us to today. Housing is so expensive because more people want to live here than we have homes to accommodate them. It's that simple, and the only solution to that is to increase supply. Restrictive zoning, if it's excessive, can make that much harder to achieve, and so the Langston area, the Langston corridor area plan is such an important, really transformational step forward. This property will be the first development under that plan, and so it's particularly important for the county to continue its support of it. That, as has been stated, that plan called for exactly this kind of development with this kind of density and massing, with this kind of commitment to affordability. I won't go through all the other details of this plan. You've heard about them a lot already. I just want to say that it's really hard to get from theory and ideas down to actual projects that make sense. Then that it's a Rubik's Cube you have to solve in order to make this work. This project does that beautifully, and I hope you will approve it.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Next
Thank
speaker.
you. Our next speaker is Jason Schwartz, followed by Ms. Joan McIntyre in her personal capacity. My apologies, old habits.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. I'm guessing you got a PowerPoint.
Yes, we do. Just a moment.
Thank you.
There we go.
Okay. Thank you. Hi, my name is Jason Schwartz. I wholeheartedly support this proposal in front of you today. This proposal provides safe, eco-friendly, and high-quality homes. It meets the LBAP goals and requisite zoning standards. Most of all, this will be an absolute game changer and quality of life improvement for all the existing and future residents. Next slide. Some testimony you have received claims that the proposed housing is not pro-environment for residents. That is ridiculous. To the left is the Goodwill housing site. To the right is Lucky Gardens. Even if the Goodwill site was covered in solar panels and had an EV charger at every single parking space, it would still not even come close to meeting the livability that Lucky Gardens will deliver to future residents. Even if Lucky Gardens were built to the building code minimums, it would still be a massive improvement to the climate and overall societal benefit than no new homes at all. Delaying or denying homes in the name of environmental justice is neither pro-environment nor pro-justice. Though Goodwill site has many inherent deficiencies with its site location, I still wholeheartedly support it because it will still provide meaningful positive difference for any person living there. Lucky Gardens is a rare example of new multifamily housing construction not built next to a highway or arterial road. It is so rare for apartment dwellers, particularly in non-market housing, to live in new homes that are not where they're able to open their windows and not hear the constant traffic noise. The quality of life and utility savings, going from LEED silver to gold or whatever next step up, or adding a few more EV chargers, delivers negligible quality of life improvement. Conditioning approval on the optional green building incentive policy items is crazy. We have no issue putting up thousands and thousands of apartments next to highways, yet we're willing to delay housing over a single tree, one plant. The quality of life in Lucky Gardens will be amongst the highest out of all of our current housing stock, both committed, affordable, and even market rate. These homes, for example, would have in-unit laundry. I don't even have that in my home. Next slide. Some testimony received claims that the proposed housing is not in alignment with the LBAP, or that even the LBAP is even appropriate. That is ridiculous. We've been talking about the future of Langston for over a decade. The only debate we need to have is how much we're actually going to update our comp plan and LBAP to deliver the housing that we need. It will take longer to get our first LBAP building than it will take to get a man on the moon. It's absolutely unacceptable how we are moving at the speed of scarcity. Next slide. Our purposeful inaction has dire consequences for so many families in Arlington and across our region. Families leaving, schools emptying, homelessness rising, housing conditions deteriorating, economy plunging. This is our reality. Next slide. But scarcity does not have to be our destiny. We have the power to act. It starts today with approving this proposal. True Ground does amazing work. We have to let them cook. I can't wait to see this building open and provide dignified housing for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Next speaker.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ms. Joan McIntyre, followed by Pat Findick-Oakley.
Ms. McIntyre.
Yeah. Good morning. I'm Joan McIntyre speaking on behalf of Eco Action Arlington. Eco Action Arlington strongly supports the development of affordable housing in Arlington and greatly appreciates the hard work that True Ground, county staff, and the entire county board have made to make this project better and a more sustainable project. Creating a community that has room for a diverse population and welcomes all income levels is an important part of environmental justice. The proposed Leaky Garden project is an important step in expanding the availability of housing to low-income residents, including offering numerous family-sized 2-, 3-, and 4-bedroom apartments. At the same time, consideration of affordability and environmental justice goes beyond availability of housing and includes energy affordability, resilience in the face of climate disruptions, and ensuring that future residents will benefit from the transition to clean, affordable, and abundant renewable energy. Specifically, a high-performing building envelope which reduces the energy needs to heat and cool the building, saves residents money, and helps to maintain comfortable indoor temperatures during extreme weathers and extended power outages. Inclusion of very efficient systems and appliances, including leveraging heat pump technology, hot water, and dryers, provide even further energy savings. Full electrification will ensure that the building will be zero emissions when the grid becomes all renewable energy sources. And then solar panels would just add further shift to the chief energy and resiliency for the residency. And finally, a minimum infrastructure for EV charging will ensure that residents are not left behind in the transition to electric vehicles. EVs cost considerably less to operate and maintain, and even now are cost competitive with gas-powered cars in the used car market. So far, what we're seeing is the promises and changes that have been made very recently in this project are quite promising, and particularly shifting to Earthcraft Gold certification, which puts a much higher emphasis on energy efficiency, as well as making the building solar ready, as well as expanding EV charging, will all meet to a large extent a lot of these issues. We encourage True Ground to continue to seek opportunities to maximize energy efficiency, to identify a pathway to full electrification, or at least a minimum to ensure that the building is electric ready. Again, we thank True Ground, county staff, and the county board for getting to a much improved project. Meeting higher standards will ensure long-term savings and a healthy environment and protection of the climate for future residents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McIntyre.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Pat Findikoglu, followed by Mr. John Bloom.
Ms. Findikoglu.
Hi, I'm Pat, and I'm with Voice, Virginians Organized for Interfaith and Community Engagement. And we fully support Lecky's Garden redevelopment. We are out in the community, and we hear some really heartbreaking stories. A teen living with her mother in a single family, in a single rented room. Kids changing schools way too many times because rising rents force the families to move. Our families spending 50, 60% of their income on rent, effectively locking them into poverty. And close to my heart, our beloved APS assistant teachers. They have to take on second and third jobs so they can remain in the community where they not only work, but for many of them, where they grew up. We have witnessed the stress. There's no question about the need. We need more housing. We need more affordable housing. Voice was present during the design of the 2015 Affordable Housing Master Plan. A major goal of that plan is that 17.7% of the housing stock be affordable to families making 60% of the AMI and below. We've not reached that goal yet. Another goal, the geographical distribution of affordable housing units across the county. We've not reached that goal yet either. The last affordable housing added to Langston Boulevard was 11 units in 2015, 10 years ago. We understand that without abundant housing at every economic level, more problems are created. Homelessness is on the rise. Local jobs are hard to fill. Our service workers face long commutes on crowded roads, adding to sprawl. And for me, the most worrisome, rising out of poverty becomes next to impossible. Housing affordability is a key moral issue of the day. And in this age where division is more prevalent than ever, we believe we are all stronger and our children's lives are richer when our neighborhoods and schools are racially and economically integrated, and the people who serve our community can find a safe, affordable place to live in our community. So say yes to this opportunity that will have Lecky Gardens welcoming 240 new families to their new homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Findikoglu.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. John Bloom, followed by Bernie Byrne.
Mr. Bloom.
Good afternoon. I'm John Bloom, speaking on behalf of the Sierra Club's Potomac River Group. We're strong supporters of affordable housing and have been proud to stand with the affordable housing community on difficult issues. We support Lecky Gardens moving forward today or Tuesday, as it turns out. We're also deeply concerned about energy costs for low-income residents, about the climate crisis, and about Arlington's climate commitments. Over the past week, we've had some good discussions with True Ground's team, and we really appreciate their engagement. Now we've heard that a deal has been struck and language is in the works to improve several climate and energy measures, which sure sounds like good news and good progress. We appreciate the hard work by the county board, by the staff, and by True Ground. Of course, last-minute deal-making is not how anyone wants these things to go. It's usually avoidable with better communication early on. We commit to doing that and working on that and hope to avoid this in the future. One point that deserves emphasis is that we care very, very little about silver or gold status. And there's been confusion about that, I think, over the years. What we care about is how True Ground and other projects earn their points. We'd like to understand what specific changes are reflected in the new Earthcraft score sheet. That's what matters to us. We'd like to see changes that reduce energy costs to tenants and greenhouse gas emissions, which is where we feel like this project has missed out. We've realized that there's still a long road ahead for this project. It's hard to say what changes we'll see along the way in energy, technology, policy, finance, you name it. So we'd like to urge True Ground to keep going after opportunities to reduce energy bills for tenants and carbon emissions for the planet. We look forward to working with you. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Bloom. Next speaker.
Yes, our next speaker is Bernie Byrne, followed by Paul Holland.
Mr. Byrne, I think virtually. Are you there? Oh, I don't see.
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Thank you. Don't be fooled. This is a cheap project that does not help the community. It may help the residents, but not many other people. The building's private open area should not be within the building. It should not be private. Let's externalize it. It's in the center now. You can't see it from the outside. Make it available for public use. The project largely lacks biophilia. Plant native flowering vines that will climb from the ground on trellises to create green walls between buildings. Hang native vines from the roofs, ledges, and balconies. The greenway will be a mowed lawn, at least that's what it looks like in the diagrams. Lawns support few pollinators and create stormwater runoff. Mowing creates noise and air pollution. Replace the lawn with the native flowering shrubs and other plants that support pollinators. You should ask the applicant, is this really going to be a lawn? It looks like it is. The building has no green roof. It needs one. As I have informed the applicant in writing, many non-native plants and cultivars do not feed or provide habitat for native pollinators. However, the conceptual land use plan shows that the project will contain 38 non-native species of plants. 23 of these are not native to North America. 15 are native to North America, but not native to Arlington vicinity. This is a model of invasiveness. One of the largest canopy trees is London plane tree. This is not native to North America. It should not be planted. Projects should not have any cultivars unless they are more resistant to disease than their parents are. Nevertheless, this project will contain 38 cultivars that lack any such increased disease resistance. Replace all non-native plants and cultivars with similar plants that are native to Arlington and its vicinity do not use cultivars simply because they are short or pretty. There are plenty of replacements that do the same thing. This project will contain common milkweed, which is about the only good thing about the project. Studies have shown that more than 80% of monarch butterflies overwintering in Mexico had fed on common milkweed as caterpillars. The project will only be LEED Silver, as has been touched upon. Although the project will create affordable housing units, that is no excuse for not being LEED Gold or LEED Platinum. It's not that expensive to do it. Please vote to require the applicant to direct the deficiencies in the conceptual landscape plan in the final plan that it will submit to the county after you undoubtedly approve it despite its problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Byrne. Next speaker.
Yes, our next speaker is Mr. Paul Holland.
Down.
Okay. Good morning,
Mr.
Chair
Holland.
DeFerranti, members of the
Can
board.
you hang just, there we go. I just wanted to.
Okay.
Go for it. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Paul Holland. I'm the president of the Langston Boulevard Alliance. Just want to share with you a personal belief that I have that really underlines my work as the chair and the president of Langston Boulevard Alliance. And it's the belief that Arlington County is the best place in the world to own and develop property. And that underlines this operating principle that I will bring as president of LBA, that both developers, for and nonprofit developers should bring their absolute best projects to help build out the vision and the future for Langston Boulevard. From Langston Boulevard's perspective, we appreciate the hard work that's gone into this project over the recent days. I know there's been a lot of work by the county staff, by the developer, by the board to bring forward some good alternatives for what the final plan that you all will vote on will be. So thank you for that commitment and that work. One other concern that isn't addressed in the letter, which you all have, is the future of investment along the corridor. Langston Boulevard Alliance really believes in the long-term capital investment. And there are two opportunities I wanted to highlight specifically, both the NOFA, which was recently released, and the upcoming capital improvement plan. Both of these represent opportunities to really invest in the vision that is outlined in the Langston Boulevard area plan. I encourage you all, as the board, to work with staff, work with developers, work with the Langston Boulevard Alliance to make sure that that investment is realized and that the capital needs and the affordable housing needs of Langston Boulevard are met. Thank you very much for your time this morning. I do want to put one quick plug in for the Look pop-up at Walgreens. Great to see many of you there. Many of the folks in the room were there last night. It's open for the next 3 weekends. Please come. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holland. Mr. Kushner, is that the last public speaker?
There are no further speakers.
All right. So first, give credit to those who were at the Look pop-up. I believe that's Ms. Cunningham and Mr. Spain. Oh, Mr. Carantonis. So, but thank you for being there. I was between 5:30 and 7 trying to feed our 4-month-old and also trying to keep our 2-year-old on the rails, so to speak. I will go. Colleagues, I've emailed you a sort of a list of topics, and life happens, which is that our lunch is still en route. And so those in the it's coming, but those in the room, so what I propose to do, this is probably good for the applicant and those eager for us to finish our work. I propose to kind of try to cover two topics or do two things to sort of set the groundwork for our conversation, and then we would still try to break for lunch, because I do think that we have enough discussion that if we tried to power all the way through, we'd get to 1:30 or 1:45, and I might not be at my best, but we'll see how it goes. The two topics that I would name, first, I would ask, and I'll have some words so that you can take your time to get there. I would ask if it's plausible for someone, I don't know if it's Mr. Kushner or Ms. Walentish, to bring up the supplemental report, that the 2-page supplemental report that was sent out last night that reflects a lot of the work that has been discussed, just so that we all can see in writing some of the things that we've agreed to, and I hope that will address some of the comments that were made. And then second, I'll ask with a suggestion from a couple of folks, I'll ask that we try to have a discussion of height. If you were listening, you noticed that there were two of our sort of 15 speakers, there were two folks who raised concerns in opposition, in my view, to the project. But it's also the case that, we've traveled a road with this, and Waverly Hills Civic Association members and their president indeed have significant concerns that they've written to us, and they're not in this room because, for the most part, they're not. They haven't spoke today, but they have written to us. And so I want to give, at least describe, show our math with respect to that work, with respect to height. I would argue, colleagues, that if we could deal with full plan conformance later, but I do want to show a little bit of our work with respect to height, which was a fairly detailed piece. So is there plausible to get the supplemental report up, or do I need to keep filibustering a little bit in order to do it? So if we can scroll down a little bit, if you look at the discussion, I think it's been named, but there are new conditions related to tree preservation, stop right there, electric vehicle parking spaces, and sustainable design commitments. Mr. Bloom, your comments were very helpful in the sense that they revealed, energy nerds know that LEED gold versus LEED silver is less, it's one manner of measuring, and that, climate-related responses are really often about what is being done. And so that is a little bit of the discussion. We'll get into the tree preservation piece in detail after lunch in all likelihood. But there's critical pieces. Mr. Williams, appreciate your touching base on that during your presentation. If we can scroll down to the next page, I think concretely the reason why I will be offering a motion to move us to Tuesday is that we need to know what is actually feasible. And so this is a case of, I think most of us having humility to be aware that we don't know energy efficiency policy as well as our staff, and our air team needs time to review, and then our CPHD team needs time to write a condition that is best. But this is detail on the trees. If we can scroll down just a little bit longer, a little bit further. Electric vehicle parking spaces, I think it's important to clarify that it's 10 that are EV ready, and then an additional 23 that are EV capable, which I think is important. And then finally, lower down on the page, you see the LEED silver versus Earthcraft gold. And we can discuss, I believe many of the affordable housing projects approved recently have been Earthcraft gold, which may be a better measure, as I understand it, not as I actually personally know, than LEED for multifamily projects. But this is what's there. If you look to the fourth page, if you just scroll down just a touch, that's language. That is the type of language in 55 and 56 that we need to see for Earthcraft gold, and grateful for the progress that we made. So that's enough for me on context for all of us as we work on this. And let's go to height, and I'll open the floor in a moment. I'm willing to start, just because transitions always can be a little tricky. The question for me has to do with what I believe is slides 7 and 8 of the staff presentation. I'll give you a moment to pull those up, Ms. Walentish or whoever the magic person is that helps us get there. So at the Waverly Hills Civic Association some 8-9 days ago, I went and I listened to neighbors, and what I was impressed with was the conversation about the commitment to quality of life for those people who are going to live in these units. And that came through shiningly. And then there were questions about height. And I may have wrong the two slides. One is this building height slide. I've got an old version. And then the other is that there's a building height slide that talks about page 157. And so my recollection of the Langston Boulevard planning process is that at the preliminary concept plan stage, I think this is in the staff report, we had a lower height amount that we advertised Can you help me with the exact number of that? Because it was a process. We had a lot of back and forth on this, but would you, one of you be able to bail me out and sort of help me? My recollection is that we were lower, and then we were at least I tried to be very open that I was for higher, but there's a difference between what the map shows and the two reports, that is the request to advertise and the final. And it's humanly reasonable to look at the map and say, this is the word of the Lord, or excuse me for being that, but this is the way it should be. And the flip side is, you know, planners get the glory of reading every word of a plan. And so at preliminary concept plan, about where were we as far as height? I think Anthony is ready to, you had it, Ms. Walentish, but Anthony's ready to also join. So Mr. Pusarelli.
No, thank you, Chair DeFerranti, for that question. And so, yes, I guess what I would briefly summarize in terms of the multi-phase process that led to the adoption of the Langston Boulevard Area Plan in November of 2023. Roughly 2 years before that, in spring of 2021, staff and the project team released a land use scenario analysis document, which essentially presented two different scenarios, and as it relates to land uses, building heights, other community elements. As it relates to this site, there were two scenarios in that May of 2021 document, and one scenario had indicated building heights stepping up to a maximum of 10 stories. The other scenario had building heights stepping up to a maximum of 7 stories. The project team went out, we engaged the community, received a lot of input, and then roughly a year later, I think it was in August of 22, we had released the preliminary concept plan. That preliminary concept plan for this particular site did propose or present the scenario that had the lower building heights, so stepping up to a maximum of 7 stories. We released that plan, that preliminary plan, did additional community engagement, and based on the feedback we were hearing from the community in response, while there was certainly a variety of perspectives shared, we did hear, I think, more support for additional building height because of the opportunity that would provide for achieving more of the planned goals as it relates to affordable housing, as it relates to public infrastructure, et cetera. And so when the draft plan was released for the request to advertise, when the draft plan was released in the summer of 2023, before the request to advertise, that did essentially propose the building height scheme that you see here adopted in the final plan, which again is stepping up from 5 stories to 7 stories to a maximum of 10 stories for this site. So hopefully that helps provide some additional context on the process to plan adoption.
It helps a lot, and my recollection is that to be fair, the Civic Association has been consistent on 7 or 8 stories, I feel. There was, my understanding is that 9 stories is not really an easy thing because it's hard to do non-concrete builds to 9 stories in the sense that you can't support the building, and if you go above that, there's a financing consideration. I guess the detailed question that I have is that this page and then the next talks about about reading the number of stories are actually, it's page 157 of the plan, which is in a detailed appendix, but is shared with us earlier. Do you know, and there's no like silver bullet, I just want to try to show our math, when the 125 feet or 10 stories conjunctive reading was put forward, whether it was in the RTA or in the draft. I'm curious about this. I just think it's important because of the questions asked at the Civic Association, and I know other colleagues also have interest. And if you don't know precisely, that's okay. But I would say that I am curious as to when this came into the piece of things. I will have a question for the applicant in a moment regarding there's also the stories and then the look and feel of the building as well. But
So to that question, I would suggest if you could give us a moment, we can certainly do a little bit of additional quick research and provide a specific and accurate answer to your question.
Sure, that'd be great. I don't think we're going to know, precisely every piece, but if it was in the RTA, this language, that would be helpful to know. And if it was in the draft, it'd be helpful to know. Good thing is we're going to eventually have lunch, so you may have time if you want to punt for this question. And my apologies for not starting earlier. That's a long preamble. I want to give other colleagues a chance to speak to this issue. I just hope it was okay because I knew that there are colleagues who had interest in this. I'll start with Mr. Carantona, Senior Light.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just to preface that, I have absolutely no problem with the interpretation of the height of the building. It's a 10-floor building. This is what the plan intended in my reading, and I'm fine. The particularity of this development is that on Woodrow and 21st, it will meet in the future an equivalently high building on the other side of the street. And on the left side, on Woodrow, it will have also a similarly high building. So this is a high massing in this intersection. It tapers down right and left and to the front, to what's today the shops. That was the intention of the plan, to preserve the appearance and the posture, the urban posture of these. So how does the building take into, our building, today's proposal, take into account this? The decision was to have the entrance of the building on the right or east side of the building, but this three buildings coming together at the highest height. So what are the widths of the streets there, and how should we expect this to go? Because right now there's also no mixed use seen there. There's no storefront or something else. This is basically just the building meeting the sidewalk and nothing else.
Yes, so for building height, I believe the intent of the plan was to cluster the highest density and building height in this one area. So you will have buildings of 10 stories, both to the west and to the north, as well as the Lecky Gardens site on that 21st Street frontage. And I believe that was the intent of the plan. As you mentioned, it was to pull it back a little bit from Langston Boulevard and the Lee Heights shops. So that there will be larger buildings in this vicinity with future intended build out of the envisioned sector plan, area plan. And that was, again, the plan's intent. As to how the streets and widths and streetscapes will redevelop, we can only do what is adjacent to the site for now. So we will be updating the streetscapes that on the site's frontage on Woodrow and also on Woodstock, and on 21st Street North that is on the applicant's property. Again, it gets a little complicated on 21st Street North because part of the streetscape, including where that utility pole is and a 2-foot utility strip, is not on their property. So they will be developing that streetscape up until their property boundary, and then the rest will have to come with the redevelopment of the Lee Heights shops.
The reason why I'm asking is mostly because I think that this is an amazing opportunity for additional activation. It would be a shame to just keep it a residential street. We will have a lot of units there. We'll have a lot of people, movement on this street. This is one of the densest points there. Fine with me, but wouldn't this mean that we take into account that this will be the case at some point, and so we try to have the edges of the building activated, like, for example, make sure that we have, a corner cafe or a small grocery store, because there is an issue. We'll talk about that later. Is that at all in our thinking when we look at this building, or we expect that from the next developments to be delivered?
This is a 100% residential building, and it is in conformance with the plan's guidance for land use. The applicant is well within their means to propose a building that is 100% residential. There is no requirement for retail or any commercial use on the ground floor of the site. So what they are proposing is in conformance with the plan. As far as kind of future envisions of the plan, Zach Williams with Venable spoke about, the project has come a long way. So it was originally proposed, there wasn't much activation, and it was pretty closed off. If you look at their earlier renderings that were submitted in the fall, they have come a long way to at least provide more activation, even though this is a residential building. So they can speak to their architecture a little bit more, but the ground floor has been activated, and we do think it's a better project and ground floor experience now than it was when they first submitted it. And we do have the building entrances on the corner of Woodstock and 21st Street North, which will provide best access for the residents of the building to the commercial corridor along Langston Boulevard. So we do think that's an appropriate placement. They also have another building entrance in the mid-block of 21st Street North, and then they also have another entrance that they were able to put in on the corner of North Woodstock Street and 20th Road North, and that will enter the garage. So we do think they have provided as good application or activation on the street front as you can, given that it's a 100% residential building.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I will say that the food has arrived. That doesn't, and we are likely to take up height after this is done. And so I can pass to you, Ms. Coffey. I'm not trying to steal your thunder. I do still remember that I wanted to go to the applicant at some point regarding height. That may be after lunch. But so that puts you in the very difficult position, Vice Chair, of between us and food. Make your choice.
I mostly worry I will not remember the exact question if we wait until after. So the applicant stated that height on this site is being measured one way on 3 sides and a different way on the 4th side. Can you I know we've had many complicated height charts in this presentation. That was kind of new to me, and I am trying to understand what that means and especially where the difference is.
Sure. So that's one of the nuances of the Langston Boulevard area plan, is that we use the term average sidewalk elevation to measure building height. And where we come into conflict here is that is not how the zoning ordinance measures building height. And so that's why we have to technically count this as an 11-story building. So I think the references to that is average sidewalk elevation. So the building is in conformance with the height guidance if you're looking at it from the perspective of, if you're calculating it from average sidewalk elevation. However, because we also have to analyze the project against the zoning ordinance requirements, that's where we find we have to call it an 11-story building as opposed to a 10-story building. So if you're looking at the plan guidance and you're calculating from building height from average sidewalk elevation, it's 10 stories.
Okay, that is a very helpful clarification. And with that, everything else I have is written down, and I will wait until after lunch.
Got it. Thank you. I see Mr. Spain. Did you want to go ahead now?
You hangry. I'll wait.
The power of 2 words. I'm actually not that hangry. My wife has seen, everybody's seen worse. I will say it is 12:37 by that clock. We will resume right at 1 o'clock. No, Roland, I'll just start talking at 1 o'clock. We will eat. For those who wish to get done, I hope you understand why we want to be actually coherent while we're speaking. We'll pick up this issue. We'll see where Mr. Fusarelli is. I know that colleagues will have at least 2 of you, I think, and maybe more will have a little bit more. We are recessed for a few minutes until 1 o'clock. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. You, Mr. Williams, if you want to just describe, or are you, let's see if we can do this. Mr. Fusarelli, are you here to are you able to clarify for us when the detailed language regarding the 10 stories read together with 125 feet, when that came into the plans? It wasn't a preliminary concept plan, which was maybe a year or 6 months, I forget, earlier, but at the draft of the summer and then at the RTA, was the language in there that is in the building height piece that eventually maybe someone can pull up. I'm mindful that that may take a minute or two, but over to you, Mr. Fusarelli. Can you provide a little context?
Yeah, no, thank you for the follow-up. And yes, am able to confirm that the table that presents maximum building heights in stories and a range of feet, that first appeared in the plan documentation in the June 2023 plan that was released with the supporting narrative and text. That was also, and so that content stayed through in the request to advertise that came forward to the board in the fall before adoption in November.
Great, thank you. And I did look back at my own comments from that meeting and the request to advertise, and I was, I sort of described a box, but some flexibility with the box. And given that we're looking at 111 feet and change and 125 feet, 10 stories read together, I am not going to claim that that reaches all of the concerns of the outstanding leader that is Ms. Cheserin, and she will know that. But I also one of the residents who spoke at the Civic Association. I'm not claiming that that leads to perfection, but I do think there's a reasonableness too. At that stage as well, I think it's worth sharing that advocacy was, because there had been such a focus on 7 or 8 stories, advocacy was disappointed with 10. And I was always in a policy position of 10 at that stage. I'm not saying earlier than that I wasn't, but the more I got into it. So Mr. Williams, can you give additional context, perhaps along the lines of what Ms. Walentish and Ms. Vice Chair Coffey listed on the sides? I don't, I'm also mindful that there are steps to that map and this building steps up. But can you give context on the height piece?
Yes, and we've been working on, I think I mentioned this in my presentation, we've been working on Lucky Gardens for basically the entirety of that Langston Boulevard area planning process. So, and we've been very involved because the site has always been, there's always been so much attention on it. My perspective is what the plan ended up showing represented a compromise. It's not the same as what was on the earlier, or the initial plans, or even the plans, prior to the ones that got advertised. It represented a compromise with the stepping down. The first visioning study showed 10 stories. The preliminary concept plan showed 7, as we heard, and then ultimately the plan showed what we ended up with, which is a stepping down from 10 down below 7. So it was a compromise that was struck, and I think the idea was that the most density is going to be oriented towards the commercial side of the building, facing the height shops, and the least density is going to be oriented towards the low, low density single family home neighborhood. As far as the calculation of height goes, stories is a very inexact way to calculate height. And this site is the perfect example of that because of the grade change. Where do you calculate it from? And depending on how you're looking at the building, you're going to see more levels than you might on a separate side of the building. And so that gets very confusing if you're just looking at it from a standpoint of stories. And so the plan recognizing that, and this is not the only site, by the way, on Langston Boulevard that has this issue. Recognizing that provides this alternative way of looking at height. And I think the purpose of that was to allow that flexibility. It also allows for flexibility of things like double height retail, for example. and allowing for that without necessarily taking stories away. And you're going to see that, I think, in future projects. And so I think it's a way to measure height that recognizes that it's a tricky thing to measure on sites with significant grade change. But then introducing the secondary element of measuring height, it was almost like a safeguard, which is this average sidewalk elevation issue, which only applies to the side of the building along 20th, closest to the single-family homes. And so when we look at it from that standpoint, we have to look at it differently than the other sides of the building. And that's very unique to this plan, as Ms. Wallinger mentioned. That's not in the zoning ordinance. And the purpose of that was to even further protect the view shed of the massing closest to those single-family homes. And that's why you see the building stepping pretty drastically down. If we'd had the original or even the PCP visioning in there with 7 stories, it would have been a much larger building from the vantage point of those homes. Because imagine 7 stories measured on an average is going to look more like 9 stories. It's going to do the opposite of what the plan is trying to do, which is putting the massing on the southern side of the building rather than the upper side. So hopefully that explains the history of how we got here.
Sure. Thank you. Mr. Spain and then Ms. Cunningham.
Yeah, I'll keep it brief. On this aspect, as this relating to simply height, I think the question that I would have had prior to going to break was answered, and thank you to staff on that. A lot of what we're talking about here, in my opinion, when it comes to the height it appears to be some late stage confusion, I call it, right? Whereby we've had expectations laid out, but somehow the community has found themselves confused in what this site is supposed to look like. I guess there's going to be a number of lessons learned, and that probably goes more to process and governance, but it is, staff, I would say, my question to you is, in the spirit, in the letter of the Langston Boulevard area plan, as far as height goes, we're solid.
Yes.
Good. More to follow, but again, and this we have to really understand as the first project, right? We have many nodes across LBA that we're going to be working on in the future, and what precedents are we setting? I think there's going to be a lot of lessons learned in this project. We're only talking about height, and we're not even finished with this project. But we heard earlier that there's probably 9 to 10 more sites that we need, right? So we got to get this right and figure out, okay, where the problems are, what did we do right, what did we do wrong when it comes to height, right? From the developers all the way to the staff. And I think in this aspect, we really have to communicate in future projects, right, that this is where we can go, this is where we're going to stop at, so everyone's on the same sheet of music. As far as height goes, Mr. President, I'll have more questions and other things, but I'm satisfied right now.
Great. Thank you for staying focused. Ms. Cunningham.
I would just highlight in the LBA letter that even for LBA, who was there for all 10, 12, 30 years, whatever it was, the way this came out as a technical interpretation was, I'll quote it, has led to misunderstanding and mistrust. That's not a good sign for our first project in a new plan. Again, we can learn from it, but I do want to lift up the fact that for years and years and up until the final months of the plan, all the conversation was around stories, which is understandable to the average human. And then somewhere in there, we added the height, not as an and, but as an or, right? So that, to me, as just a layperson who doesn't do planning day in and day out, I understand where the Alliance is coming from, that does feel like it was late in the game and was a change fundamentally. And we're seeing it. We've only got 2 projects moving along Langston right now that we can see into from our side. Both of them have the same issue. So at the Walgreens site, we're ending up with 13 instead of 12. Here, we're ending up with 11 instead of 10. And so I would just raise up the possibility that the spirit of that plan was different than that, and there was not an understanding, even by those most deeply involved, and that we should perhaps, because of that, revisit the plan.
Got it. I think it's a comment. Did you want also a staff response, perhaps? From Ms. Mullins?
I would give
Yeah.
staff an opportunity to clarify, because I'm a layperson and may not understand.
No, certainly appreciate, I think, the sentiments in the letter that you spoke to and in your comments here. I think, again, through the planning process, right, there were different scenarios and alternatives put forward. There was, in the drafting of the plan, leading to the request to advertise, what you've spoken to in terms of the sort of dual measuring of building height, right? In terms of maximum stories, which we would agree, right? Like for anyone sort of experiencing this site, this area, other areas, it's often easier to understand how tall a building is by sort of counting the number of stories versus estimating numerical feet. So that being said, the plan does provide, I think, what we had understood to be the board's adopted vision at that time. The board, has the ultimate discretion in terms of whether or not the flexibility that is sort of embedded or spoken to in tandem with that table is appropriate on a site-by-site basis. And I think, again, in this particular instance, and for this site in particular, there are portions of the site where the site really is a 10-story building. And because of the way that the topography works across the site, there are other locations on the site where it's really an 11-story, right? And so that technicality in terms of how the zoning ordinance, how our zoning staff need to measure building height related to the ordinance versus how we talk about and envision building heights in the plan, like that there is a tension there that I think the plan was trying to recognize by providing that flexibility.
Could you put the building height slide back up for a second? Slide 10, Mr. Carantona's notes. Attention to detail. Sorry, I was actually referring to the staff presentation, which I think is also slide
This is the staff presentation.
9 or 10.
The one that's...
Do you want 11?
This one, sorry, 9. I think they're two height slides. So I guess even today, reading that little chart, just as a person who's been in buildings, not necessarily as someone who's planning all the buildings, to me, that reads as we're going to have buildings up to 10 stories, and that what that means, people, is because stories can vary in their height, that could be as high as 125, rather than the way I think it's been interpreted, which is up to 10 stories or as high as 125. And so I don't know if there was a lot more written that would explain that, but I still have trouble every time I look at this, that the addition of the heights was trying to give you an idea of what it could translate to, which again, I think we may need to get that clearer before we do too many more projects.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And so I think a lesson learned going forward, I will say that, again, and perhaps there could have been additional language in the area plan. If it's not in there already, can't recall entirely. But in terms of when we develop sector plans and area plans, when we're talking about building height, we're typically doing that in terms of whether it's number of stories or feet. The number of stories above like the sidewalk that's fronting that particular building. We're not necessarily getting into the calculation of average site elevation on a site-by-site basis. And so maybe we just need to, in future efforts, double check the language to make sure we're being explicitly clear about that. So that when we do get to the site plan stage, there's perhaps a more common understanding of how that would work.
Yeah, and again, I think I would lift up for my colleagues that may suggest that we need to do a small tweak to the area plan. So we'll come back to that.
I mean, there is
Big question.
this language, this red language. I just talked to Mr. Procedural, and it's on the other slide. It defines 125. That was in the summer plan, the RTA, and the final, if I'm correct.
Again, but it was like on page 100 or 200 in really small font. Like, again, there'd been years of conversation about stories.
Sure.
A 6-year-old understands what that means, and most of us followed it.
Sure.
This was a technicality that was not clear to even some of the most involved people. And I find that as a disappointing outcome and maybe more than a lesson learned of how we communicate.
There was a focus on 7 stories, and then after that, there was not advocacy with respect to 10. There was not an engagement there, but you got legitimate concerns.
Okay. And then I just have one last question on height for the applicant. Recognizing that this building does get smaller as it goes up to accommodate the many, many setbacks and stepbacks, how many units would go away if it were 9 stories /10 instead of 10/11? And is there any estimate of like kind of the cost impact of that, cost per unit?
Maybe for the applicant?
Yeah, that's for the applicant, and it might require a little bit of math, so you can answer it in a bit.
Do you want to
We can keep moving.
I can
I can
Ms.
answer
Coffey
that.
and then come back
Yeah,
on that question?
fine.
Go ahead, Ms. Coffey.
And I think, not quite a question as much as since I think there is differing opinions on the board. And I'm glad slide 10 remains up because I think this is the most helpful slide for me that, I want to kind of validate around the confusion of the chart and everything, but I also, looking at this building, it does not appear to me that there is any portion of the building where there are more than 10 stories above ground at any given point. Because, like the frontage where there is true 10 stories, the kind of P1, B1 level, whatever you want to call it, is underground. As it moves down the elevation, the building does step down. And, so I think it is complicated. I think it can be definitely confusing. I think this is an area where I have also been a little confused throughout the staff presentations and the process, but I don't know that I'm seeing an issue. I'm seeing confusion. I'm not sure I'm seeing an issue, at least to the degree that you are, Ms. Cunningham, and that may just be an irreconcilable difference of opinion, and that's okay. But I think that this to me really shows that the 10 stories is the height of the building, and there is nowhere where, unless you are counting the bottom story all the way at the other side of the building, alongside the 10 stories that you can see on the front of the building, to the viewer, to the user, street person, you're gonna be seeing a 10-story building. And to me, that seems in spirit with the plan. The height, as far as feet, is within the range that was in the plan. And so, again, like I validate that confusion, but like that is just where I'm at and how I look at this, again, very helpful side. Because I think without all of these lines and layers and everything, like I was not getting that part either. So, and maybe this has given you enough time now to have done some math.
Sure. Go ahead.
So that would, if we were to go to a quote-unquote 10-story building under the interpretation that we're assuming, we would lose the entire top level. That would be 14 units. And I also guess this is kind of obvious, but then it would read like a 9-story building rather than 10. You'd only see 9 above grade, and we would lose those units and wouldn't be able to replace them anywhere else.
Sure. So giving space for Ms. Cunningham, if you want further thoughts, I guess I find it most helpful to try to let the two views that you've expressed coexist more than to focus on the individual language. If as you say in fine print, that was in the plan, but this is all, I think, best framed as a prospective conversation for clarity. And I wanted to start with this because I wanted us to surface it, because it was, at the Civic Association, raised both as a result concern and a process concern to me. And so I think that we would, if we wanted to revisit this piece of the plan, we would also need to figure out language that would actually do it, which could be a lengthy process. I'm not ruling it out. But I think it can coexist to have all those thoughts, and then perhaps, with giving you the last word, Ms. Cunningham, on this, focus us, this is a legitimate concern to raise. We also have other items for this particular building to consider as we work this through. But I'll leave to you for the last word.
Yeah, I would just say, if you look at this slide, if you're standing in front of the loading dock or the brick veneer label there, so it's maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 window widths, it does feel like an 11-story building. So, I'll just leave it there. And that if we were to retroactively, which is probably not fair, require that, it would probably be half of the 14 units, because you wouldn't have to take the whole top layer off. You would take part of this here. So, but my inclination is not to upset the apple cart here, but to request what it would take to get the plan clarified, in sort of what the trade-offs are for getting it to what the community thought it was versus what it technically is.
So I'm trying to listen and understand. Is that a question for now or to work out?
No.
Great.
For later.
Great. Thank you for raising it, and thank you for the patience in both of your comments. As we work this through, I think it is accurate that what we approve will be binding upon us today, and so there's a little bit of time, but not too much, as we seek to move forward. So, Mr. Spain.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Just some final comments on this, because I'm not saying I'm confused, but I'm already, you can have a feeling of something, but then you can also, there's an actual, right? And to what the vice chair just stated, I think, 10 stories is 10 stories. And whether you're at one level next, below grade looking up, it may be perceived as something different. But I think that in of itself, right, just so you can hear me out, I can see why some of the folks in our community may be somewhat confused. So again, I'm good where we are. We don't make these decisions at the end of the day on how things may feel. I think that's why we have this, solid guidance on height requirements, and it is what it is. So I'm comfortable right now where we're at is height, and but I understand the concerns because I've heard them as well in my role as a liaison to LBA. So, but we are where we are. Thanks.
Thank you. So thank you for that. It translates. Feelings, of course, are important as we try to work to serve our community and the whole board. We also will have to, if we want to make the change with respect to any of the units on the top floor, we would have to enact it today. And so just for that level of clarity. So now I want to list out the buckets that are coming next. Sustainability is next, big category with earthcraft gold, trees, electric vehicles, solar, and all other sustainability-related items. I think then, taking together folks' thoughts, parking and transportation next, and then architecture and design, and then we would finish with, then we would go to overall plan conformance, and in particular, the utilities undergrounding and the transformer. And then we would finish with affordable housing. So that's sustainability, parking and transportation, architecture design, overall plan conformance, and finish with AHIF and affordable housing, or affordable housing as a whole. Turning to sustainability, I'll be ready for folks as they are. I think on Earthcraft Gold, I probably want to share it with Mr. Williams and ask the question, just a note of a comment of, I'll tell you, 10 days ago, I did not know that we would get where we got. And it was a decision that the board made and also the applicant made. And mentioned I'm grateful for that decision. And we had advocacy. That's not inevitable. But can you share a little bit about why Earthcraft instead of LEED, if you or one of your experts can speak to that just a little bit?
So we've, on a number of our prior projects, have used Earthcraft Gold. So it's a standard that we are familiar with and comfortable with. There have been some difficulties in recent history with the technical advisors that are available, sort of the pool of Earthcraft inspectors and advisors that are available. And there have been some structural changes at Viridian, which was sort of the primary provider over the last decade or more. That's been sort of our primary go-to, most people's primary go-to for Earthcraft. So we had some concerns about our ability to deliver on a solid execution when we're in construction. Now that also applies to projects that we currently have that are in construction, and we are sort of working with Viridian and some additional partners that they've engaged with. To provide sort of those services on an ongoing basis. I think for the Lecky project, we had been considering LEED to try and sort of avoid some of those issues, but given the feedback that we received, the discussions that we've had with Viridian and their partners on sort of our other projects that are in flight, I think we're comfortable that we will be able to get there on this project, and so. It was a late minute change. I apologize for that. I wish we had been able to kind of get there sooner.
Yeah.
But I think we're confident, and after consulting with the design team and our construction manager, that we'll be able to fulfill that commitment.
Great. Thank you to Mr. Benson. To your concerns, you may not have seen the supplemental report. I do think there's, at least in the discussions of the last day or so that I've had, they're in some similar orbit, Earthcraft and LEED, and I do think it is progress on the sustainability. I'm not sure that addresses all of the commission's concerns, but I do think that there has been some progress. I don't know if our staff would like to share anything additionally other than I'll just summarize yesterday afternoon, Ms. Flanagan-Watson and Mr. Fusarelli and Ms. Cunningham and I got the glory of a lot of 15-minute conversations. And I think wisely, our energy wizards / nerds said we want to see the energy plan before we know that it works for Earthcraft. And that's why we will be finishing on Tuesday. And so I don't see that you guys are pining to say much, but I want to give the opportunity.
Sure. So yes, we did receive the worksheet that is required in order to assess the project for conformance with the Earthcraft Gold standard late yesterday evening from the applicant. So that wasn't enough time to get it into the supplemental, and it's not enough time to review it. This isn't merely a paper exercise. We have entire teams of staff, our air staff, who review these projects and meet with the applicant, and these worksheets and energy models are required typically upon submission of a 4.1 site plan. So these usually happen much earlier on in the project. It's not that we can't do it. It's just that we can't do it today. So we need a little additional time to write condition language, to look over that worksheet, which we do now have in order to ensure that the project can meet conform with the requirements for Earthcraft Gold as they're proposing.
Great. I want to just thank you. I want to just big thank you to colleagues, because this was a group effort to try and reach one of the key considerations of the Langston Boulevard Alliance. A thank you to the applicant. I don't see any lights. I'm not going to stop if I don't see lights. I think Vice Chair Coffey, go ahead.
Moving from the energy certification, though, to the tree.
Perfect. That's no. I was just going to trees next.
Oh, okay.
Not just Earthcraft is done.
Okay. I'm going to start with staff first, I think, around Tree 13. And I don't know, I think we have some folks from our urban forestry team that may be available. What is it that staff are seeing that make us so concerned about the survival of Tree 13 that we don't feel we can count it towards the site plan requirements?
Sure. So when developers submit plans, their engineering plans, the architectural plans, and the landscape plans, they're required to show us their route and proposed plan for tree preservation. So of course, those trees that are located within the greenway are supposed to be preserved. However, in looking at what they submitted with their plans, and we have an image, and you can see the red, there are rings around it, and those demonstrate the tree's structural root zone and the critical root zone. And based upon the proposed location of the building, that they will be building in the future, it's located too close to both the critical root zone and the structural root zone of that tree. So our urban forestry staff looked at that, and we do have Vincent with us today, I'm happy to turn the mic over to provide more information. But based on their assessment of the plans, they do not think that tree will survive, and with a high confidence, they have deemed that there is little to any likelihood that the tree will survive. So that hopefully that provides some extra clarification. It's just the root zones and how we look at the placement of objects within and structures within the root zones of the tree.
Sure, and I would love to hear from Vincent if he has anything additional to add.
Conjuring Mr. Verwell.
Good afternoon. I'm recovering a little bit from a cold, so you can probably hear that. It's probably good for me to keep my distance. This is an open-grown pin oak tree, about 48 inches in diameter. The larger a tree gets, the harder a tree is to conserve. While some mitigation can sometimes be done when trees have impact, once a tree gets impact on the structural root zone, which I'm going to illustrate a little bit, we think about a tree as a kind of like a wine glass on a dinner plate. Where the bottom of the wine glass is the structural support that keeps the tree upright. The dinner plate is the physiological support that keeps the tree alive. And once you get into that structural root zone, you really start messing with the stability of the tree. And that's why staff, me and the key reviewer, Jose Portohondo, believe that this is not a good candidate for conservation. I did see the slide from the applicant about mitigation. That's appropriate for some of the other trees on the site. There are some other trees also being conserved with some impact, but those impacts can probably be mitigated by tree-sensitive sidewalks and some of the other things proposed. So we can work with the applicant on the other trees. This tree is not reasonable to be counted for conservation.
Great, thank you. And now to the applicant. Why does your assessment differ so much from our staff?
I just want to put this in context, and then I'm going to hand it over to our landscape architect to talk about the technical aspects of this. So I think that I just want to make sure folks understand our project didn't change. We were sort of aligned with staff that we were meeting a 35% tree canopy. And I want to say in January, staff started to take a different interpretation of that. And so we were asked, could we move the building footprint to better accommodate this tree? And I believe this was in January. And we looked at it, and we determined that we would lose 8 family-size units if we did that. We'd also impact several other additional units adjacent. And so we then talked to our landscape architect, who you're about to hear from, to make sure that we really thought we could save this tree, because we think it's important to meet the tree canopy. It was a question of trade-offs. We were not willing to lose 8 affordable family units when we believed, based on our experts, that we can make this tree survive. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to David Judd, Studio 39.
Can you hear me? Hey, David Judd with Studio 39. So we're going to agree to disagree with Vincent on this. Based on what we did our original studies, we definitely believe we can save this tree. In the codes that we were looking at when we originally started doing the canopy calculations, it has a 30% impact to critical root zones. Right now we're at 25%. So that's under the 30% threshold of a tree impacting or the roots being impacted. But also what we're, because as Zach had mentioned, is it's in our best interest to save this tree to meet that 35% canopy. So we have a multi-pronged, multi-phased mitigation effort planned, pre-construction, during construction, post-construction, to help get this tree or maintain this tree's survivability. But we think it can survive.
Got it. And I think kind of to try and put a little bit of a bow on this, you know, obviously I think we all hope that the tree will survive. Different experts can have different assessments. Trees are not the only place where that often will happen. But back to our staff, I think we've worked on some kind of contingency language around if the tree does not survive, I guess, what are we requiring in the case that this tree, T13, does not make it?
So earlier this week, we were toying with the idea of including a separate condition to account for what happens for this tree, whether it survives or whether it does not. Upon further conversations with our urban forestry team and in further review of our standard practice here, we didn't think that this necessitated any sort of extra condition because Condition 7, Standard Site Plan Condition 7, provides the proper process for replacement if this tree does not survive. So it will be monitored for a period of 3 years after construction, and if it does not survive, the applicant will have to replace it given a certain replacement factor, which will all be worked out during the final landscape plan, which happens after 4.1 approval. And then if they cannot replace it to the point that is required based on again, this is a very mature tree, so it will be hard to replace it in kind, then they will have to pay into the tree canopy fund. And all of that, although the entire process is outlined in our standard site plan condition 7. So we did not add a condition, although we may have mentioned to you in briefings earlier this past week that we were going to, because condition 7 satisfies and explains the proper process.
Great, thank you. That's really helpful. And I will pass along for now.
Thank you, Vice Chair Coffey, and we'll go to Mr. Spain first, and then Mr. Carantonis on the trees.
Well, I'll keep it short. I guess based on everything I'm hearing, I guess we're just going to have to flip a penny. That's a joke. I hope the tree survives. Someone's going to be, I don't know, wrong at the end of the day on this. But to Vincent, who's on the line, and our urban forestry team, who I hold in very high regard, just a question, because I don't know. Maybe I didn't read it in the document or I didn't see it. How old is this tree, T13, right now? Do we have an estimated age? How long has this been around? As a mature tree, do we know? Vincent, do you know?
Sorry, that's not something that's easy to determine. I could go back into historic records. We don't usually value trees based on their age, but usually on their size.
Applicant, did y'all do any, no idea?
Maybe 80 years, whenever the...
Maybe how old?
Maybe 80.
Maybe 80, okay. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Afterwards, Vincent, you can tell me if you cut the tree and count the rings sometimes, but that ain't what we know. No.
Hopefully you don't have to do that.
Mr. Carantonis.
Yeah, one of the interesting parts of, especially with pin oaks, et cetera, is that they live also very long. So it's not only taking an asset that has been many years there, but also taking an asset that could, continue. I have a different question. When I saw that there is a sewer line underneath the green space, in general, I learned in school that you keep that space over the sewer line generally clear, and the sewer line accessible and maintenance, accessible for maintenance, and that typically also means that trees shouldn't be there, or not very close anyway. How do we manage that?
Sure. So that question came up earlier this week, and staff huddled together. We met with we had our urban forestry team, and we met with our Department of Environmental Services engineers who review pipes and placements and easements. And I think we reached an agreement that it could be possible on this site to perhaps have some replacement plantings within certain easements because there are so many utility pipes underground in the greenway. We do have condition language that kind of allows that flexibility, but that would be worked out between departments during the final landscape review and also landscape plan review and also the civil engineering plan. So the way the conditions are set up, it wouldn't preclude any sort of plantings within those areas, but it will be tight because given those underground utilities. But that will all get worked out upon final landscape plan review.
Thank you. I'm just pointing that out because sometimes we have a little bit exuberant expectations for the kind of tree canopy we can have in a place that has that sort of an additional layer of utility there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carantonis. Ms. Cunningham.
I am curious if we have an estimate for if we were to replace it in kind for something that large, what number are we doing? Like, I know probably we wouldn't do it, but certainly in some projects it is required, or to extricate it and move it, as Mr. Carantonis can give stories of.
I believe it's 10 trees. 10 large trees.
10 trees.
10 large trees.
It's a
plus
10 large trees replanted would be necessary.
But if you were to be required to put back one of the same size, infinite? Where I'm heading with this is that, again, the plan's vision is for this as a green main street, and it is not a green main street today because it was really envisioned last in the 50s. So if we, on the very first project, say, it's fine, you can just use the regular rules and pay $4,000 per tree that you can't put there, then all of the big trees that are a pain to preserve are not going to be preserved along Langston. And so, again, it's not so much about this project, but by going first, we're setting precedents here. And so I'd like to know whether we should have a different number along this particular project, since 35% is very aggressive. It's going to be very hard on every project. And it's really, really important to the plan. That was a fundamental. Did you get to a number or thoughts? Sorry, I kept talking right when you had it. I can keep talking. Go ahead.
Just for awareness, I mean, I think, and there can be fair critiques on this, but after we talked at 2:30 or 3 yesterday afternoon, there was still some doubt in my own mind as to whether to move forward. And I wonder if Ms. Voluntish or perhaps our county attorney can provide any additional context on what led us to stick with condition 7 and not see if we could reach any further to address the concerns that Ms. Cunningham mentioned. And I'm sorry it's slightly imponderable, but I do think it's a fair question. And we were, at least I know you were concerned about it. We were concerned. And I think our Forestry and Natural Resources Commission sapling ain't the tree cover that an enormous tree is. So I don't know if you can provide context, Ms. Voluntish, or if it's in the supplemental report, some of these issues.
The supplemental report does provide more clarification around the replacement process for this tree. We opted to not do anything special for this tree because we would need a metric for which to tie it to. We need to have very objective site plan conditions, and this is all hypothetical. We don't know if the tree will not survive, and so we would be then planning for a situation that we don't know will be true and will be the case. So, for instance, like if you think about what that condition would look like, I'm just curious what we would do. Would we hold them to a certain tree canopy coverage percentage, or we didn't know how to craft that language, which wasn't already in a process that was laid out in condition 7. So as we started to do that, it sounded like we were writing the same condition as condition 7 already outlines. So we had a hard time holding this tree to a different standard than any other tree because we didn't have a metric to tie it to, if that makes sense.
Mr. County Attorney, can you provide any?
I would just say it goes to enforceability and being able to actually comply with the condition.
Yep. And then you asked the original question, I think, at the applicant, Mrs. Cunningham.
To meet the canopy, to match the tree is 10 trees.
So if that tree is cut down or falls down, then you have to add 10 trees.
To meet the canopy.
Which means in the standard condition, that would be a $40,000 item if you couldn't get them all on site. Is that right?
All of them, but I would imagine they'd be able to plant some of those.
Right. And so to my point, if I'm developing a site and I don't give a dang about trees, I'm going to cut down each of the gigantic ones. And I know that's not what y'all are trying to do. I don't accuse you of that. But going forward, it's going to make economic sense to cut down the trees, and we want to not have it make economic sense to cut down the trees. So that's what I'm flagging. And I think our standard piece, especially when we're trying to get 35% canopy, is going to be too inexpensive for the trade-off, I guess.
So, go ahead.
I was going to say one thing to also be thinking about with the critical root zones of trees is because I think Vincent alluded to, this is the wine glass and then we have the plate. But because that's the perfect condition. But we have a lot of surrounding elements that are existing that are actually impacting or within the critical root zone. So we don't actually know where the true critical root zone or the structural root zone is. So it's going to go to where least passive resistance, which is basically plan right and plan south, which is towards the existing greenway right now. So there's a parking lot, there's the building over here, we have the sidewalk. So, and that was one of the measures we were going to incorporate with the helping preserve the tree with our mitigation efforts, is to do like the first, before we even start doing any kind of construction, is to do some exploratory route exploration to see where exactly the structural roots are and the critical root zone, and do any kind of mitigation efforts to help improve, and if we have to, do some root pruning and aeration and things like that to at least help the tree survive. But just not knowing exactly, it's not a true circle. It's in the green space.
So full respect to Mr. Verwal and for your expertise, as well as staff and our county attorney, I'm pretty tempted to see, given the relatively small dollar amount that you mentioned, and I don't like to legislate from the dais, but can we reach something that is a voluntary but enforceable condition, or can we do something in the next day or two that could seek to address this, is my open question. I'm not wedded to a result, and let me be concrete. The 8 families are, I respect that decision, and I would align myself with that decision. But that is the question that's there. I'm not asking a direct question at this particular moment. I haven't read every word of the supplemental on this, and time is of the essence yesterday afternoon. But I'll share it with Mr. Spain and take counsel from darting eye looks from our counsel or your counsel. But I'm trying to find a solution, because I don't think this is an immense dollar amount, and I do think the intent is there to try and honor the effort. But I want to be consistent with our Condition 7 as well as our ordinance. Mr. Spain.
Yeah, I was not going to turn my mic back on, but so I want to align my thoughts with my colleague, board member Susan Cunningham, simply because I just heard from staff, right, that you quote, don't know if the tree will survive. And then I just heard from the applicant who said, you don't know where the critical root zone is. So, quite honestly, if you try to analyze the life of the tree ultimately down the road, there's a lot of uncertainty. We just don't know. And so back to this being the very first plan build out here on LBA, Langston Boulevard, I think, Ms. Cunningham, you're right. We're going to have to figure out a way, not so much to legislate from the dais, Mr. Chair, but if this is how we're going to go forward on many of these projects, if we're all about preserving tree canopy, which I think we all are, we're going to have to put a little bit more intentionality behind these projects. Because I do agree, Ms. Cunningham, $40,000 is a drop in the bucket. Big time developers will just cut down the tree and do whatever they want, give you $40,000 for 10 trees, and they're not going to be 80 years old. They're not going to provide the same level of tree canopy that we need. So again, I'm just sharing my thoughts right now, Mr. Chair. But I understand this. I'm hearing a lot of, I'm not saying it's indecisiveness, but a lot of uncertainty, and that does not give me good, solid thoughts right now about affirming what way we're going to move forward. So be that as it may, let's try to save this tree. Let's try to continue, let's monitor it. I don't know how monitoring works, staff, or between now and 3 years, if there's something in our zoning packages, how do we do that over the course of the next 3 years? Periodic monitoring, quarterly monitoring of the street, how does that work?
I may ask Vincent to answer that if he's familiar.
Traditionally, the way this condition was written was there's just a checkpoint at the 3 years. It was previously 5 years, but it was changed to 3 years, at which a bond that is posted at the beginning of the project either gets released or does not get released. So a bond is assessed for the entire tree, and then that's looked at. We have not typically put staff time into monitoring private trees. Hypothetically, the applicant could put in a monitoring process and regularly report to staff and the staff could then be granted the ability to provide comment or say this tree is too far gone. We need to move to next steps.
That's great. Thank you. And again, if I'm off mark, and to Mr. Attorney, make sure I'm in line with this question. You just heard from staff applicant that you could perhaps voluntarily keep us aware of, whatever level of monitoring you're going to have on T13. Is that something you're open to thinking about or considering?
Yes, that was part of that mitigation, the post-construction mitigation.
How often?
We haven't gotten that far yet, but
I would love to know.
Every other week.
Okay. Could you let us know at some point in time?
We can definitely let you know.
Thank you very much.
So I want to get to Mr. Karantonis, and I want to be fully on the right side of a voluntary possible additional piece. I want to understand this issue a little bit better. I want to stay on the right side of our county attorney as well as the concerns of the applicant. I just suggest that two of us on Monday morning, along with perhaps the two attorneys, or keep us out of there if we're not supposed to be in there, see if we can work something out on this. And for me, I'll make blindingly clear, I want to do this. This project I want to move forward on, irrespective of the final result on this, because I think there's good intent on this particular issue, and condition 7 I think is strong. But I'm kind of floating that sometime between 9 and 11 on Monday morning, we see if we, perhaps Ms. Cunningham and but I can be kicked off that group. I think Ms. Cunningham maybe should be on that group, and then others. We just hop on the phone and see what we can figure out to make sure that we're reaching for all we can without doing something that is unworkable or is not consistent with the appropriate voluntariness. So that's what I'd suggest. Mr. Karantonis, over to you. I do want to be ready to move forward to some of the other items, but I hope this is an indication of our community that how committed we are, and I do think Ms. Cunningham has articulated a critical component of this, which is, we both want to be an affordable place, and the 8 families drive me, as well as trying to do what we can on the tree. So, Mr. Karantonis, did you have pieces to add, or are you close to good with that? You get the final word on this.
I'm mostly good with this, but I have a lot of respect for Dr. Vervey's judgment here. I just looked again on Google to make sure that I remember correctly. This is a tree that's next, on the part of the property, there is a storm sewer opening, two actually. So this is heavily built right now. So I probably agree with you that the most likely, the highest likelihood is that the tree system is oriented parallel to the street. And however, you will be excavating there. This is major stress for this tree. This is a mature tree. The problem with mature trees is that they are not so resilient, especially when they are alone. This is not a tree that's inside a grove or a set of other trees that will replace nutrients or whatever else. So it is a highly likelihood that we are going to lose a tree. I would appreciate the real honest effort to save this, no question. But I have to say I've seen that before, and the chances, from my limited experience, are not in favor of the tree. So,
sure.
On what the compensation should be, we can discuss that, but it cannot be kind of a prohibitive compensation when things are not, when things are de facto impossible. What we should be thinking is how we design these green spaces to accommodate long-term trees and, grow resilient tree ecosystems there, because this is the ultimate goal here.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. One of us is a scientist, and that would be you. This continues our consistent reality that you seem to know more about most subjects than I know about any single subject. But you also pointed us in the right direction for the amount can't be prohibitive. Let's see if we can work something out on Monday, and keeping in mind the desire to move forward. And so we will move forward. Next, electric vehicles, and mindful that this is something that all push for. Mr. Karantonis, you've been a leader, particularly on this, but having 10 that are electric vehicle ready and 20 electric vehicle outlets and all set, and 23, that is a big step forward. Appreciate that. I'll leave it to colleagues, and I won't go out of the sustainability bucket, but I will, seeing no lights, keep moving through the electric vehicle piece of things. Solar, this is super, super important to me and to all of us, and I'm very grateful for the solar-ready piece of things. I do think it can make a difference. I don't know commercial buildings as well. I do know that, it can take 8 to 10 years, 12 years to get your house, your solar panels on your house to get paid for, having lobbied my wife for 2 or 3 years on that at the start of our marriage, and we now have them. But it's super important. Colleagues, sustainability, anything else? And keeping in mind, we can come back to it if nothing is driving you at this particular moment. I think Mr. Karantonis and then Ms. Cunningham.
But just a statement to register with gratitude the applicant's willingness to work on the EV trickle charging infrastructure. There was an interesting discussion in the Planning Commission on this. I will reserve my comments on that for when we close on this project.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. Ms. Cunningham.
I had a couple of other items on sustainability. So one was just energy efficiency overall. I know we're working through the energy model, but I do think a number of our commissions and commissioners noted that it seemed like this building was headed towards lower energy efficiency than a typical true ground building. So I just wanted to understand if you can say more about it. Is it the topography is something, or is that really more of a reflection of at this stage in the game you're committing low but aiming high?
Are you? I think we have. Our energy sustainability person is on the call, so I'd like to ask if Kathy Lawson can speak to this.
Ms. Lawson.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Sure can. Go ahead.
Hi there. I just wanted to make a note of a couple of things. The energy model for this project is showing a 22% energy savings for the building, the whole building energy model. So it's a significant chunk. It's a significant savings. It is above and beyond the current policy and the minimum requirements of LEED or Earthcraft and Energy Star. The project, we've gone back and looked at the last 30 projects that members of this team have done in Arlington that are either approved to the 4.1 process or are currently in process. And more than 30% of those projects had a EUI of higher than 45, so even less energy efficient than this building. So I think we're in alignment with what has been historically approved. The project is not. Could it be more energy efficient? Always. Every project can. I wish that every project we deliver could be a zero energy or zero carbon project, but that's not realistic with the goals and being able to deliver a deeply affordable project and meet all the other goals in the project and the project budget. So that's where we're at the moment.
Got it. And is there one or two things that you might change if you are trying to get there? Like what's the next lowest hanging fruit?
There are a couple of things that we would like to implement, but there are other restrictions that make it difficult. For example, using heat pump water heaters, it's a very expensive item, but it does help with the energy efficiency. The problem is it causes a redesign of all mechanical units, a redesign of all of the residential, redesign of all the mechanical closets and the residential units. So it really disrupts the design and reduces the amount of square footage that these units can take up. There are other energy efficiency strategies, but the ones that we've looked at just are not penciling out to be within the budget to make this project feasible.
Got it. And maybe to the applicant, anything you want to add about how this one may vary from your other buildings? I guess We normally think that as time goes on, the technologies are improving so that each building should be able to be more efficient. So I would expect it to be above average, like most things in Arlington.
I would say this building, as designed, meets and exceeds our standards of where we've delivered buildings in the past. So our Holy Legacy Homes development, which recently delivered, that reached Earthcraft Gold. This building will reach Earthcraft Gold. Our Unity at Boston Station development, also Earthcraft Gold. So this is in keeping with that, with that tradition of meeting and reaching and exceeding those. And sorry.
And I was just going to say, I appreciate that it's Earthcraft Gold, which is great, and we're really excited about that. That's why we didn't talk about it as much today as we have the last couple of weeks. But could you, versus the energy, specifically the energy efficiency, which is a piece of the Earthcraft Gold, is this better than, worse than?
To my knowledge, it's the same as those projects that were just mentioned.
Okay.
Speak more to this, but generally we're right in line with our other buildings in terms of energy percentage. The bottom line is 20% is the minimum that Arlington looks for. We're at 22%, and we're generally in that range. And we're using all the latest technology that we can on this building for both affordability and for, as low carbon footprint as we can.
Okay, thank you. And I think, again, this is, each of these hard-won buildings should make us better as we go forward. And so I think one thing that we've talked a lot about in our commissions and community as well, energy efficiency, given where we are with global challenges, is a moral responsibility and a priority for our community. It may not be cheap. And so, particularly in an affordable housing building, on one hand, you're going to own it for a really long time and it's going to pay back. On the other hand, the upfront costs are really challenging. So I think what we need from you guys is, how can we help? How can we help it make more sense to build that energy efficiency in upfront, whether it's a specific piece of the AHIF pool or it's CPACE or other lending, because it's not the right outcome for it to only be 22%. I appreciate that with all the trade-offs, that's where you're landing, but it's not the best outcome for the residents of this building or their neighbors or the world in the long term. And so we owe it to ourselves to think about, how can we make that more doable faster? So I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham. I think a part of the start of your comments also was how we got to Earthcraft Gold, and that may have been slower than we might have wished. But also, of course, going forward. So Mr. Karantonis and then Mr. Spain.
Thank you. I have to say, I absolutely recognize that the reward in terms of lowering operating costs in the current stack of operating costs that you actually have published on is not immediate. We are asking you something, of the community is asking you something that is really very long term. Out of a rent for a 60% AMI 1 bedroom of $1,700, the utilities part is $116. So it's really small. It's not insignificant, but it's small. So shaving there 20, 30, 40% doesn't appear to be commensurate to the effort, the capital effort at this point. But this is why I really appreciate the fact that you committed to measuring the performance of the building, at least for 10 years. So I would like to ask staff what this exactly means, because this will give us kind of an objective base to say, okay, this is where we have to intervene. This is the best bang for the buck, given the evolution of cost. If we see it only from the cost point of view, because there's also the carbon footprint point of view, which is to me equally important, but we need to get first. We need to be able to get to an agreement where you see for your residents and for your operations also a worthy reward for that. So I would like to know what this measuring exactly means. Is it an annual report? Is it an energy performance report? How does this work?
So standard site plan condition in 18, we'd have to look at it because if they are switching to Earthcraft Gold, but I believe the language would still be in there about energy reporting, which is for a period of 10 years. So they would have to report back to us. I believe it's annually, I can confirm, for a period of 10 years on how the building is performing from an energy perspective.
Thank you. I'm extremely interested to have this on an annual basis for all the buildings that we have in the stock, because this is for us in community here, very valuable insight, because this is the only place where we really can begin to have a very serious conversation about how to shape incentives and other appropriations for that, so that we can get to the goal here.
Thank you, Mr. Carantonis. Mr. Spain.
Yeah, just one area as we talk about sustainability, and this is for the applicant. Any thoughts as it relates to this project about battery storage and demand management? Have that been evaluated? The reason I'm asking that is, a few months back, I've had some constituents who live in a certain area are concerned about the lack of attention being given to storage of batteries and stuff for e-bikes and alike. And so, in this new development, we could assume down the road, a lot of folks with e-bikes need places to store their batteries safely, right? Have y'all looked at that as far as battery storage in this development?
Yes, we've looked at battery charging for e-bikes in our storage rooms. There's a lot of considerations with that when you have a high concentration of those storage devices in terms of fire risks and different life safety concerns. So we're exploring that to see what is the number of those charging stations we can add.
Okay. When you find something out, I would love to know. I just think there's a demand signal, I call it, for folks who may not, their modes of transportation will be e-bikes, right? And if you're going to have, all these units and folks have e-bikes, where do they store their, the batteries and stuff like that? And then it can, we have ordinance on battery storage, but it's just something I think you should not take your eye off and be thinking about in the future. To rooftop to solar, since we're talking about solar, I guess this is for the applicant as well. What will trigger installation of solar-ready panels? And at which time, what would trigger that?
Yeah, so that would be if any available funding sources essentially become available, where we can take additional solar credits, which we can implement towards acquiring the actual panels.
Okay. But it's something you're perhaps looking at as well, right? Down the road.
That's correct. And then as part of our program, we're also implementing a solar-ready building. So we're building sort of the rough-ins for future implementation, and also looking to know those potential locations where the solar panels would be located.
That's great. And I think, just wanted to know if you had any idea what credits and things alike that may come down the road, but what mechanism would trigger that. But good to know. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I think we're set with sustainability.
I have one last.
You said a couple. I'm giving you the second one.
I'm going for a third. It's like it's the 11th story. Bird-friendly glass. So I know our forestry team has brought this up in some of our other commissions as well. Whether it's bird-friendly glass or little sensors or something that help with the birds not running into the considerably lovely large windows here, what are you thinking, and what are the costs and trade-offs associated?
Is that applicant or is that to the staff?
Sure, I can.
More
I can take it.
applicant, yeah.
Take it. And I think staff addressed it as well in the staff report. So I'm not a bird-friendly glass expert in any way, but my understanding is the design of the building, the stepping down of the building and whatnot creates less potential hazard than a different type of building would for bird-friendly glass treatment. So there's that. I also understand from our architect that on the levels where you would typically put bird-friendly glass, which are typically just on the lower levels, we're using a lower reflectivity glass to address that concern. And so those are the things that we're doing. And this typically comes up in the green building program for projects that are triggering that. And obviously this one is not because it's satisfying bonus density with affordable housing. As far as cost or anything else goes, is there anything else?
Well, I'd also like to add that often with bird-friendly glass, it's more applicable to commercial buildings where you have large glass kind of, views, right? Like an office building where it might be all glass. With residential buildings, you have natural breaks between the windows where you have walls, and also folks often use blinds in the first 35 feet of a building, right? So it's not the same sort of application as you'd see for where you typically would put bird-friendly glass. We did have time to have our team do a study of what the cost impacts would be, and it's roughly around $380,000 in the ballpark to add bird-friendly glass.
And that's all the windows below 35 feet?
Correct.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Well, you said two originally, you got a third. Do you have any others? Okay, I truly did want to be.
We're not going to 12 stories.
Got it. Okay. Thank you, colleagues, for the discussion and applicant for the discussion. Sustainability, we are there. Next, parking and transportation is the category that I would go to next. I'll try and start a little bit. Let's see. There's a fair amount of discussion, I think, on the 0.82 ratio. And I think in some of the discussion we had over the last 24 hours, there was a look at the other ratios of parking that is provided on other true ground projects and that are in other spaces. Is it fair if we think, I'm just thinking of the ones I know of, Terwilliger, Marbella, I'm not thinking of all of them, but I did see a chart in what you shared over with us that 0.82 is the highest ratio, at least that I saw, of the recent projects, and that may be due to where we are. Is that a fair description? I don't know if whether it's Ms. Walentish or Sergio, and I'm blanking on your last name, I'm getting there. So, Mr. Sergio for now.
Thank you, Chair DeFronti. I'm pulling up that chart as we speak right now.
Viricochea?
Viricochea.
Close, I don't know.
It is a Basque last name, but without an E.
Yes.
You knew that because you know everything, almost. So, Mr. Viricochea.
So thank you for the question. Staff has had time to research some of the affordable housing projects in the recent years, some that are not constructed yet, but many that are constructed. And as you're saying, the Lecky Gardens subject site plan is on the higher end for parking ratio at 0.82, which staff supports for a number of reasons. One is for the accessibility to nearby transit. There's the ART 55 just blocks away within walking distance that provides connectivity to the Roslyn Metro Station as well as East Falls Church Metro Station. There's also bike lanes along Woodstock Street from Glebe all the way to Cherry Hill Road. Another reason that staff supports is because the applicant did do some on-site analysis of how Lecky Garden is utilized today, which is great because a lot of these other projects on this chart are not really in the Langston Boulevard area. So having some context right in this area is always welcomed. And the applicant did do some night studies on November at 5 p.m. and 11 p.m., which they noticed that the parking utilization is closer to 0.7, so not maxed out. And then just to close out the support for the ratios, for the proposed parking ratio, as you can see on the chart, what's being proposed today is definitely, it can be more than double of certain other sites that have come online in recent years. But as I've kind of said before, it is on the higher end when compared to other projects.
Thank you. I appreciate it. There was also the slides the applicant identified in your presentation. I would say a couple of thoughts. The neighbors reasonably have concerns over the 3Y no longer being there. The 3Y's ridership, I have the glory of knowing, was extraordinarily low, even post-COVID. That still doesn't make it all easy. For my part, the 55, there was a request for reduced headways on the 55. This is going to take, even under any scenario, it's going to take years to build this. So certainly, I hope that we will have a new administration and greater investment in 55. And but it is a chicken and the egg. You need more residents to justify additional headway, but you also want to build that headway so that more residents will take the 55. Finally, I will note that I did do some inquiry, and it's to the great credit of the Waverly Hills residents that the residential permit parking program does apply in the immediate neighborhood that is not, as I understand, is not multifamily. And yet, in the Civic Association meeting, immediately the resident said, I do want parking, but I don't want the residential permit parking program because I want my neighbors in the building to have a chance to park. And that is exactly what we're trying to do, is that we're all trying to make the best situation. The residential permit parking program, I think, as most on the board may recall, 80% of the folks on a particular block need to support doing that. And so that is a tool that is available. I'm not saying it's perfect or easy. Lastly, it did come up in the discussions that 3 parking spots, residents raised that 3 parking spots on Woodstock, I believe, would be eliminated under the language in the plan, but it's actually, I believe, only 1 parking spot that would be eliminated, but that doesn't mean that every spot isn't going to be valuable. Mr. Verruccia, is that on Woodstock? Can I just verify with that that's an accurate description of your analysis of that concern of our residents?
It's on Woodrow, so it's on the western street. So I have it on the screen right now there, and I'm using a slide from the applicant that was presented at SPRC. But yes, there's a reduction of 1 space on the Woodrow side adjacent to the development.
Got it. Thank you. There's also additional questions on PUDOs, drop off and pick up, or pick up and drop off. I've just tried to sort of cover as much as we can, as quickly as we can, and fully cede to Vice Chair Coffey and then Mr. Spain.
Thank you. And I have perhaps a bit more of a philosophical question to begin, but I think one of the great things about the proposed building here is getting larger family size unit, including some 4-bedroom units, which we very rarely, if ever, see in a multi-story building. At the same time, our parking ratios are computed on a per unit basis, regardless of the size of those units. I guess I'm wondering kind of why that construct is the right one to evaluate parking in these developments, and kind of how we think about, the difference of utilization when you have maybe a studio 1-bedroom heavy development versus a 2, 3, 4-bedroom type of development.
The ratios are something that are like in our standards, and we do apply to a lot of developments. It's also in our zoning guidance. So that's our main reference tool, and it does apply to residential units. The breakdown of how many passes or spaces a certain dwelling unit may have, that's up to the development and their project management or the property management team, and how they disperse the number of spaces for each type of dwelling unit.
Yeah, and I guess, maybe for Mr. Fusarelli or someone who is more kind of in the why we do these things, like, I think it is rational at face value to think that a family that needs a 4-bedroom unit may also need more parking than someone living in a 1-bedroom unit might. And so we have made this decision to codify in our zoning and in all of our policies and practices that we're going on a per unit basis, regardless of the size of that unit. Is there I guess, like planning background or like deeper reason why that is kind of the accepted way to go about this, when kind of facially as a resident, it might seem like, well, that doesn't make any sense.
You know, I appreciate the question, and it may be somewhat limited in terms of what I could offer. I mean, what I can say is if you go back decades, right, Arlington County has used other methods to manage how much parking is required. We used to do it on a floor area basis. If you go back long enough. Now, as was said, we currently in most, if not all districts, manage and require parking based on number of units. You know, I mean, philosophically, that could be sort of done in a macro level, understanding or appreciating that we are going to have different types of units, right? But overall, arriving at a particular type or a particular number that is appropriate given the blend across unit types. That's somewhat speculatory on my part at this point. I can't recall instances in the past where we or other communities that we know have regulated parking getting to, you know, the number of spaces per the different number of bedrooms in various unit types, if that's helpful.
Yeah, no, I am also not familiar with anywhere that does it that way, but I think it's something we consistently hear from residents around parking is, well, if more people are living in this unit, they're gonna need more cars. And so helpful background. Floor area ratio also does not seem any more intuitive of a way to think about parking than per units. And then I think, you know, for the applicant, it was very helpful to have the breakdown and analysis. And I think you even did further breakdown that showed the utilization of the parking at some of these sites. I can't remember if you showed that in your presentation already, but if we could look at that, that would be helpful.
We did, and we can bring that slide back up again.
Great, thank you. And so I think Gilliam Place was the one that I was looking at in our staff slide that was, yes, authorized at, you know, what we would for Arlington say is probably a pretty high parking ratio. And it's even further from a metro than the Lecky site would be, but has a utilization ratio that is in line with what is being proposed at this site. So to me, I think this is what helps me feel this in combination with the slide that staff also pulled together. You know, I think transportation is really a challenging thing to intuit, and especially for folks who have been very, very car reliant their whole lives. As someone who grew up in the outer suburbs, you know, it was really hard for a long time to conceptualize of not needing a car on a daily basis. But I think having the lived experience of existing Arlington context buildings to me helps really lend that confidence that we're in the right ballpark here. And last question on parking that the applicant may or may not be able to answer. We know that building parking is getting more and more expensive. Do you have a ballpark of what the per parking spot cost is? $80,000. $80,000 below grade park. Great. I think that's also a really important number for all of us to think about. Each parking spot adds around $80,000. So.
Thank you, Vice Chair Coffey. A sobering number. Mr. Spain.
Well, where I come from, down in Bay, South Carolina, you can almost buy a house for $80,000. Great day. Just a few questions. I'm going to start here then. $80,000. So the question I have for the applicant, in this build out and parking, will residents be charged for parking?
No, we do not charge our residents for parking.
Great. Second question, we've had a lot of concern about spillover in and around the neighborhood. How do you intend to take on visitor parking and manage that so we won't have this spillover into the neighborhood? Any thoughts on it? Visitors parking.
Well, presently we have 12 visitor spaces inside of the building. Per our operations, we tend to not, because we offer very low and low income units, a lot of those residents don't tend to have cars. So usually we don't have a massive problem with visitors parking. I'll let Mike chime in here.
Sure. Visitor parking is typically available on a first come, first served basis, particularly during the day. And then often for overnight visitor parking, we would issue a parking pass, which is available through the leasing office, and we would have on-site leasing. So the resident would need to secure that during normal business hours for their guest for an overnight period.
Right. So for the applicant, or maybe even for True Ground, like I guess in some of your properties around Arlington, and this may have came up on a recent project in the past, you haven't seen any issues with visitor parking on your other properties per se? No major issues? Okay. And maybe this is for staff. You just let me know. Has there been a parking demand study conducted for the Waverly Hills neighborhood?
Not that I'm aware of, no, but there is a transportation demand management condition that's tied to this development where there will be a parking study of some sort that's required it has like 2 checkpoints after 2 years and I believe after 5 years.
Great. Yeah, I took an opportunity to also look at the Transportation Committee's report out. Didn't have any public comments or folks come at that particular meeting to provide for us to hear their concerns. But other than that, Mr. Chair, those are all the questions I have right now for parking.
Thank you. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To Ms. Coffey's question on Gilliam Place, this is a legacy, the 1.18 is a legacy thing from 2000s, where the community determined that it should be 1 1/8 parking space per unit. And we are 20-something years later with average service in the corridor, but good. Average tour is good. We're still a 0.83 of need there. So that's more than enough. And this is in a corridor that still has a model mix that is almost 90% car, still. So that gives me a lot of reassurance. What I wanted to point out is this project has a couple of other things that are transportation relevant and for me amazing. It has an amazing walk shed. All kids from these families will be able to walk to their schools, elementary, middle school, and high school. So that alone is absolutely great. The second thing is I think that this is also one of the places where bikeability will be pretty good. And I wanted to ask you, there is a bike lane that we are adding there, correct? I don't remember if it's on which street is it?
It's on Woodstock Street,
Woodstock
and
Street.
it's existing today.
It's existing today. So do we want to fortify this bike lane to make it a protected bike lane, or at least soft protected bike lane?
Currently with our policy, and I'm bringing up the slides again, the standard bike lane configuration is in the MTP and also in the Langston Boulevard area plan. So as it is right now, with just standard bike lanes in the north and south direction, is compliant with some of our planning guidance. That doesn't mean to say that in the future, if there is a need to improve this segment or between Glebe and Cherry Hill Road, that it cannot be done. It would have to be done on a corridor basis, and the available right-of-way would need to be balanced too. So perhaps a parking lane may have to be removed in order to get some of these enhancements. But as it is right now, it does comply with our MTP guidance.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. I think parking and transportation, I think we're good there. Oh, sorry, with the light on, go ahead.
Sorry, I was slow. First, I just want to clarify something about the 3Y. Before COVID, it was standing room only. After COVID, it had a longer time coming back. But there was conversation as there was return to work for the federal workforce about whether to undo that decision. And WMATA's answer at the time was because of the Theodore Roosevelt Bridge renovations, it would actually be a longer trip for the next couple of years than it would be to transfer at Roslyn. So, but that is a big deal for Langston Boulevard Alliance and for especially federal commuters along Langston. So let's not lose track of that one for the future. I would say with the parking here, I think the analysis that's been done is fairly compelling that the ratio that's presented here will work. That is not to say that I believe the ratio at a couple of other projects was right, but I think here it does make sense. I think there may need to be some zoned parking over time. And the only piece I would highlight is that for the limited number of residents who may have commercial vehicles, I believe it's true that because the parking, right now you can park in the lot with commercial vehicles, but once it's undergrounded, there won't be the height clearance to do so. Is that correct? So like a utility van with a ladder on top is what we're envisioning.
Just give us 1 second while we confirm.
Yeah, thanks. And while you do that, I'll just also clarify, since I tried to teach kids to both bike and drive and walk to school in this particular neighborhood, it is very hilly. So in terms of bike shed and walk shed, for a very sturdy and tall person, it's doable, but it's a 30-minute walk to Ballston, and it's also, you know, it's hilly. You're sweating even in December.
If I may, also while the applicant's looking up that research on the height of the garage, what's presented on the screen is what I mentioned is the on-street parking adjacent to the development. And just for transparency, across the street from the development on 20th Road, there will be a loss of 3 spaces against the single-family homes. Here you see a slide of 20th Road North. You can see that parking's on both sides of the street. Although it's very limited on the single-family home side, there is more continuous parking against the development side. And I just wanted to bring that up because that picture that I had earlier just shows the parking inventory next to development. Some of the reasoning behind of the loss of those 3 spaces is to welcome some of the streetscape improvements. So 20th Road against the development will now have a 5-foot sidewalk and a 2-foot utility strip that did not exist in the past. As you can see back in the existing picture, there's no utility strip of any sort. So anytime somebody parks against the sidewalk, I guess, you know, if their door opens, it would impede in the sidewalk area. And then currently today, there is a 4.5-foot sidewalk on the development side, and it's going to be increased to 5 feet, which is compliant with our MTP for neighborhood roads. I know we would probably like wider, but we're also trying to keep that overland relief area I guess trying to minimize the impacts there, but I did want to just bring that up for transparency. And the reasoning the removal of the 3 spaces is required is because once a roadway is touched, or at least a curb, then it triggers the fire code or a fire review, and a 20-foot clear is what's needed to welcome some of those fire trucks along this roadway, as well as like ambulance units. And I welcome any questions if you guys have any on that. Thank you.
Jan, can you speak to the clear height in the garage?
Yes, so on our upper level of the parking garage, our clearance is approximately 8'6", which is sufficient for standard vans that are used, and that's required also because those are the handicap accessible. Those are the vans that can bring, you know, there are two van parkings on that floor, so we need to provide it, but we don't providing additional clearance. This is pretty much the standard clearance you can see anywhere in Arlington on the main floor, where you enter the garage.
Great, thank you.
And I'd also like to touch on the utility vehicles registered to Lucky Gardens residents. To date, at True Ground, all residents have to register if they're going to park on the property, and there are no utility or commercial vehicles registered to any resident at True Ground, at Lucky Gardens today.
Got it, thank you. I think there was some additional discussion. I appreciate both being corrected or clarified by, with respect to the three spaces and with respect to the 3Y. I do want to keep learning because I just listened to our transportation director yesterday. I believe you've got a greater knowledge on that one, and I'm not saying I would have advocated for that. It's just the surveys that I saw post. But onward we go. I think we're good parking and transportation.
55 is performing very well, actually. Our residents on Langston Boulevard are using it a lot, almost 400,000 people every year, and it was almost 25% better than last year.
Sure, and also it's the case that in a conversation 6 or so months ago, our DASH director indicated that performing well, but there was still some issues that are there, and so there is rational basis that some said they're less enamored. It's not a direct route like 3Y. Others said they take the 55, and now because the cost is easy, they can go 55 to Metro, and it's at least as fast. But that doesn't mean we wouldn't want both. I would, of course, want more for us, and mindful that for some who for years have taken the 3Y, it is a concern. So we'll keep working on that. There's always dependability can be helpful, but thank you very much for that. So next area, let's see, if someone's ahead of me.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, go
I think
ahead.
we hit parking, but not all transportation. I had
Sure, go
two
ahead.
other small transportation items. So one is the loading. I know originally you had two driveways onto Woodstock, and I appreciate you made the change to have only one. Can you talk about the loading access there and potential stroller, bike, school kid conflicts? Because there's a lot of traffic there.
Sure. Yeah, so like you said, there is still a loading access on Woodstock. It accommodates two 40-foot trucks. So we did do some maneuvers just, to look at the turning maneuvers in and out, and it operates as you would expect. So I think it's just something that will be, monitored as that's used, as pedestrians are using that area. But I think it's designed kind of in line with current standards.
And the visibility is pretty good. Like you can see people walking.
I believe so. I think is something that will, continue to be studied as everything kind of is designed and trees are planted and things like that. But yes, I believe yeah.
Okay, great. And then my other question is about the intersection at Woodstock and Glebe, which has had an F rating for a very long time and has a T-bone crash pretty often. That will be the main route that when the children are late to school and they are not walking because they're late to school because they wouldn't put their shoes on or whatever else, hypothetically, when you're racing to Glebe Elementary, you'll be coming down Woodstock and making that left. So can you comment on that and where we are in getting a signal there?
Sure. Yeah, so the southbound approach, as you mentioned, is the one that does experience some delays. I think that is fairly typical of minor street approaches on a major corridor like Glebe. I think, as was mentioned, that is an existing condition. There is a signal just to the south by about 500 feet at the intersection of Glebe and 18th. So I think that makes it difficult to install another signal at this location. I think that does provide a good place for pedestrians to cross to get to the school that's directly across on Glebe. But I think that's for pedestrian crossing. I think you're referring to people coming out and making that left. What that signal does do on Glebe is provide some metering of traffic. So, whenever the signal turns red, that provides some opportunity for people to make that left. You just might have to wait for a moment like you would at another signal to wait for that gap to make that left.
So that might be a question for our transportation staff, whether as the signalization gets more advanced, if we're never going to get a signal there, even though we need one, I think, by the data and have needed one, is there some way that we can have that more of a protected left, where you're controlling the signals at the other ends? Because right now it's not. It's definitely a dodge. It's not an orthogonal intersection. There's a hill. You got school kids. You got really narrow sidewalks. It's suboptimal. I don't know if our transportation team is here.
Yes. So our corridors are optimized on a yearly basis to just improve timings, and I can note that down if, maybe, when's the next time maybe Glebe Road will be looked at in terms of some type of signal optimization for the corridor and timing wise as well.
Okay, yeah, and I think this particular development, when it's starting to go, that needs to be very top of mind, because what was it, 144 students, let's say 100 of them are in elementary school. That's a lot of additional load there with kind of high risk pedestrians.
Thank you. Sounds like there would be, the preference would be follow up and send a note to Ms. Cunningham on that one. And those of us who have interest will continue to follow up there. So parking and transportation, I believe we have addressed. We are now on to architecture and design. And I am patient. I also think that one of our architects may be interested. Let me just, let's see. The other things that we have that I can tell are housing and overall plan conformance. So I will go ahead and we'll come back to architecture and design. Mr. Cantonis, I think architecture and design may be of interest to you. That's our category now.
It is of interest to me, but I...
Do you need a minute?
No, I have several issues with that, but I don't want to litigate them ad nauseum, because I know that there are certain limitations. The project has gone through SPRC, has gone through many other things. There are a couple of things for me. If I have to mention one that I believe is kind of improvable, first of all, is the entrance part of the building. Typically we want to have a building that welcomes. So a building that welcomes has a significant entrance, needs to have a significant entrance, and somehow the entrance has moved over different SPRCs, and now it is a relatively small, or in juxtaposition to the whole. So my question is whether you see any improvements there. The second question is about the interior of the building. So there is a place, kind of a community room where, typically that's a room that's a multi-purpose room, services are delivered there, etc. My discussion is, how do you envision the interior connectivity of the building? How are you going to use this room? And why is this room more internal and not facing out like in other projects that True Ground has delivered in the past?
So question about the entrance and then a question about the interior in either order. Go ahead. It's for the applicant. Go ahead, sir.
So we did actually redesign the entrance. The original entrance to the building was more to on a Woodstock side, and the part of the problem was originally the grading. We changed a little bit the grading around, and that was one of the comments that we received. That was exactly whether it was not as prominent, and that's what we actually did. It would be great, actually, if we can have a rendering that would show really that view. But the bottom line was, the entrance is actually right now a two-story entrance expression when you look at it. And also, it's the only part of the building that it's kind of vertical, but a very strong vertical expression at that corner, which really kind of leads your eye down to it. So we feel that the entrance and the scale of it, it's sufficient in terms of scale as a two-story, and usually also, on the residential projects, you don't see huge entrances, like very prominent ones. So we felt, actually, we had originally one-story expression on the entrance, and we went to the two-story, and we feel that this would be appropriate in terms of the scale of the building. So can it be done that we extended additional floor, like that expression that you see right now on the picture? But I feel that also we're using a relatively large canopy, and we're also doing a hardscaping and landscaping in front of it that really leads you into that space. So it creates a relatively large space that really, you can probably see all the way from Langston, actually, I think, if you look at the building. So the only thing I can see, like making it even stronger, would be probably add another floor into that expression, which can be done.
Thank you. Maybe this is an area for follow-up. And also, But go ahead, Mr. Carantonis. We also have the interior question. Go ahead. The interior connectivity of the building and the multi-purpose room is my summary of the question. How do you see that working together? Is that?
Right. The idea here is that part of the community building of the building is how people interact inside the building. And we've seen from True Ground actually some excellent deliveries on this. They make a lot of difference in how people feel inside the building. Pierce Queen, for example, is an excellent one. Terwilliger Place is an excellent one. Gilliam Place is an excellent one. So here I see, I cannot really locate well the room. It's kind of more of an interior space. It's kind of, digested by the building rather than an active place that is open and also connects with the outside.
Well, actually, in terms of interior layouts and the whole amenity area for the building, it's still in a final design, and that's sometimes, these things are adjusted based also based on the programming. So definitely, this is going to be something that we're going to work on further, and it's not the final layout. Mm-hmm. I think it's going to be, in terms of the exterior expression, it's going to be part of the building that has a more activated, larger glazed facade. So from the exterior design standpoint, that's how the building's going to read, no matter from the outside. But in terms of the interior layouts and the exact final sizes and position of these rooms might potentially also change as well.
Yeah, I also recognize that you want to connect it to the patio, to the atrium inside, which is laudable. I don't say otherwise. But I just wanted to understand what the concept is for that. The interior spaces, a lot of light, this is what we want for people to feel home, right? This is their collective living room, basically.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Carantonis. I think we will try to go on to utilities and transformer. And on utilities, I guess I'll start with the question. Unless you were back in architecture.
I was back in architecture.
Go ahead.
I was just going to second the request about the entrance and about the activation of the first floor. I know you guys will keep working on it as you go, but it feels like we may have overdone the emphasis of the entrance, and that now it feels like a really tall, flat space to me, but you're the designers. But something more whimsical or fun at closer to street level that would kind of make it be a special experience, as well as whatever you can do to unite or kind of connect that atrium space, that community room, to what will eventually be a cool alleyway between buildings on the north side. But right now it's just a parking lot, so I know why you're not connecting it at the moment. So all that to say, and maybe just final piece, like on sustainability, we would like to get to a place where you all are able to invest in design just a little bit more on our affordable buildings, because we do embrace our affordable buildings as truly core infrastructure and core awesomeness to our community, recognizing that you probably got like $1.50 to spend on any architectural enhancements so that the financing would go around. Again, as we move into the next couple of years, how can we help there? How can we incent even better design going forward? So leave it there.
Thank you, Ms. Cunningham, and for the effort to do better. And I think recognizing, as we all do, that you did redo almost the entire building through the process that still can lead to the entrance concern from the visuals. So onward now to utilities, undergrounding, just unless there's others. Bottom line, you don't own the property that is the utilities undergrounding. I did hear earlier that you tried to engage the property owner to the I don't know, I guess that's the north or the west. I don't know if you can say anything more about those engagements and what would occur in terms of bringing them down, what the possibilities are for that, or the process would be for that. I'll ask our staff first and maybe also to the applicant after that.
Sure. So as I mentioned, we did build in condition language to allow for a scenario in which the applicant were able to reach an agreement with the adjacent property owner to underground those wires. So the condition essentially says, if you can show us that you have reached that agreement, underground these 2 specific poles located on that frontage, and then provide street trees in their stead, at which point, and those would be worked out with final landscape plan. But that's essentially what the condition says, and that's nearly all we can do given the situation that they are on private property, because the county would not want to get involved in any sort of private arrangement between the 2 property owners.
So, got it. Help me a little bit, because that condition escaped me, and there was an earlier quote, which I wrote down, willing to bring them down, which leads to a question of like how conditions would work with private property, and given that it has not yet occurred, I guess this question is for Mr. Williams, but if you know the answer, like what happens if the property owner agrees later? Who bears the cost, or how does that condition work? Because stretching back to law school with conditions precedent and conditions, whatever the antis afterwards, don't seem like they're easily enforceable conditions. And so just help me a little bit. I'm going to go to Mr. Williams first and then back to you, Ms. Walentish. I just don't understand, and that may be my fault.
Sure, I can speak to that, and then we can also speak to our attempts to date to try to get that agreement with the adjacent owner. The reason that we're willing to do it is it's as long as it's part of our construction project. It's to our benefit to be able to take down those lines. We can then plant trees there that, is good obviously for the project as well. And so if during construction we can get the agreement, we can do it. It works better for our project. We're probably going to need that area anyway for staging and in order to build a building. So it's not just the utility lines, but there's other things we need that area for. So that's why if we can we're trying to get the agreement, and we would do it. It's also, obviously, it could be to the adjacent property's benefit if we were to do it, because they're going to be expected to underground as part of any future development if we don't do it. That being said, and this is where I hand it off to Charles, we haven't gotten to an agreement yet, but we've been trying.
Thank you.
We've reached out to them, we've shared exhibits, and we've heard back, and they've engaged a council to review those. That is sort of where we are at this moment, as we're waiting for them to provide feedback on their decision to allow us to underground those wires.
Great, really appreciate both your comments on this, and it's helpful because I know there's no cost on undergrounding utilities. Ms. Walentish, or perhaps probably you, but could be the county attorney, the condition reads such that there is the incentive naturally to continue to try to do this during the period of construction, and that's what would happen. Since it's private property owners, would our staff have any role in kind of checking to make sure that is occurring, or is that really incentivized already by the private property interests that they've described? I don't know that condition in the packet.
I think we would require some certification that they do have permission, and that we have permission they have permission to do any work on someone else's property. I don't know what that exactly would look like, and I don't know at this point in the condition if we need to write that in. I think that is something we would work out with the county attorney if we needed to. But again, it's between private property owners, so we would some sort of certification, and then when they file their plans to redo that streetscape, we would require that.
Great, thank you. If perhaps staff or the county manager or the county attorney, if we can play a constructive role, then let us know. But otherwise, keep us. We don't want to interfere in any way, but we do want to see that occur, and mindful that it cannot occur when it's not on your property. I'll move on next to the transformer, we did receive. Thank you to the team of staff and Ms. Flanagan Watson for a Friday multi-page memo updating us with respect to the estimated cost and the transformer. Let's see, for the applicant first, and then I'll be ready to pass it to other colleagues on the transformer. I think both Ms. Cunningham and Mr. Karantonis at different times have touched on it. But am I right in understanding that the cost to underground the transformer would be in excess of $1 million? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Got it. And then I think one of the slides might indicate that, and my understanding of the science, and Mr. Karantonis is the part-time scientist, but is that undergrounding the transformer would further make it unlikely that the main tree 13, would be saved. Is that correct or incorrect?
It's a different tree. It's on the other side of the site. So
Got it.
we would lose another tree beyond
Got it.
T13.
Okay, all right. I've sort of gotten to where I can on the transformer. I'll leave it to lights to magically appear, or I'll march ahead. And just in time, Ms. Cunningham, go ahead.
I will just say on the transformer, it really is a bigger piece around standard site conditions. And I think in this case, the trade-offs make all kinds of sense that, you know, it could have gone underground in another project, and I would probably have insisted it go underground. Here, it may not make sense, but it kind of goes back to making sure our standard site conditions are robust enough to be the right set. And that also goes to the sustainability piece. So we know with the Green Building Initiative, we need to update those standard site plans, conditions, and I want to make sure that the manager remembers that we want that to happen quickly. He's having a hard time. He got it. Okay, very good. And adjacent to that is the tree strip width, which I think in the plan, it's 6 feet. We heard from our forestry and other folks that 8 feet would be better for the trees. Again, we said 6, so we're going to stick with it here, but I would raise the question, if we know 8 is important to us, how do we incent that going forward, or at least have that conversation early enough in the conversation to be considered in future designs along Langston, again, because we're aiming for it to be a green Main Street. That's it.
Thank you. So I think we're, oh, yes, go ahead, Ms. Vice Chair Carvey.
And I don't mean for this to be a long discussion, but on kind of the challenges of undergrounding this transformer, are these inherent engineering challenges, or are they things that are more related to the level of requirements Dominion places upon anyone who undergrounds the transformer? I'm just trying to figure out if this is just part of how it is, or if there are kind of artificial things that make this harder than necessary.
John Ledostansky from Bowman Consulting. I've been dealing with Dominion Power for 35 years here in Arlington County. I've seen big changes happening. Depending upon where you are in the county, if you're in Roslyn or if you're in parts of Crystal City, they have a different requirement, which those transformer vaults might be 35 or 40 feet wide by the length, depending upon the number of transformers within the vault. In this particular location, well, another important thing is transformer vaults need to be on private property. They cannot be in the county right away, okay? So when you have a project right across the street right here, okay, the Commodore, the sidewalk is 18 feet wide. Well, guess what? The vault needs to be 17 feet wide. So therefore, the vault fits in very neatly right in between the sidewalk there and the building face. We don't have that luxury here. You're in the middle of, number one, really comprised with the, there's a storm line there. That is just right up, this vault would have been 1.5 feet away from the edge of an 80-year-old pipe. That's not a good thing to do, really. It's just not a good thing at all. So we're constrained both with the space here and then also just the trees also, as was mentioned previously, okay? So a little different. When you have Crystal City, Roslyn, those kinds of places, much easier to do it if you don't have that, the type of transformer vault that they require, the bigger one. It's called network. Network is a big one, okay?
Great.
So this site does not really lend itself at all. And also, it will be screened, hidden, there's some trees around it, okay? Unlike, once again, down here in Roslyn or something like that, you would have, it'd be right at your sidewalk level, so you don't want to have an exposed transformer there.
Great, thank you. No, that was extremely informational, and I think we may have successfully involved everyone on the team so far today. So raise your hand if we haven't gotten to you. We'll think of a question.
County Board bingo right there to catch everything off. All right, well, thank you very much. That, I think, covers transformers. So now we are at overall plan conformance and housing, and then concluding, and we're working on it. I'm a little later than my estimate, but that's okay. Overall plan conformance. I think it's interesting that we have been talking about, there are a number of different items in the plan. And a big priority of the Langston Boulevard plan, I think this is going to be eventually to Ms. Swalentish and Mr. Fusarelli. We got a letter, we're thinking about overall plan conformance. We have Green Main Street was a theme, also in the plan. We also have affordable housing was a huge element of this. It's been mentioned that we'll be getting 10% of the total goal of 2,500 units. In this case, we have specifics. There's stormwater, tree canopy, energy efficiency and use. There's biophilia. I wonder if you could speak to the different items that are plan goals and, you know, to the extent you're able to kind of help us put in context those different plan goals that we've mentioned. We did sort of, how do we balance that? How do we balance, like, you know, I don't remember if there are 9 goals or 19, and I don't remember all the pieces of how we, whether it's a majority of those. For me, certainly affordable housing is a key goal. Sustainability is a key goal as well. And I wondered if, you know, this may be for both of you, but maybe start with Ms. Wallentusch, unless you think that Mr. Fusarelli is better placed on this, because he is really actually supposed to know all things in life on this. Go ahead.
So for the Langston Boulevard area plan, the project does conform with the aspects of the plan goal, with the one exception of the tree canopy coverage. The area plan does envision a green main street. Things like open space and stormwater mitigation are very important in the plan. Housing is also important, as you know, we do balance out. Like with other area plans we have, I'm kind of grappling. Would you mind stepping in?
Sure.
For general conformance or general aspects and envisionments of the plan.
Right. Yeah, so I think just to add to what Ms. Wallentusch said, I would actually point back to perhaps 2 items that were before this board last month, both when you were considering 1601 Fairfax and a zoning ordinance amendment to clarify and strengthen the board's discretion. And so, as concisely as I can be, what I will say is, you know, we work with the applicant and the community through the SBRC process to advance the project towards achieving as many goals as we possibly can. I think through the presentation and the discussion today, we've highlighted areas of many areas of consistency and some areas where, you know, perhaps we would have ideally liked to see better outcomes. That being said, right, I think with any site plan proposal that is brought before the board, there are probably very few instances where we see the project hitting all of the goals that are, the dozens of them that are laid out in our plans, simply because there have to be trade-offs and there have to be compromises when you get to a site-by-site level. So hopefully that, you know, provides a bit more perspective in response to that question.
Great, thank you. It does for me. I will just see plan conformance, or do we want to move towards housing? And you're certainly, any broad questions. Overall housing, I will just say, maybe this is to the applicant. We've asked a ton of detailed questions. Can you provide, maybe Mr. Sims or Mr. Williams, I don't know, on the team, the number of multi-bedroom units in this project feels very responsive to a refrain that you've heard in the past from this board. And how did this number get in this project? Can you just give a little context? Mr. Williams, you said we've been working on this for 5 years. I'm getting old now, so I don't know the exact number of years when we talked about bedrooms most often. It's definitely last year and the year before and the year before that, but help the older guy recover and understand what led to this number, and keeping in mind we're not at perfect, because 30 or 40% of AMI and below, that is more expensive, and we're not able to do all things in one project. But bedrooms, thoughts?
Sure. So I think I want to first frame the thoughts around this in True Ground's ethos, right? So how to deliver for communities and residents and provide high quality housing for families. And that starts with trying to accomplish as many family units as possible. And that's our goal. So that led us to having more 2, 3, and in this instance, 4-bedroom units. So where does that come from? First, we want to make sure we can rehouse every resident that's at Lucky Gardens today will have a place to come back to when this building is completed. Outside of that, we say, well, how can we maximize this, right? So for us, we're looking at it to say we want to provide as many homes for families as possible, and that led us to this high number of 3, 2, and 4-bedroom units on this site.
Great, thank you. Very helpful, appreciate it. And I think the rest of the affordable housing piece, Mr. Spain.
I'll keep it brief. I just want to, when we talk about move at the pace of need, you probably heard me say this a couple times, right? I think we are doing that here in this project. And when the question comes up, are we prioritizing affordable housing in Arlington? The answer is unequivocally yes, yes, and more yes. I think where I want to know a bit more about, and I understand you got to, business bottom line, how many of you may have this somewhere, but just for everyone who's listening and don't go through all the documents, how many of your 4-bedroom and 3-bedrooms are at the 30%, then the 60% AMI threshold? Do you have any 4-bedrooms at 30%?
In this development, you want to take that?
In this development?
Yeah, in this development, our 4 bedrooms are at 60%.
60%.
But I just want to add to that. That's to match what the residents who are at Lucky today with their AMI are at. So we paired that with what's existing today.
Great. Again, I just want to commend you, I think, for a number of years, and I think my colleagues all will attest, we have been, just anxiously waiting for projects to come around that's going to yield 2, 3 bedrooms, and now you have some 4 here. And I think, hats off to y'all with this. And I think we're meeting the mark. Yes. Is it perfect? No, nothing's perfect on earth. But again, I think as far as affordable housing and what is yielding, I'm very thankful and great choice for what you're doing here. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. Ms. Coffey.
Yes, thank you. So on kind of building off of that, on the affordability, we know that most properties are kind of an averaging of multiple different income levels. Do you have already the breakdown of what income levels and like the general mix that's going to be in this project, or will that come kind of later down the line as you approach the financing conversations?
Yeah, we have the breakdown of the 30, 50, and 60% of AMI. If I can just get 1 second to add those up.
I would just add to that. So, especially with the AMI restrictions, obviously that has a direct impact on the financing, which has a direct impact on the AHIF gap. So it's something that we look at very closely. We start by looking at sort of what's going to maximize our competitiveness on the 9% tax credit application. That's kind of our first point. And then we look at, trying to get, whatever deeper affordability we can that seems realistic in terms of what an AHIF request could ultimately be. And obviously we're balancing that against, a number of other, costs on the project, et cetera. I will say we often will try and secure additional sources down the road, and to the extent that we can apply those to lowering incomes, we try and sort of improve on the project as time goes on. So Terwilliger Place is a great example, right? We ran a capital campaign on that one. We exceeded the goal, and we were able to take some 80% units and write them all the way down to 30%. That's pretty rare. But it is one of the first places that we look to deploy sort of additional resources, to the extent that we can. And sometimes we're able to do it at the end of construction as well, if there's sort of savings from construction, if things go well. We are sometimes able to work with the senior lender, depending on who it is, to try and reduce their loan, and then again offset that with some deeper affordability restrictions. So we have sort of what we're carrying in our pro forma today. I would just say that's kind of subject to change, and that it's something we'll sort of continuously try and improve on until we open.
Understood. Yeah.
And to give you the breakdown, so right now we have about 11 units at 30% of AMI, about 41 units at 50% of AMI, and 197 units at 60% of AMI.
Okay. Thank you. And that is a good mix to still serve the returning residents from who would be, moved and come back from this existing development, right?
That's correct.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Anything else on housing? Yes.
I have a follow-up question on that. So the current Lucky Gardens, what is the AMI mix of residents today or limitations today?
It's 60 and below, so similar to what this property is. Are you mean the exact mix of where we're at?
I thought it was once a mixed income property, including market rate, and then it was 50%, but maybe I'm misreading.
So when I say 60 and below, we often operate unrestricted units as if they are CAF units. So we sometimes do that. So I don't have this specific, do you have this specific breakdown? We don't have the specific breakdown for what Lucky is at present, but it is operating functionally at 60% below AMI.
Got it. So all 40 units are below 60 right now?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And then adjacent question, again, probably planning future, not for this particular building, but have you looked at doing true mixed income, like true mixed market rate and affordable, so that we can have neighbors living next to each other? I know it's a little trickier to finance because you need to kind of split the building. But have you looked at that? And again, how can we help you look at that going forward so that, especially as we get these bigger buildings, we have them more mixed?
So we've always focused sort of philosophically on mixed income communities as opposed to mixed income buildings. So from our perspective, we think that, first of all, there's some efficiency in terms of providing resident services to residents that are in 100% affordable building, and then also placing 100% affordable building in a high opportunity neighborhood like the Lucky Gardens area is a way to establish sort of a good mix within community, right? Like the kids are still all going to the same school, even if they don't live in the same building. We for this project have not looked at sort of a true mixed income type of approach for any portion of it, mainly because there's such a deep need for units at 60% or below, and in particular in this part of the county. So we really are focused on trying to maximize the delivery of the number of committed affordable units that we can on the site.
Okay, thank you. Is this our last round on all things affordable?
All things affordable and almost on all things except closing.
Exactly. Great.
Sorry.
Then I will take this moment to say two things. One is that I think you guys have worked really hard on this project, and I include staff very much so, and the community very much so. And I think it really illustrates how hard it is to get an affordable project that fits really well in our community, and how thoughtful we have been as a community on creating ways to plan around good buildings that we would be proud to have our families live in. So first, I want to say thank you to that. Second, I want to just highlight for my colleagues in our community that were this a by right project, it would look different, because any developer doing a by right project is going to optimize to have it do as much as it can do. And I know there are considerations about whether by right is a better bet for some of our affordable housing, for some of our other housing. And I would just emphasize the trade-offs here. Like we wouldn't be having a conversation about trees. We wouldn't be having a conversation about water mains, around transformers, around transportation networks. We would not have that opportunity. And just down the street from here, in fact, the thing that pushed Langston Boulevard planning over the edge was the Avalon that was built by right and was really tough on the neighborhood because of that. So just lifting up that as hard as this is, and it's 3:15 in the afternoon, and you guys have spent years of your lives doing this, we appreciate you doing that, and we appreciate the delicate balance that it takes to really have high opportunity housing that works well and that thrives in our community. So thanks for continuing to be a partner there. And on the partnership piece, I think we heard a little bit from our commissions even today, and we've heard more throughout the project that this project felt, whether it's rushed or a little bit suboptimal in a couple places. And I just want to lift that up. I know we've had some conversation about let's do an after action and understand how that's happening, because again, we do want to plan well together. We do want to coordinate and partner to get the absolute best value and best product for our community. And we expect that of you, and you should expect that of us, and we want to refine and get that better going forward. Thanks.
Thank you. Oh, go ahead, Mr. Sims.
Thank you. I want to make sure to close the loop on something and make sure I didn't misspeak. Residents will have to still income qualify for the new building, and I just want to make sure to caveat that there will be income qualifications for the new Lecky and the current residents there. So,
Thank you. Important to have said that for sure, to help clarify. Thank you, Ms. Cunningham, for those comments as we work this through. Colleagues, we're ready for closing comments. I will go ahead, whoever's ready.
Close on Tuesday?
Oh, yes. Thank you.
I would
Madam Vice
offer a
Chair.
motion, perhaps.
Go for it.
Okay, great. I move that the county board close the public hearing for agenda item number 23 and defer further county board discussion and consideration of agenda item number 23 to the county board's recessed meeting or as soon thereafter as the agenda item may be heard.
Second.
Thank you, Vice Chair Coffey and Mr. Spain. I don't want to go on long, but I do think that Ms. Cunningham ushered us into this final consideration of the project in the sense that there has been a lot of really hard work over the last week or 10 days, in addition to before that. And I'll go on record as just saying I deeply appreciate that work. And, I think it's so important to keep improving, but I also want to recognize where I think we've come to. And on Tuesday, you'll hear closing comments from all of us, but 249 units is a lot. It's asking for a shift in the community, the immediate neighborhood, but it's also an opportunity for so many families that wouldn't have an opportunity otherwise in Arlington. And so we are excited about it. We've made a lot of progress. I don't want to overspeak it, but he's gone, but Mr. Turner spoke to his American dream. And I just want to bring him back into the room so that we don't leave with the 900 questions that we rightly asked. But we also put Mr. Turner here in the room because he said, I haven't been in this space forever, but it's giving me a chance. And I can buy a home one day. And everything he said is what we want to be about as partners. And so hopefully colleagues will tolerate that. We will conclude. So give us just a little bit to manage the soft costs and also be clear about where we are. Our new rules have us meeting on Tuesday with our budget first at 6:30, I believe. And then, so, we'll have a little discussion now about our budget. We won't take up this Lecky item until after that, but we have a series of motions. I don't know, I can't tell you the exact time, 6:50, 6:45, but it might take till 7 or 7:15. But we do have to do that budget first under the new rules we adopted this year. So we'll do that, and then afterwards we'll come to this item. I leave it to you whether you want folks to be virtual or in person. I don't want to require everybody to be here, but we certainly would want the energy people because that is a key piece of it, and those experts that are relevant, should we make progress on the tree piece, to be available. And so thank you for all that. With that, the question is on the motion to delay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. It passes 5-0. We will now take up the budget. You guys do not have to stay a second longer than you have, though we are grateful for all your time today. I think I can speak for all of us that all the multitude of detailed questions are about our desire to work with you to make the best we can for this project. And so thank you for bearing with us with them, and thank you, colleagues, for asking all those questions. So we'll now hear on the budget, which may be a more sobering conversation, if you can believe that. Thank you, Ms. Walentish, and Mr. Fusarelli, as well as all of our staff. Mr. Sergio, I'm still working on your last name. I'll get there. So, and I'll get there better. So I believe it's over to either the clerk to call it, although I don't know that we need too formal of a calling, but if you can call the next item, and then Mr. Schwartz, I know you'll be ready with the slide deck, and Team DMF, will be ready to share such thoughts as they have. Mr. Kushner.
Yes, of course. Item number 24 is the county manager's presentation of the proposed fiscal year 2027 general and operating budget, with the note that public comment on this item will be heard on Tuesday.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Before we get into the slide deck, I just wanted to take a minute or two and sort of ground us in what it is we're going to be looking at over the next 60 days. I'm making a proposal to you on a $1.7 billion budget. So that is a big budget. And we were going to go through, we're going to provide to you all, and will be posted today on our website, an overall message that tries to address the guidance we receive from the county board. And I want to emphasize to everybody in the community, this is critically important. This is my proposal to you, okay? The question then lies with you as to what to do with my proposal. And you'll see in the write-ups that we're prepared, we have write-ups on compensation, on future priorities, on one-time funding. We also have a new section this year on how we've dealt with recommendations from the county auditor. We also have reductions that we would propose in lieu of tax rate increases. We have a write-up on housing affordability. We have a section that talks about engaging in public safety operations analysis. We have a discussion on our relationship with our courts and constitutionals. And we have write-ups on each of the cuts and realignments. And also a lengthy discussion of revenues, and that's only the first 100 pages of a 1,000-page document. So a lot to cover, and we have 13 work sessions to do it. So if we can move to the slides. We have about 30 slides, which we'll do our best to summarize a lot of that material. Let's go to the next slide. So we find ourselves right now in February 21st of 2026, looking at an economic landscape that is at best uncertain. We have unemployment in the upper left. We have a community that has been hit very hard by staffing reductions in the federal government, and our unemployment rate is up. Our commercial office vacancy rate continues to be high, even though we've made progress on our market resiliency efforts. We have challenges in our hotel industry. We've seen a big drop-off in hotel stays. At the same time, we've seen leveling off and slight reductions in rents that are being charged to those people who live in rental units. The consumer price index has steadied, and there's a lot of material to look at. We have a longer write-up in our budget on that. So as I was preparing this budget with the team with me and the entire organization, and I want to make sure I thank all of them, the budget principles that we tried to focus on, paying close attention to what the county board delivered in guidance and also your remarks in January, is to support those most in need in our community. So you will see that is the guidelight that I used in making all my proposals. So we need to maintain what I and the staff have determined are core services, and maintain fiscal sustainability, and maintain our excellent workforce. So in order to do that, to balance our budget, to close a gap between revenues and expenses of about $37 million, we needed to take service and program reductions. So those reductions are somewhere between $10 and $11 million, affect 56 positions in the budget, of which 24 are filled and the remainder are vacant. Some of those vacant positions we're proposing to freeze. We also were able to reduce debt service given the delay in bond sales. We were the beneficiaries of a formula recalculation with Metro funding that was able to save some funding. We will have extended conversations with you about what we're doing with our personal property tax relief that we get from the state. We've reallocated that and trimmed it back a little bit so that it's focused a lot more on those at the lower end of our income scale. I'm also proposing a 1.5 cent increase in real estate taxes, not to be shared with Arlington Public Schools, and also continuing fees to recover the costs associated with those programs. Now, our overall budget summary, as I said, a $1.7 billion budget, which is a 0.1% decrease from last year's adopted budget. For the county, that's 0.4% decrease, and for school, it's a 0.5% increase. So that's just the big numbers. So I wanted to also spend a few minutes talking about service and program reductions. Now, these $10.6 million in reductions, I'm just going to state for the record, this budget is much like last year in the scope of reductions. The reductions I'm proposing this year are not easy ones. They are ones that will get much more attention than last year. I didn't make them lightly. Specifically, I am proposing that we eliminate the current operations of the Cherrydale Branch Library, not because they don't have value to the community, but there are other ways to provide that service. I'm also proposing that we stop the gymnastics program that we have at Barcroft. I know that's already gotten a lot of attention in the community, and I welcome the conversation about the value that that program adds and whether there are alternatives in lieu of that. Also, we're talking about reimagining the way we deliver services, low fares for people who use the Metro program. We have come up with a way to provide more service at a lower cost. I'm also making a proposal to reduce the number of fire rescue units, taking 2 4-person staffed units, melding them into 1 6-person unit where there'll be greater expertise on that unit, and adding a medic unit. That will save us funds. And also consolidating some communication staff in Arlington Economic Development. Again, there's a lot of write-ups on this that go into a lot of detail. I'm not going to sit here and try to glibly explain any of these, but in the material you have, there's a lot of discussion about that, and that's the reason why we have 13 work sessions that we face. Now, I also wanted to go on to the proposed tax rate increase, which is 1.5 cents, focusing in 3 main areas. Number 1, we have lost federal funding. We looked at a year ago, and we talked about this in the work session with the Civic Federation, we were potentially facing the loss of up $90 million of federal funding. That did not happen. But we did lose federal funding in core important areas around security, anti-terrorism funding, congregate meal funding, and also our SNAP program, which helps feed those people in the most need. And the federal government passed an Omnibus Reconciliation Act, which will hurt our funding to the effect of potentially $2 million. Those core needs must be funded. In addition, this board has already said that it is important to increase the pay for our first responders to the tune of about $10.5 million. I think it's appropriate to ask that that be covered by an additional tax rate increase. And also, with the one place where I'm expanding services in this budget is additional funding for human services to talk about a targeted program that will allow flexible assistance to individuals seeking housing who sometimes have a challenge finding housing, and that perhaps our eviction prevention program is not the best tool to address that. Now I'm going to turn it over to Emily Hughes. We'll talk a little bit about some of the additional information in the budget.
So this slide illustrates the types of reductions that would need to be taken if the tax rate increase were not adopted by the board. Following the direction from the board we received in guidance in December, it shows areas we may need to consider if we balance the budgets on expenditures only. These reductions are not recommended by the manager, but they are areas we discussed as we tried to balance the budget. And some of these areas we may need to explore in future years if we have similar expenditure pressures and we're not able to raise significant revenue. So you can see there's a variety of different services on the slide, including employee compensation for non-bargaining, partnerships that we have in the community with nonprofits, planning and economic development, potential to close additional facilities or reduce hours, cuts to the courts and constitutional offices beyond what's included in the proposed budget, other miscellaneous services like trail and park maintenance, transportation services like reimagining some of the art routes or cutting paratransit service like Zone 3 Star. Other areas that may be considered but would require some additional analysis would be delaying planning efforts, deferring capital maintenance, reducing public service hours, or slowing implementation of solar projects. Also in the board's guidance was to provide some more information on the use of one-time money. So when Mark talked about at the beginning of the presentation the budget going down on the county side, one area that's making that happen is the lack of one-time money in the FY27 budget. So in FY27, there's 5.7 million available of one-time money. 85% of that is from the proposed tax rate increase. When you compare it to FY26, there was 34.3 million available. Now, with the lack of one-time money, a number of items were able to be transitioned from one-time to ongoing, which is a great thing. Things like the Longbridge Aquatics Center is now fully ongoing, fair housing support, internal audit, and several FTEs that were also added in the FY26 budget. There are a few other things that would also be appropriate to transition to ongoing money in the FY27 budget, like contracted security for the courthouse, invasives, and the county manager and county attorney contingents. There were a few areas that did have supplemental funding in the FY26 budget with one time that do not have it in the proposed 27 budget. That includes library collections, economic development tools and incentives, AHIF, tree watering, and food security mini grants. Two other areas that had some supplemental funding in 26 that will be funded with prior year balances in 27 include the continued teen activities and the Climate Action Fund. So those do have funding just from prior years. In the next few slides, it's going to highlight areas that we tried to prioritize with limited resources. In workforce investment, as Mark alluded to before, the collective bargaining agreements are funded with proposed step increases for IAFF and ACOP, average increases for fire on average 10.7% and police 11.4%. For service labor and trades, increases are in line with the collective bargaining agreement with 3.5% increases and 2% range movement, which moves the minimum and maximum rates up 2% for all of those employees. For benefits, retirement contributions are still funded in line with actuarial analysis, a small increase in retirement contributions. For non-bargaining staff, including general employees and the uniform sheriff, there's 3% salary increases with 3% range movement, again, moving those minimum and maximum salaries up 3%. In health insurance, which we've talked a lot about in the past few months, there's a proposed premium increase of 10% for Cigna plans, 5% for Kaiser, 5% for Delta Dental. Coupled with that are proposed plan design changes for the Cigna plans, including the introduction of modest deductibles, higher coinsurance amounts, and higher prescription costs.
So in the human service area in the proposed budget, in addition to a variety of contract cost increases, additional funding was provided for in the areas of targeted prevention and flexible assistance that the manager mentioned earlier, which helps at-risk households avoid eviction and provide alternative housing support. There's a conversion of 2 Public Assistance Bureau positions to permanent and additional food assistance to the Arlington Food Assistance Center. And in public health, 1 additional school nurse has been added for Grace Hopper Center. So housing. So we continue to make significant investments in housing. The proposed budget allocates almost $100 million to various housing programs. There is the Federal Housing Choice Voucher Program of almost $30 million, which we hope the funding level will not be subject to any federal funding changes. We have the housing grants funding of $17.7 million, which includes market rate adjustments for rent, and this year the implementation of a waiting list. Our Affordable Housing Investment Fund allocation totals $10.3 million, with a combination of ongoing county support and federal home dollars. And there is level funding for permanent supportive housing and eviction prevention, the continued allocation from the Columbia Pike TIF to support the ongoing debt service on that project, and various staff support across the housing program spectrum, making up the almost $100 million to housing. So some other investments. This slide highlights some of the other areas across the county which the manager is recommending be funded. In police, funds to augment the parking meter enforcement. These expenses are offset by revenue generated, in addition to a position to support the photo speed camera program in school zones. In fire, the manager mentioned this earlier, the addition of a medic unit to address peak time activity. And on the right of the slide, you can see various investments in sheriff, parks and recreation, and in other agencies which have some acute needs. For capital, Emily mentioned earlier that we have very limited one-time funding available. And this year's PAYGO capital funding is constrained. Typically, funds remaining from the prior fiscal year supplement the capital program of the following year. And this past fall, however, there was very little monies available, and none of this funding was available to be allocated to capital in FY27. So the focus of funding for 27 centered on maintaining what we have in the most critical areas. We will be going through the 10-year capital improvement plan, or CIP, process over the next few months, which may supplement the recommendations in the proposed 27 budget. The manager will propose the CIP in May, and the board will adopt the 10-year plan in July.
So as budget guidance directed, work has already begun to develop the MOUs with the constitutional officers to memorialize the services we provide to each other and some guiding operating rules. We've received a first draft from the Treasurer and the Commissioner of Revenue, and we're currently reviewing that document. We have not yet begun drafts with the Clerk of the Circuit Court, the Commonwealth's Attorney, or the Sheriff. You'll see in the manager's message a whole section devoted to the services we provide for the constitutional offices, along with some associated metrics. Total county net tax support for these offices totals over $76 million in the 27 proposed budget, and the total number of county-supported positions is over 293 compared to 306 positions that have funding from the Commonwealth. This slide shows you that we do have some one-time funding sources that can facilitate any significant financial bumps throughout the year. The stabilization reserve was put in place to handle unexpected one-time events such as weather, local or regional emergencies, economic stress, and more. By financial policy, we're required to maintain a balance of 1.3% in the stabilization reserve, and you can see on the screen the allowable uses by policy. Use of this reserve requires replenishment within the subsequent 2 fiscal years. Last spring, the board, as you recall, I'm sure, added an additional $11.5 million to hedge against the uncertainty we were and are facing in fiscal year 26. $350,000 has already been allocated from this money for SNAP related to the government shutdown. The allowable uses for these funds are the same. However, the $11 million doesn't have the replenishment requirement, as it is above the required 1.3%. The self-insurance reserve is at $8.9 million. It was established to handle one-time unusual insurance claim situations. For example, it was used many years ago for an FLSA unexpected situation. The county's financial policies require it to be funded at a level equivalent to approximately 1 to 2 months of claim payments based on a 5-year rolling average. It too has to be replenished in the subsequent 2 fiscal years. Operating reserve is $92.8 million, 5.5% of the general fund budget. And as the manager has said many times, this is for the apocalypse. The rating agencies would frown significantly on the use of this for anything other than a super uber critical need. And it has a 3-year replenishment requirement. And last, in terms of available one-time funding sources, if you recall in the adopted 26 budget, the board allocated $5 million to buy down the Barcroft debt. And each $1 million saves us, that we buy down, saves us about $100,000 in debt service annually. In the June update to the board, we recommended holding on this payment because of the uncertainty of federal funding and economic conditions in 26. We would still recommend holding these funds until we near closer to the end of fiscal year 26 and know how things really look, because there's still uncertainty. Remember that this line of credit is floating rate debt, and we could see a spike in short-term rates at any time, and that hurts AHIF. So paying it down helps a little bit. I'll discuss on the next slide how these funds could be used in the current fiscal year and next year. So this slide is the possible uses of reserves. There are a number of risks that we're facing where these reserves may be needed and could be used to handle. HR is currently forecasting health insurance costs to be $6 to $10 million over contributions. This could lead to the use of the self-insurance reserve in fiscal year 26. Claims are variable year to year, dependent upon the health of employees and their families. We could see utilizing the stabilization reserve in fiscal year 26 to fill the gap in potential shortfalls in the county share of tax revenue. TOT is likely to be short $2.5 million, meals perhaps $1.5 million, and BPOL, we really won't know until the March-April timeframe, but could be as much as $2.5 million below. The most recent snowstorm is likely over $4 million above budget, And the severance packages for the fiscal year 27 budget reductions in this proposed budget are likely to range between $800,000 and $1.2 million. And additionally, there's a risk that housing grants could exceed budget by $1 million. In 27, we can already see potential utilization for about $4 million of the stabilization reserve for both a nonprofit NOFA addressing the loss of federal support and dollars to address the impacts to the continuum of care. If all of those things on that slide were to come to fruition, the 11.15 available above the policy requirement would be oversubscribed, and we would be dipping into the 1.3% that needs to be replenished.
Okay, so what you've just heard is a pretty summary assessment of how we got to the proposed budget. I want to be clear, there were some hard choices we had to make. I left a lot of things out of my budget that I still think are important. So even though I proposed cuts, I'm just going to give you a few examples. We have frozen 35 positions in our police department for the last 4 years. And so we have to wrestle with that. There's additional transportation needs that were included in our transportation transit plan. I talked about putting a cap on housing grants. We're not doing a lot of investments when it comes to the environment. And I will say there's a long write-up in there about services that the public doesn't really pay that much of attention to, which are internal services that I think are stressed. And on top of that, we just received a letter last week from our partners in the Virginia Electric Co-op program that our electric bills might be going up over 30%. And so I haven't factored that into the budget, but I'm telling you, when we go through this, it's a very dynamic process. There are a lot of things that we haven't talked about that I haven't been able to include in this budget. So it doesn't make it easy, but nevertheless, I don't want to dwell on this because it's not included in my budget proposal, but these are at least stresses that we face. So let's go on to the next slide.
So,
yeah, Richard.
So a couple of quick slides on schools. Schools is our single largest investment. And for FY 2027's proposed budget, it includes $650 million in funding to them. As was mentioned earlier, the manager's budget does not include the additional funding to schools from the proposed tax rate increase. And if this tax rate and recommendation is adopted, the percentage share of local taxes to schools would become 46.3%. Just some historical information about how our school enrollment has changed over the years and the increase in funding to them. The last calculated cost per pupil based on the Washington Area Board of Education statistic is that we invest over $25,000 per student. And you can see how the percentages of local taxes have been shared in the past, and the percentage of county general fund expenditures is going to schools. And then on this last school slide, which we like to include in the budget presentation, it highlights a number of services and staff that support schools, which are provided at county cost. Services range from school nurses to park and field maintenance to youth and transportation services. And this graph shows the many ways the schools and county partner together.
Okay, so I want to take some time because people will ask the question, we have a revenue sharing principles with the schools. Why this year I've made a proposal with a tax rate increase where I'm recommending to you that we not share the tax increase with schools. Now, if you go over the last 10 years and look, the 3 times the board has entertained tax rate increases, the first one back in 2018, that tax rate increase was split between Arlington Public Schools and Metro. County general government programs received none of that tax rate increase. In 2020, when I proposed a tax rate increase and the board adopted it, 3/4 of that tax rate increase went to school programs. 2 years ago, the tax rate increase was shared proportionally. I view this year the challenges that we face in the county. I'm not saying the schools doesn't face challenges, but we're particularly acute. That's why I'm recommending that the tax rate increase not be shared, and that is to cover those increases that I just talked about on an earlier slide, and those human service needs, those needs for our first responders, and also to address the loss of federal funding. And fortunately, our schools have not faced some of those pressures on losing federal funding. And we'll have a lot more opportunity to talk about that in the future. So more to come on that. So we'll go on to the next slide. Over to you, Danielle.
Thank you, Mark. On Tuesday, the board will decide on the levels of taxes and fees that will be advertised. The proposed budget, as mentioned, includes a 1.5 cent tax increase to the real estate tax rate, but no changes proposed for personal property tax rate, business license taxes, and business improvement district tax rates. As part of the process in reviewing tax rates, we reviewed Arlington's housing and income landscape, household composition, and indicators of financial stress, and analyzed home values by area and race and vehicle values by zip code. Then, we assessed potential impacts of proposed real estate tax increases and vehicle tax relief adjustments across varying home and vehicle values. Overall, as you can imagine, there are many scenarios within Arlington, but high level, the proposed real estate tax rate increase is likely to have a greater financial impact on owners of higher value homes, while the personal property tax relief adjustment is designed to provide proportionately greater benefit to owners with lower value vehicles. The fiscal year 27 proposed budget does not include a household solid waste rate advertisement. Any rate adjustment will be advertised and adopted at a later date. Water and sewer rates would increase by approximately 1.5% based on increases to both the volumetric and base changes. The median residential customer would see a $13 per year increase. The current stormwater utility rate of $258 per equivalent residential unit is proposed to increase to $268 per ERU. The average single-family household would see an increase of $10 annually. And as you can see on the slide, there are a number of other proposed fee adjustments or new fees being recommended in various departments to better align fee levels with the cost of providing these services. This slide includes the calendar year 25 adopted real estate tax rates, along with some of the calendar year 26 proposed tax rates for surrounding jurisdictions. We will update this slide as we move through the budget process to show how our sister jurisdictions are addressing their real estate tax rate and proposing their budgets. This graph shows the average tax burdens over the years for homeowners, which are the blue bars, and renters, the orange bars. The line that runs through the graph shows the annual real estate tax rate. Over the past 10 years, there have been 3 other tax rate increases to help fund various priorities on both the county and schools side. The most recent rate increase in fiscal year 25 was equally shared between the county and schools to address needs on both sides. In fiscal year 20, schools received 75% of this 2-cent tax rate increase, and in fiscal year 18, the rate increase was split between metro needs and schools. To be mindful of how the tax and fee burden has changed, we wanted to show the annual change alongside with inflation, as well as the growth in the annual operating expenses to include things like compensation, metro debt, and the school's transfer. As shown in the bar chart, the gray bars represent the annual CPI growth. The orange bars represent the annual growth of the tax and fee burden, and the blue bars represent the annual county expense growth. As you can see from past years, there have been some variation to the percent growth in each of these 3 sources. However, the most recent average annual growth from the past 5 years shows that the tax and fee burden and expense growing at both 4.4% and CPI growth at 3.6%. This table shows the estimated tax and fee burden for the average homeowner in Arlington. The real estate tax payment is estimated to go up $422 with the proposed tax rate increase, which includes $289 of that increase due to assessment growth, and $132 of that for the proposed 1.5 cent increase in the rate. We saw a small decrease to the average value of a vehicle in Arlington County, which equates to an estimated $1 decrease to the average household. Additionally, the average household would see a $10 annual increase for the stormwater utility fee and a $13 annual increase for their water and sewer service. With each of the proposed changes, the average household would see an annual increase of $444 or $37 a month. The average apartment renter would see an increase of around $297 or about $25 a month, assuming this increase is directly passed on to the renter from their landlord.
So to wrap up, the Chair already mentioned we were back here on Tuesday to advertise tax and fee rates. And so the 20 board reports, which you have in front of you, will be posted right now within the 72-hour rule. I want to be clear about that. And you'll all have the opportunity to go through that and hopefully make the request to advertise on each of those board reports. And you'll see here we have a calendar. We also, I want to emphasize this because this is really important. I know you will emphasize this. This is really the beginning of the process. We've received a lot of public input to date about priorities from the community, but it is now with the board for you to hear from our community about the recommendations I've made to you. And I will say this, I often make recommendations to you and you choose not to accept them. And I welcome that with grace. So we'll have a lot of conversations. There's a lot of work sessions on the next page, and only a fool would try to summarize the budget in one page. So I have a one-page infographic, which we're now posting on our website. Yeah, it's a really, really big page, which summarizes everything for you to look at. And that concludes our presentation. We're happy to take questions now. We're happy to take questions Tuesday. We will be happier to take questions throughout the work sessions.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. I always find that we want to be brief and everyone feels that they have an incisive general comment. I've tried to limit my comments and it is 10 to 4. I said, I hope we'd be out here by 4. I will give space to others if you have things. 4 thoughts. First, I hope that folks will cover what is happening. It's important to slow down and lift up what is happening. On Tuesday, we will set the top limit of the real estate and other tax rates that we are allowed under law to increase to. You've recommended 1.5 cents. We have to grapple over the coming hours, 48 of them, 72 of them, with what rate to set. There has been a history of wanting to give ourselves room so that we can have a fulsome discussion. But that's to be determined. But please, folks, cover and listen to the process over the next 72 hours, which is we set the top, and then we will have robust discussion over the coming 6 weeks over what we can reach down to, and the final result is what our residents see in different ways. That's number one. Number two, you can see reflected in here many of our priorities. One that I'll just lift up is capital costs are down by some $7 million, which I know has been a priority of ours. So I'm grateful that there was a listening to the full combination of the board's pieces, in addition to the most vulnerable being a priority. Second to last, I'll say that I did have a conversation with our school board chair just to prepare her for that this would come forward in a more public way through this presentation. And there is robust discussion yet to come over what we would do there, and mindful that they have needs that not all of us have engaged. We have not yet engaged with their needs on these issues, but our guidance at least led to some of the recommendations from you as manager. And last, I'll risk it, I'll just try to be sufficiently specific. We have already heard, and we have someone here, but we've already heard significantly about the gymnastics program. I do not know fully how that works, but I would say if there is a fee that we have to advertise at a certain level, I would like that option to be available to us over the course of the next 6 weeks. I'm not trying to prejudge that I may support your proposal on that, and I'll get 900 emails directly to me about that, I have no doubt. But I do want to know at least, can you help me at least, because we set fees, and if we don't set a fee at a certain level, we can't go to that level. Is that, am I talking sense here?
So, yeah, we'll be happy to address that. We're going to have more fact sheet coming out on Monday. We also are prepared for that question about what it would take to make that program fully fee supported. I found when we had that conversation internally that the level of fees were extremely, extremely high. And I'll just leave it at that, but I don't want people to take that out of context, because they deserve to see the numbers and weigh the information.
I may try to find you on Monday to understand, not because I know what policy I am yet to support, but I do think we want we're going to want as many options. So, and colleagues, email me or find me if you also want to, or if you have thoughts on this item. Those are the 4 big picture items that I somehow think are uniquely insightful. Folks, I want to open it so that I don't, because there are moments when over the last 8 years, which may seem late, or 7 years, which may seem like 700, where chairs would sort of say, let's go, let's get out of here. I want to give you space to offer your uniquely insightful comments. Mr. Spain, in this case, first.
No, I think the vice chair was,
Go for it.
You guys are so polite. Somebody take the ball. I think that's Mr. Spain this
Okay,
time.
sure, I'll keep, so one, hats off, thank you, Mr. Manager, and to the entire DMF team for all the hard work that has gone into putting forward this proposed FY 2027 budget, right? And I know there's going to be a lot of conversations, but this is my second year, my second rodeo show with the budget. And I'll just say this much. A lot of lessons learned for me, not only an observation of last year, but somewhat of how the sausage is made. And so that being said, we often hear from folks that a budget reflects your values. And I guess I'll leave with this to my colleagues and everyone else. I don't, it's no secret to my value set and what I believe in. And so as we go through a very challenging time, I learned a long time ago, you take care of people and people take care of you. So with that being said, we have already, as you've heard, received enormous amounts of communique from the community about their concerns, whether it's gymnastics, whether it's libraries, whether it's all host of programming. And we're going to do our due diligence. But I thank you. And as the chair said, I think when we look at how we advertise, having that cushion is going to be critically important as we think about, what is near and dear to folks' kitchen table conversations, right? So that being said, thank you. I won't hold up much time, and I'll pass it on.
Thank you, Mr. Spain. Vice Chair Coffey.
Thanks. Yeah, I think I've heard from a number of members of our community that every year we say this is a tough budget year, and every year by the time we get to this moment, it's kind of come down and come together. And so I think one thing that I'm not sure that you highlighted, but comes out in this is that the real budget gap that we were predicting to be between 30 and 45 million in our budget guidance discussions really was between 30 and 45 million. I think 37 million was the total budget gap. And I think, as much as I understand the community members who feel like there is every year we say this, I think showing those numbers is really important this year, that this isn't a manufactured level of crisis. This is real and in the numbers. And I think especially to me, the slide around what's happening with fiscal 26, which isn't even done yet, and we have concerns about, and especially the potential utilization of those reserve funds, which are one-time options. We don't get to go back to those if we use them for fiscal 26. They will not be there for fiscal 27. And so that's one thing that I think is on my mind. The other big thing on my mind is that the Commonwealth, the General Assembly will present their version of the Commonwealth's budget tomorrow. So for those of us watching, we have a lot riding on transportation funding for Metro and for schools. And it is kind of unconscionable to me that especially the transportation dollars would perhaps not be there. And so we wait with bated breath to see what the General Assembly will do and whether or not both this group and our community will need to jump into some pretty immediate action.
If I could add on that,
Yeah.
because I want to thank every member of the board, especially the chair who was working on the DMV Moves effort. I built a budget based on an assumption that there would be action by the General Assembly to deal with the Metro funding issue. And if that doesn't happen, my budget looks very, very different in a bad way.
And then you'll get to blame me particularly for that. Yes, go ahead.
But so I highlight that alongside, I think the continuum of care was mentioned and some of our other federal funds were mentioned that we haven't seen cut yet. We hope that they won't, but 37 million is what has manifested as our gap to this point. And we still have unknowns that we can't control from the state and federal levels. And so I think those are just the insightful and unique thoughts that I am providing at this moment.
Fantastic, and we will hope that you and Brian will share with us a insightful and unique summary of the budget before we get to, say, Monday afternoon.
Insightful, unique, and hopefully positive.
Yes, thank you, absolutely. Ms. Cunningham.
I would also like to add my thanks to our great DMF team. You guys always have a ton of work, and this year's been even more full than some. And I think it's important for the community to understand that not only are we digging into the budget now, but for the last 6 months, really, we've been tweaking and turning as we saw that big gap beginning to accumulate. So we've been turning the dials back as far as we can. And they're stuck. It's hard to dial them back any further. So we'll be talking lots about that, but appreciate all the many, many scenarios that have been done to date and those that will continue in the coming weeks. And then I would just like to highlight that this will be my third budget, but for the last two, and this one will be no different, I think the word was fiscal caution that we kind of laid out there, especially last year. And I am grateful to my colleagues up here for considering that and working through that. Everything from putting reserves aside 2 years ago to putting contingency reserves aside last year, to our school board colleagues who really took seriously our challenge to slow the per pupil cost. I think without all of those things, we would really be up a river. And now we're just holding steady in a White Rapids, but not yet up it, down it, whatever. The metaphor fails.
We give you 72 hours to perfect that metaphor somehow, and I don't know how to advise you on that. Mr. Karantonis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wouldn't like to be in the Potomac River right now. It has been, first of all, yes, thank you for landing an extraordinarily heavy budget plane softly over several fiscal years. Because we are at a point where we see the continuous change. I'm not going to call it deterioration of our fiscal position here. We started 3-4 years ago, but by taking the erosion of our tax base, our commercial tax base very seriously. And this year, actually, it hit us at the last fall when we found out that there is no one-time money anymore, et cetera. So this is the first budget in the no one-time money availability era, which was predictable, and now it's here, which immediately means that there is a tax rate increase already in the proposal of the county manager. The second thing, and this compounds to the other stressors that we talked, my colleagues have talked about. The second thing is I want to say right on the onset, there is no more painful decision when we start thinking about the 56 FTEs, 24 of which are filled and are real people with real lives, and we fully understand how this affects them, and that cannot be overstated, that this is extremely important. The second thing is there is a part of me that thinks in tough times about community resilience. We had a very extensive discussion about housing today. What we didn't really talk about is whether we can afford the project that we, today that we applauded that much. And I believe that the sessions that we have in front of us will show us that we cannot afford it without significant budgetary response to that. at this point anyway. And that propagates further down. Now, again, thank you for providing that. We will be really busy. This is March Madness that's coming soon. That's for us budget season. Mr. Chair, thank you for guiding us in this session today. And we will touch base on Monday with the news from the state and then with the outlook on the proposals that we have to make.
Thank you, Mr. Karantonis. I do have the homework of working out, it's on my list, budget session management, how to do so efficiently. I had an estimate for today that was 245 or 250. We were over. I'll take some ownership and I'll take some coaching if folks have thoughts. I also try to genuinely give everyone space to say, to ask and to engage fully. With that, we are not adjourned, but we are recessed until Tuesday at 3 p.m. Thanks, everyone.
Awesome.